The PUBG Mobile World Invitational is powered by Gamers Without Borders and is brought to you by OnePlus, the official smartphone provider, Nemo TV, the official streaming platform, and STC, the official playout sponsor. And ladies and gentlemen, you've been all waiting for this. We are into our final day of the PUBG Mobile World Invitational. We're going to find at the end of the day our #1 team, our best in the world, to take home $250,000 for a charity of their choice. It all comes down to these next 5 matches. Here in the East Conference, we have so many teams competing at the moment, but only a few that actually look like they're in grasp and in arm's length reach from taking home the $250 grand. But we have to take a quick second here to talk about something coming up later on in the year. You guys might know what I'm talking about. The PUBG Mobile Global Championship. We had it happen last year. We had Nova take home the title in the finals over in Dubai. But we got to give you a little bit of info what's happening this year. James, the global esports director of PUBG Mobile, is here to give you that info and to get you guys hyped up and ready to go for the second half of the year of PUBG Mobile.
Hello, PUBG Mobile fans in the world. I'm James Yang, charged for PUBG Mobile Global Esports. Today is the last day of PUBG Mobile World Invitational 2021. This thrilling global event is near to be ended. However, the biggest event in PUBG Mobile Esports is upcoming. Here I announce PUBG Mobile Global Championship 2021. Wow! Like Season 0, there is a league part and finals part. League will be held in November to December 2021, and the finals will be held in January 2022. Every PMPL will send the best team to PMGC directly by the total points of 2 seasons, including PMPL League points and finals points. Also, PMPL regional championships such as PMPL EMEA Championship or PMPL Southeast Asia Championship in second half year will promote the top teams to PMGC. Even the team was not in PMPL last season, but they can still join PMGC if they show the great performance in upcoming regional championship. Detailed information about the number of slots and schedules will be announced later. Finally, this is a really big news. The total prize pool of PMGC 2021 is, wow, $6 million US. This is the biggest amount of prize pool ever for one single event in mobile esports history. Even bigger than our total prize pool last year. I cannot wait to see which team will take the crown of PMGC 2021. You already have a team in your mind? Please keep on watching them, supporting them in PMPLs and championships. Don't forget, PMCO 2021 Pulse Splits start right away. And more importantly, let's see together who will be the winner of PMWI 2021. Thank you.
Thank you so much, James, for that lovely bit of information. And by bit, I mean 6 million bits of information going forward to PMGC this year. I got to introduce my analysts and bring them in so we can start to talk about this because we were all there at PMGC last time. We got Blank, we got Blair. Well, sorry, Blair, you actually weren't there for PMGC last time, but maybe this time we're going to have you there.
It's sad.
But $6 million, guys, that's a lot of money on the line.
That I felt a little sad there, Jason. I wasn't there last time. Yeah, I hope to be there this time around. But yeah, 6 million buckaroos, banks. I don't know.
Just
blank.
That's quite a bit.
Yeah, we forgot everyone. Jason is James. You know, you're Banks. I'm Blair.
Oh, it's all right, Ocean. Don't worry about it. Honestly, for me, $6 million is a huge amount of money. I actually watched this video about 20 minutes ago, and when I saw James Yang release the $6 million prize pool, I was shocked. Like, my mouth just dropped, to be honest with you. It was crazy.
And the best part about it, though, the fact that if you don't qualify through a regional event, you can still get there based off points in PMPL. I think that's so fantastic to see, considering you could just have like a bad day. You could have maybe like a player on your team like kind of leave, and you have to fill someone new into the team, and you're not used to each other just yet. It's so great to see that it's all going to be, you know, culminated into this event, kicking off in November to December, and then of course the finals over in January of next year. Guys, I'm hyped for it. I hope you guys are all hyped as well. I want to see who takes home the majority of that money. Last time it was Nova. We'll see if we have a new victor this time. But before we even get to that, we still need to have a victor here today for our event as well. $3 million on the line for charity across the East Conference and the West Conference. We'll take a look at how that prize money does break down into placings once this day has finished off, because there's 250 grand for first place to the charity of their choice here, and an MVP prize of 5 grand as well. But even if you come out at the bottom of the table, Blank, you still get 15 grand. That's still, I mean, either way, you're getting money to charities, you're getting money to the charities that are helping get vaccines to everyone around the world to leave no one behind. And it's a good thing.
Yeah, honestly, again, a huge props to Saudi Esports for honestly setting up this whole Gamers Without Borders thing, because it is such a charitable cause, and it's so awesome to see all these gamers band together to create such an awesome event. 250,000 at the top is insane. 15,000 down in 16th place just shows the amount of money that these guys are putting towards this tournament. And you can see right here how your donation could help UNICEF as an example. $1 million, we've got $3 million on the line. Just 1 million could help 270,000 people, and that's 2 doses too.
That's quite impressive. I mean, considering it's 3 million in total, right? It's almost like 750,000 people getting both the vaccines right there. My math, I think it kind of.
I thought we had Maxman here. I thought we had Maxman here for a second, trying to do math on air for us.
Yeah, I get it right. Okay.
Yep. Ish, with the help of Blake. But of course, it's all going to be going for charity, and we'll take a quick look at the schedule so you guys get an idea of which battlegrounds will be played when. And again, just like yesterday, just like the day before, it'll be the exact same order every single day until we do have our victor. We're starting things off on Erangel, heading over to Sandhawk, back to Erangel, Miramar, Erangel yet again. And this has been an exciting day, guys. We've had, I'd say, the East Conference and the West Conference. I don't know how much of the West Conference you guys have been watching, but we have the East Conference where we have these couple of teams kind of leading the pack against everyone else, having a big point gap, whereas in the West Conference, we have so many teams kind of close towards each other that really, I don't know what's going to happen to both of them, but I like to see the kind of diversity between the two regions and how they played out.
I actually say, like, if that day one performance from Valdes hadn't really taken place, I feel like it would have been a very, very close affair. If they played the way they did in day 2 and day 3, you look at Navi, you look at the Xavier, you look at Zeus, you look at Valdes as well. It could have been anyone, you know, claiming the top spot, although, you know, Valdes obviously deserve what they have right now. But yeah, I feel like that day one performance kind of set the trend of how the remainder of the event was going to play out, kind of.
All right, well,
100%.
Let's actually take a look at the overalls, Blank, and I'll let you continue talking about that.
Yeah, well, I just wanted to hit up 100% there. That's fine. But honestly, yeah, look at the overalls. It was crazy, though, to be honest with you, because Blair mentions it, like, if Valdes doesn't have that day one performance they did, perhaps we have a different tournament. But then Na'Vi come in swinging on day three, which we're going to take a look at a little bit later. So regardless of what happens, we're having these teams really solidify themselves towards the top of the leaderboard and show why they deserve to be there. But it's really cool because we've got Thailand versus Russia at the moment. So Na'Vi as well as Valdes. Xavier, you know, Blair's already mentioned them. They've had a fantastic tournament so far. Frankie, who you'll see their stats very, very shortly, is an absolute nutter on the team, hitting up some insane numbers, which I'm very excited to take a look at. And Zeus Esports still in fourth. It's a good result from Zeus, but I honestly think they could have done a lot better, because the games that they do play well, you are wowed, you are blown away by them. And then by the time they come around and have their other games, get a 16th place, they are, instead of blowing you away, they are just away.
It's like... Sorry, Jason, go on.
I just want to get in really quickly, because I think it's really important to realize, if we can stay here on this first page, is that this event, I think, is so important for everyone around the world. Obviously, the charity aspect of it is massive, right? We can help get vaccines to the people that need it. But if we look at, you know, the esports side of things, right? Teams like Na'Vi don't really get the chance to play against teams from this region that often. And going into PMGC, where there's $6 million on the line, keep in mind, that's just PMGC $6 million. Last year, the entire prize pool of the year for PUBG Mobile was only $5 million, and we're giving away more than that just from one event alone this year. This is important if you want to win the bid bucks getting on to later in the year. So every team here, especially if you're not necessarily playing against teams from this region, need to use this as a time to learn as much as possible, show what you can do going into PMGC. And I feel like Na'Vi, at least just yesterday, like you said before, Blank, we'll get into that in a little bit of time, have shown that, Blair.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And I think you hit the nail on the head for Na'Vi. But even talking about some of the other teams here, like you look at DS Gaming, you look at A1 Esports, for example. Let's talk about them a little bit, right? They are pretty dominant, a pretty solid side from South Asia, but then they don't really get to have an opportunity to play officials against other regions that often, right? So this is an opportunity for them to kind of be tested properly. And heading into the second half of the table, the same can be said for a lot of these teams. I8, for example, like as they were playing in the old Org Stalwart, where like a high-fragging, really dominant team in the region. But right now, they're still fragging quite a bit, mind you, but they're not able to quite get his placement points, for example. So it might be a little bit of a harsh lesson for a few of these teams, but it is a good lesson nonetheless, because I'm definitely sure that we're going to be seeing a lot of these teams playing later on in the year, in not just the Global Championship, but other events as well. One team that does kind of stick out like a sore thumb has to be Bigatron, though, Blank. I mean, we expect, not just us, I feel like everyone tuning in to watch this tournament definitely expected a lot out of them, and so far, unfortunately, they have failed to deliver, apart from a couple of flashes in the pan yesterday.
Yeah, I think that for Bigatron, there's been these moments where it's always been desperate, really, when they come into the circle and they'll put themselves in a situation where they are really struggling. For instance, just looking at Miramar yesterday when they had that Los Leones finish, Na'Vi had set themselves up very well. If the circle went to them, they would have most likely won because they had a rooftop position. But Bigatron are just struggling to get in. They're fighting Valdes, not on their own terms. And in the end, Zuxi has to make a wide swing and try and take out through it at the same time. I feel like they're just not setting themselves up for success like we usually see them do. So it's a little bit unfortunate looking at Bigatron, but it's also really nice to see some of these other teams really stepping up to the plate now and seeing what the future of PUBG Mobile holds.
You know, I'm going to ask the harsh question here, and I'm probably going to get a lot of hate from it. But at what point do we stop considering Bigatron to be a Titan team, to be one of the teams we expect to do well? I feel like so many events we see them performing like this, at some point it has to give, right?
I think right now, I think it's too early to say. I think just over 3 days that we've seen so far from Bigatron, you have your off tournaments, you have your really good tournaments. Sometimes you just aren't playing well, and that's fine. That's the beauty of PUBG Mobile, right? Is that some days you have great days, and we saw that from Valdes and Na'Vi. Yes, Bigatron aren't being consistent. Perhaps they need some new time to get this roster up to speed. Perhaps they're trying some new things, and it's just not working out.
Okay, I think that's a fair answer. I like that answer, actually. It does make sense. But now looking at something else that's making sense here for some of these teams as we talk about the star teams that we do have at the event, but let's talk about some of the star players we have at the event as we look at our top 10 fraggers by kills in this event so far, and we've seen some redonkulous numbers already, Blank and Bleh. And Bleh, I'll let you start things off by taking a look at this one. Martin, sitting comfortable at the moment at 32 kills.
I mean, okay, like apart from Tyra making an appearance at the 10th position, look at the teams they're representing. Right? Na'Vi, 3 members in the top 6. We have, of course, Zeus, Zol, and Godless, despite them being in the 4th place. They are a high-fragging team working out. But Martin, Concept, I mean, take a bow, right? Like, it did require Tixi and Miku just popping off yesterday for them to crack the top 5. And Martin and Concept have been phenomenal ever since day one. Day one, they were, like, far and away the frag leaders. But shout out to Frankie, man, like, for the Extreme, like for the Xavier yesterday, sounds like the Extreme, but yeah, the Xavier yesterday, they really did deliver, and they were extreme for sure. Frankie was popping off, and it's a little unfortunate the rest of his team members could not crack the top 10, but I feel like it was a team effort. But Frankie, especially for me, was the pick of the lot yesterday.
Gotta call this man Frank Bond at this rate. I mean, 27 kills. We'll obviously dive into him a little bit later on as we have it planned here before we get into the game. But yeah, I mean, we still have 3 players from Valdez there. We have even Tyra coming in from Blacklist International, which we haven't seen too often, I feel like, since the very first day. But we did see a little bit of a rise back in day 3, I believe, which was yesterday. Let's take a look, though, at a team you did mention before, Ble, the team coming in from Bangladesh, A1 Esports, and how they've had a rise, actually, over the course of this event. And this is something that I hope every team has the potential to do. You don't want to see a team peak early on, and we've seen just from day 1 to day 2 alone, they've had that improvement, and a solid improvement it was.
The thing with A1 is like they're not a team who really has these like pop-off days, so to speak, right? They're a very slow, gradual rise, but unfortunately looking at the format of this event, like it's 4 days of action, it's back-to-back, it's not the league format, meaning they needed to really put the pedal to the metal day 1 onwards. And unfortunately, looking at the stats over here, you can see clearly day 2 was a massive performance coming out from them, 3 times the number of points they had. And you look at day 3, a marginal improvement, but you love to see that, right, Blank? Even though the points wasn't too much of a difference, it's 0.2 plus, but still it matters in the overall scheme of things. The unfortunate reality is, like, even if they continue on this trend, unfortunately today is still the last day. But I would love to see their day 4 stats kind of eclipse what we've seen from them so far and on day 3.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of hope for A1 and the Bangladeshi team coming into this tournament. And if you're a Bangladeshi fan or a fan of A1 Esports just in particular, like, you can be really happy with this team. I think one of the things I see issue with this team is that throughout all the tournaments they've come in, they're almost like that underdog. They're that team that you don't really talk about too much because you don't expect too much out of them. And I think they just need to be more confident because they are really good players on this team. And they need to have this thing where they come into the first day and they come in swinging. Because they don't do that, then they have this weak first day and they're like, actually, guys, we're actually pretty good at this game. Why don't we just actually go for those middle circles? Why don't we take some fights? And then they have a much better performance. Like I say, Blair, doesn't really work as well during this kind of format, which is why in future formats, in future tournaments, I want to see this team really realize their own potential because they are truly good.
I would want to classify them as like growers, not showers. Like, they don't come into the first day of the tournament and just blast everyone away. They continually get better as the days and weeks go on, which is honestly, I think for me, more of a preferred team to look at, or a preferred kind of style of growth. Whereas you have these volatile teams will do exceptionally well one day, the next day they'll do terribly. And obviously depends on short-term versus long-form tournament of how that would work out. But speaking of working out, I don't know why that's the transition here. We talked about Frankie. We're looking at the top 10 kill leaderboards. Yeah, I guess he must have been pumping iron. He's definitely pumping some bullets into people here as we look at their player stats. And Frankie is so far ahead of the rest of his team that it made us actually question, are the stats right? And they are.
Yeah, I mean, this guy, you mentioned working out right, but this guy's got to be sore. The amount of lifting that he's doing, I don't want to say he's carrying too much on his back at the moment, but he's certainly one of the main reasons they're up towards the top of the standings for Vietnam.
The really cool thing, you look at these names, right? Like, so Frankie obviously popping 6,000 points of damage over the course of 3 days. That's 2,000 points of damage every single day, which is ridiculous in its own. Lamborghini was great, but you just go back to yesterday. We saw Rabbiz in that basically almost a 1v4 situation against Na'Vi, right? Sure, he's only got 13 kills, but he's the reason that they were able to kind of run away with the chicken dinner on game number 3, I think, towards Yasunaya. So yes, Frankie has popped off. Lamborghini has been very instrumental as well, but you cannot discount the fact that Rabbiz and GE have been very clutch and very helpful in the team being in the position they are right now.
I mean, it's the same thing we look at Bigatron, right? Just to kind of give you guys a synonym for this, we talked about Ryzen being the Terminator for the team, but it was Microboy giving him a lot of support as well to allow him to be a player like that. So definitely can't discount anyone coming in for Xavier. But it's time to maybe turn our attention towards our best performing teams we've seen so far. We have Na'Vi on day 3 yesterday up against Valdes in day 1, and we wanted to take a look at their stats between these two teams because Na'Vi had such a massive pop-off day. And Blake, you said it. You know, typically at the start of a tournament, they're going to be extremely slow. Day 3, they switched into a completely different gear.
Ooh.
And I mean, just look at these numbers, though. To be honest with you, Na'Vi has really blown everyone out of the water here, and they are the sole fish remaining on day 3, at least. 11,000 damage almost. They're trumping Valdes by 2k on their first day, which we thought was insane. But let's take a look at the heals really quick, because Valdes Esports, much more measured in their approach in these games. 2,550 healing compared to Na'Vi 6,000. They are taking so many fights, and they're kind of just brutalizing their way to their positions in the circle, which is what is so good. And they're taking these splits much more comfortably. And I mentioned that these guys were slow starters, and I think that realistically, day 2 is when they start to get a lot more online. But for this tournament, they've had to adapt. They've got to learn. And these guys have been absolutely studious against a lot of the teams from the East, making sure that they know exactly how to play against them. And I think that you brought up a really good point at the beginning of the day, Jason, which is the fact that this is a great tournament, a great competition to try and study these teams, especially when you're most likely going to be playing against them in the future. And it's going to give Na'Vi a massive head start when they do eventually make it towards a tournament, perhaps like PMGC.
And also, I mean, they take that information they learned and maybe help change or adapt the meta a bit when it comes to the Western style when we get into the PMPLs again, get to the maybe regional championships, and hopefully elevate everyone around the world as a whole. But you know what? We're talking about Na'Vi. Luckily for us, we got to sit down with my man Adder, also known as Kitsune now, or then.
I'm calling him Adder. He is just Kitsune.
But I love the name Adder. It's so great. Anyways, we had a chance to sit down and talk to them before the event began, so we'll take a listen in it. When we come back, we're kicking off our first match here of our final day.
I think there are a couple of things that make us better as a team than everyone else. Is that first of all, our chemistry in team. Second, like the mentality of CS teams is that if you like play good first games, you'll play good like all the tournament because of the courage. So yeah, that's the thing about CS teams. And also. Every player in our team is a really good team fight player, so we always know how to fight other teams. We don't scare it like of fights, like even in early zones. It doesn't matter for us. We will always find the best spot in the game and try to take it for us. We more rely on our gameplay. We don't care much about how other people play. Of course, we watch how they play near us, but if they don't play near us, we actually don't care. We will always find a way how to win them. We actually see this tournament not like as a competitive tournament. It is charity tournament, so we just want to bring a show. We just want to show our best gameplay, show what we can, and like respect other teams that they also joined this charity event, and we are really pleasure to be part of it. And yeah, so we will just make a show and take the first place, of course.
There you go. Great to hear from Kitsune. Said he wants to put on a show, and I'm not going to lie, what a show they've put on for all of you guys at home yesterday. Has been an absolute great showcase from the Russian representatives, but we'll see if they can continue on that launch, hitting day 4 here for the World Invitational East. With that said, my name is Maxman, going to be one of the commentators for today, but I cannot do this job alone as always. I need to be joined by the one and only amazing Imperium from Ireland. He's going to be bringing you some things as always. I always have to say, because you never know, the accent, it might be a little bit off. You're not sure. People might think you're from Scotland or UK. I don't know, man. But come on.
Look, you know what? I'm worldwide, baby. I'm worldwide.
Pitbull now.
Yeah, exactly. Man, I just gotta say, really loved what Kitsune was talking about, and some of the points he brought up about how they don't necessarily focus on people that they don't need to in terms of that aren't close to them. I think there's an element of untruth to what he said, I do think they have a scope on where all teams are, but focusing on the teams that are around you, I think that's the most important thing that it took away from that, because, you know, before you get to the point of like late game, you got to worry about the teams that are around you directly, so you can outplay them, you can outmaneuver them, out-rotate them, and then you move into the next circle. So I really loved some of the points he made in that interview.
Yeah. Hey, so maybe not fully truthful, you know, sussy backer over there on this. well, we'll see, but of course, here we go. Game 1 of Day 4 for the World Invitational East, and after these 5 games, we'll be crowning our champion. Is it going to be Valdes? It seems like that will probably be the case, but it's still an ongoing race for the top 3 currently between the position of Na'Vi, Xavier, and right behind him is going to be Zeus, GeekFan, Blacklist International. We'll see if they can get up there, but not only that, Imperium, we also have the race for the MVP currently of the event. Martin is first, but man, the damage of Frankie is so far out there compared to the rest of the team and the rest of the lobby too. If he gets a great day today, he might be first place right above Martin.
Kicking at the heels when it comes to MVP and kills, right? And then you have Concept, Valdes is Martin's teammate. You have Tixie in the mix, and hell, even one of the other Na'Vi players could show up today. So that's another race we're going to have to keep an eye on. This phase 1 has popped up, and it's a very good start for the teams. Low-key complements the playing path, but that is Na'Vi dropping a military base with I8. Now, the last time they did that, they kind of respected each other and they disengaged away accordingly, but I don't think it's going to be the same this time around, because the Russian representatives, they have something to fight for. They need to grab as many points, as many kills as they can if they're going to overtake Valdes.
That's also one thing I wanted to talk about at the start of this first game of the day is you got a lot of teams here that they know they're not going to be able to rank up and compete with the top teams. They got nothing to lose. And I remember we talked about this with D-Man on the desk back in PMGC, and it's still so true in the current landscape of the game, which is when a team has nothing to lose, that's when they become the scariest, because they're just going to full send it, change their playstyle, maybe change their job or their rotations. So it's very hard to actually pinpoint what certain teams are actually going to do. One of those teams actually is I8. And that's something the Navi's got to be aware, because now they dropped a little bit spread. Despite one player already going down for I8, there could be that little surprise factor that surprises Navion depending on how they play. So just got to be a little bit cautious about that. Though Crypto is going to be pinned down and surrounded by players, so you're going to need the assistance of the 2 other players of I8.
Oh no!
That's going to be Trinder helping out a significant amount, but pushing in the open, who know Na'Vi dropped relatively spread. That is not push Trinder to trample off. And now only Blade can really be of huge assistance over to Crypto, as he also gets knocked on down, and Tiggsy is just shredding it. This guy's on fire already. He wants to be MVP.
Oh my lord, the Thompson in the hands of Meku blows him to smithereens, and that is going to be Na'Vi wiping out IA at the start of the game. Now, I know the Pakistan fans are not going to be happy about that, but that's the way the kind of cookie crumble sometimes. That split drop just didn't kind of work out. They weren't expecting, I'd imagine, Na'Vi to drop down with them, because it only happened once in yesterday's games. It is what it is. Dust yourselves off, I8. Really a lot of love to you guys, and get back into the final 4 games. And you can still be proud of yourself. For Na'Vi, they're on a mission. They're absolutely on a mission. And, you know, kind of to extend on what you said as well, Max, earlier on. It's also, we've seen teams in the past, and it's definitely become more of a trend, where there's this focus from these teams to, I wouldn't say target other teams, but if they know that they have to reach a certain point, it's the last day, they will go all out. We've seen it from Na'Vi last year in the EMEA Championship when they stopped Kanina Power from getting 3rd place in the last day of the championship. Who would ever forget? We've seen Zeus do the same thing in PMPL South Asia, right? To try and secure 1st place. It was the very last game. They had to squad wipe Astra Academy and grab about 30 points to even get 1st. They dropped on Astra Academy in Novo. They ended up losing that fight, but you can respect the fact that they knew what they needed to do. They knew what was in front of them, so they went for it. And that's kind of what Na'Vi is doing right off the bat. It's a shame that I8 are the victims of it, but at the end of the day, you're in game. It's every team for themselves. Na'Vi are going to do what they need to do.
I mean, I agree with everything you said, but also something to also put into the picture, I would say, is that this is secondary job for Na'Vi, and if you knew that was a Southern Plain path, which was the case, I should have been prepared. They should not have dropped spread like that. And Na'Vi came in with a plan. And if you wanted the same thing to happen from yesterday, which you did touch upon, I would have dropped into the U-shaped building up north of military base, and then it would have rotated up north into the hilltops and moved out of that current location.
For sure.
If you have a southern plane path, you should be aware that Na'Vi will drop on you right there.
And that's something IA will learn from heading into other tournaments, because this is a team that is relatively inexperienced in global tournaments. It was their kind of first PMCO as a team. It was their first PMPL this year as a team, right? This is a fresh, hungry roster ready to prove themselves on a global stage. The fact that they're here speaks for itself, and the loss of this fight, the loss of the games, and the success from the games will all allow them to build the foundations for more success in the future. And I know every single supporter from Pakistan is behind them in this tournament and will continue to do so. So much love to IA. But either way, this game is going on and teams are setting themselves up as we're getting into the blue zone, closing in on phase one. Xavier have themselves set up on towards the hills and spread around the Pachinki area. Zeus on Potato Hill. Remember, Max, they put themselves there on other circles where it was very centralized on the map. And A1 off the back of kind of pushing BTR back a little bit yesterday. They have a lot more space and have put themselves very strongly just to the south of Potato Hill.
Yeah, but that's what Zeus like to do, right? They like to be very close to Olympus. They want to be able to smite down the opponents when needed. So that's going to be the game plan for Zeus, of course. Though, there's one main issue with Potato Hill, and that is, it's a wide area. It's a very big plateau. If teams want to push on it, you must have some top-tier synergy and communication. If you got that on point, then you should be able to defend it relatively easily, but it's still not an easy task at hand. Though, we didn't talk too much about the circle, right? It's really central. It's not even really worth mentioning. It happens all the time. This is the circle that I think these teams have the most experience with, so not really worth mentioning. Na'Vi have yet to rotate over the road, over the bridge. Fnatic Zombies, same, and we have touched upon this a few times, and the Fnatic Zombies do delay their rotation maybe a little bit too late from time to time, so I'm hoping to see them be a little bit more snappy, not only in this first game, but the 4 games after this, because they're one of the teams that could be scary, right? In the prospect of this event, they've got nothing to lose, everything to win, and we'll see if they can maybe try and surprise and upset a few teams at the top.
Variables are there. Valdez have yet to also move away from Rozhok. They have one player, Gui, inside Watertown, still continuing to loot. I think it's okay. If it was kind of any other team in a lower position, I'd be a little bit worried, but it's Valdez, right? And it's no doubt that they've proved themselves time and time again. It's more the fact that they maybe allowed Nasser to stay ahead of them in towards School of Apartments. That might worry me a little bit. Geek Fam have gone quite deep into the circle on towards a compound that's across the road from church. This is a team that have fallen by the wayside across the last couple of days. They still hold on to 5th place, let's be fair, but there's only now 17 points dividing them in 5th and Reject in 10th. And if you look back at the previous day's results, Geek Fam started off strong, but day 2, they only got 32 points, and yesterday, they only got 30 points in 5 games. So if that trend continues, they could fall down into the second half of the standings.
Well, look, Imperium, we did have 2 city finishes, right? And when you're looking at Geek Fam, the first thing I think about is not a team that always going to be great aggressively speaking. But they did get themselves a top 3 in the first city finish over there in Yasna Poliana, showing that there's some potential, but they played relatively passive, showing if they went a little bit more aggressive, maybe there could have been a win coming their way and snatch it away from both Na'Vi and Xavier. Who knows? But all I'm going to tell you is that I know this circle is going up north. It's going to be right on top of the area of school, apartment, and even the northern side of Pachinki itself, so a lot of good positions to hold on to. I'm not really too scared. I do not expect any teams to really go out at this stage. But there's a big concentration of team down south, so a lot of attention, I would even say unwanted attention, might be actually slowly but surely coming Zeus's way.
Yeah, it's something they're going to have to be aware of. All of Headshot Hills is currently free, and Xavier instantly responded to that by heading to the compound between School and Pachinki. Very good start for them. DRS taking the engagement onto DS. One knock onto ZZP, but returned very quickly by Sade.
And AJ biting down a bit more than can actually chew. Mafia Ninja going for the little bit of a wide angle rotate and actually will get himself the angle in time. But Sporter from up above will try and smite him down. Unfortunately, will only get just a tad of damage on top of his health bar. ZZP unfortunately a little bit too deep and find that fight. Sports and Missile will be the two remaining players for GS Gaming. We'll see if they can try and make this go the entire way. But they got the compound at least, so if that means if a team of the rest of DRS want to push them out, they're going to have to breach it, which I don't think they want to do, knowing they already lost a player and got AJ also knocked down.
DRS are a team that I really would love to see a chicken dinner come out from them. They had their best day yesterday, 41 points in 5 games. It's still not good enough in terms of what we're used to seeing from them, but in terms of at least progressively getting better, I think it's a solid return to form. But I want to see that Nepal flag raised up in one of these games and seeing DRS as the chicken dinner winners. I know they have it in them. They just need to get to that late stage of a game as either a full squad or a 3-man team, look to control these final circles, and they have it within them big time. Disengaging away from DS, I think is really valuable and shows that they know they can do it late game. So why look to take an unnecessary fight early on?
It was an uphill battle. I fully understand. That is a fight if they were trying to take it, but like you're kind of crazy to give that one a shot. So just leave it. Not worth it. I enjoy that. Definitely playing a little bit more respect in the grand scheme of this game, and they're trying to rotate up north away from DS Gaming itself. There's quite a few compounds. I think they got one that's pretty strong next to the road so far. So they're going to be holding on to that position, which I think is great. But there's going to be some more action unfolding soon as the last remaining players that are joining the party a little bit late, such as Fnatic Zombies, Blacklist International, and Na'Vi are slowly but surely making their way inside the circle. But GeekFam, man, there's so many teams coming near them. There was BTR earlier, now there's Myth, so it is going to be a highly contested point, but it seemed like GeekFam, the fact that they're taking shots is making sure that no teams are going to try and contest and breach on you, so they're just making sure that they zone teams away, which is what you want to see GeekFam do a little bit more compared to their last days.
Yeah, I really like that. GeekFam have such good decision making when it comes to the circle shifts. They will react as quick as any other team if they feel they need to, but if they're confident that their position is still pretty solid in the circle, they just won't move and they'll push teams back. They'll allow teams to kind of rotate around them, but that's not in a bad way. Just they know they are then solidified for the next circle. They can focus on getting information rather than focusing on rotation. Talk about rotations as we head into phase 3. Absolutely love that rotation from Na'Vi, from Military Island, all sweeping across the western side. But this phase 3 is unfortunately a little bit of a kick in the face because it goes for a little bit of a tricky hard shift down in the southeast.
Normally I would be very critical of this rotation from Na'Vi. I'd be like, well, you're just making it really hard. You know, the circle, there's a big chance it's going to go down south of the river, so I don't really like it. Reason why this is okay in Na'Vi's case is because they normally drop Northern George. Now they're back in a typical Na'Vi game, right? This is their rotation. They pull a lot. They're used to it. They know the terrain a lot, and they know how teams play, and they know that typically Valdes do not remain towards Rozhok to gatekeep those bridges. So it's going to be a very easy entry point, but it does take a little bit more time to set up, which could bother them a little bit further on down the line. No teams already started moving in. Valdes has indeed left Rozhok, and they're trying to spread himself a little bit more thinly versus the likes of NASA Esports. So NASA, and this is great, NASA, they moved away as a team, which is the main issue we had, where they would be so spread and not play as a squad whatsoever. But now you're on this side of the hill, and Valdes are going to try and take a few pot shots their way.
Well, they still have one player in apartments, right? And Valdes have a 3-1 split between school and apartments. I'm not a massive fan of that position by Valdes, but I think they recognize because of the late rotation from Rozhok, it's kind of the best of a little bit of a tricky situation. Now, Blacklist, they're getting a bit of an engagement on towards Yala Esports. It is off the back of them losing a player, so Yala's still up as a full squad. That is the advantage of Yala rotating a little bit earlier, and it's something of a criticism we've kind of had consistently for Blacklist, that they are just a little bit too slow to rotate into these circles, and because they're not an aggressive team, they tend to get drowned out in terms of phase 3, phase 4 if they come across a team.
Well, it seemed like what we talked about earlier, you know, having Miracle being spread from the rest of his team is definitely going to come and bother them quite a fair decent bit. NASA's going to have to try and pull himself a little bit of a heal up. There you go, the full player. The full is going to be knocking on the door. Miracle's got M249. Actually does get some pretty big damage and a knock, but that's all he shall get, and he's going to get put on his knees instantly, and the rest of NASA can't do much about it. It seemed like what you said, Imperium, was true, that they need to try and stick together, and that's something that Valdes could very easily turn in their favor.
What do you think about the fact that none of the other Nasser players look to try and support, or Miracle didn't look to try and disengage away from that building up the hill? Do you think that was a good idea or a bad idea?
I think that's just something, because the buildings are so close to each other inside of apartment, they would have heard the footsteps and they would have understood he was leaving, and they would just wrap around the sides. And it's so hard because you're literally going uphill, you got just a few trees. I would not recommend it. He tried to commit, didn't work out, but Meku, he's going to commit to that shot to Sara, instantly gets himself the knock. Lapis from a distance will be able to put himself behind the car, and that's the kill confirmed on the Sara. Kill number 4 for Na'Vi. Looking to gather more and more coming their way. Reject unfortunately got caught out very spread, which is something that Reject do quite a lot, Imperium, and seemed like it does go against them a lot more often than it would go in their favor. As Tiggs going to send it, he's going to take himself another 1v1. This guy's been on fire at the start of the game, and he's looking for another fight. Going to go for the bloom shot into the smoke, and that's another kill to Tixie. This guy wants the MVP slot.
Yes, he does indeed, but I also think that was a product from Na'Vi of the fact that Fnatic Zombies actually took the kill of Sarah away from Na'Vi. So by pushing onto that area, it's just, at least as a 1 or 2 man team, it's really just, you know, taking the time away. It's going hard, go home, Kitsune onto Lapis, that leaves Duello, as far as I know, left in his own. Sorry, yeah, Duello indeed. And this is just Na'Vi absolutely making no mistakes about what they want to do, about how much they want to control this game. And they are already on 7 kills.
And they were already into the circle too. So, and they got a perfect ridge line. This is so good to actually just peek over that road, get more intel of what's currently happening. I would even just recommend them to cross the road and go for the little plateau just right up west. I think that'll be a great position for them to hold on to, right up north of Fnatic Zombies. Talking about Fnatic Zombies, a very strong compound. They're going to be the ones to regulate what team actually makes it in and which team don't make it in from the south. Geek Fam is going to be the first one to try and enter through that position, followed by Myth and also Zeus later on down the line. So Fnatic Zombies, we want to see them actually get some knocks in a kill feed because they got a great position to get kills right now.
I actually disagree. I don't think they're in a good position at all. Maybe to get a couple of kills, but not for the next phase. And I think that's going to bite them because all the other teams are going to maybe realistically wrap around them. They might kind of on that domino effect, grab a kill or two onto Myth or Geek, but in my opinion, it's really not, because they're all together in that one compound. They need to send 2 players into the field up north, into the open area. It's a risk, but I think it could be rewarded more extremely well for the next phase.
Is it just for kills? Just for kills, if they can do really good, but they need to rotate. That's the thing. If they stay there for too long, then other teams are going to get in front of them. That's going to cause them a lot of issues. So they need to be proactive, understand what is more valuable for them, positional kills, and they'll go for whichever they think is the best for them. Zeus and A1 currently, they're going to be both locked, pinned down inside of Potato Hill, trying to make sure they can move away. The thing is, whichever team moves out first, you're going to get backstabbed by the remaining team. Seems like A1 is the one that's going to try and move out initially. While Myth is eking forward, closer to Geek Fam, but they got a bit of utility and they're going to make a makeshift compound while DS Gaming are just barely above of their current location. And yeah, Myth, unfortunately, you're just surrounded by teams. This is not a position you want to go into. The smokes are now dissipating and Myth are just open to taking all the damage in the world currently.
If you're going to rotate like that into the circle, just full send it into the center. There's absolutely no information. You're phase 4, you're coming in late. What do you expect? Do you expect teams to just let you go and yeah, okay, you're fine there. You go there, Myth. Come on. You can do better than that. You are better than that. Proudly representing Algeria, but unfortunately falling short in this game. A1 surprisingly slow rotating in this circle, and they're going to have to crash onto the zombies.
Oh yeah, they're going for Fnatic Zombies. 6ix9ine taking a severe beating actually to the hands of Salam. And he's going to be jumping out. I like this. Trying to regroup with this team, potentially actually going to be committing a little bit further. Will remain. 6ix9ine does get aided away by a boot, and now they're going to potentially try and pull the trigger. This still a 4-man crew. Fnatic Zombies got a lot to live up to, and that's it. The fight just barely begun and it's already over. A1 from Bangladesh out in 13th. 12 teams now remain, but Fnatic Zombies, we said it, a team that has nothing to win, could be scary, and this team is fragging out hard.
Great defense from Zombies, but let's be fair, that was a death spread crash from A1. That was more of an, you know, uninformative crash. They had no choice because they were late rotating into the previous circles. Feels bad, man. They've definitely represented Bangladesh in a strong way. They had a really good set of games yesterday, especially considering so many teams around them like Na'Vi, Valdez, the Zevi, all had very good days themselves. A1 still stepped up to the plate. They're going to have to reset themselves for the next game.
I think that breach may be a little bit late because they could have done it when there was actually a knock onto the Fnatic Zombie side or when they were heavily hurt. Now they have time to heal up. So this is going to be a little bit of a harder breach. There you go, sending 2 other players, not all together. They're trying to surround and just cluster down to 2 players. It's going to be Salam and also Hamco 5. We need to go for the push together. That's going to be 1 player of Na'Vi down. Matic and Meku also will follow in his footsteps. It's Kitsune and Tixie only find himself 1 knock for their troubles. Salam
Oh, Kitsune.
Good fight up and ready to go. Kitsune trying to push it a little bit behind that
Come on,
wall.
Tixie.
Nothing he could really do. And now only Tixie is left and ready to go.
Oh.
Gets the nade, but nade's his own teammate actually, but gets himself a knock too, so that's going to be huge. Now it's going to be a 1v2, but at the end he just couldn't push it the entire way as Na'Vi get eliminated in 11th. It was a good start, but unfortunately that breach was not the one they should have went for.
Fnatic Zombies just being kind of gifted kills here in the
taking top
first game of the
teams
day. You know what? That compound seemed to be a golden spot because instead of them going to teams in the open, teams ended up going to them. Now we're left on towards DRS. They do get a player knocked down inside the building. They have the circle in their direction, but Yala Esports are waiting and the Crasher's going to come in. Bandar's going to wrap around on the side now. In comes Ida pushing forward. Still alive for the Yala side.
This compound is exceptionally strong. If you can play it correctly and you got some really good scouting opportunities at hand, it's going to be huge. Bandar goes for the push. Fortunately, the pre-fire will not really work as expected. Still some utility coming his way, and that's going to give a lot of time for Nemo to actually jump out of the window, regroup with the rest of the DRS squad, and they might just share it, and I think that's okay. When you got so many teams trying to contest it, sharing it is fine, as Valdes bite the dust in 10th place this time around. Now we're down to single digits. 9 teams in the lobby. We're losing another one. It's going to be Fnatic Zombies after a great start in terms of fragging. Power seemed like the late rotation did not go in their favor, as you called out, Imperium.
Great push by Yala. It then gets knocked down. Lovely grenade by AJ to keep things off. DRS, why aren't you kind of pushing on that? You know now you have a... Actually, no, they don't have a body advantage because one of the DRS players was knocked down earlier, so that's why they didn't push. And Powerful gets a knock onto Mafia.
Nice smack in the face for Mafia Ninja with that nade from Powerful, trying to get himself a double. Doesn't quite get it, but Bandar, man, the nade game from Yala Esports is out of this world. And now it's only AJ. They're trying to crawl their way back, but you know that that's not something Yala Esports going to allow. They're going to try and find closer to this fight ASAP to have full ownership and control of this compound. It's looking great in the circle. It might even shift their way onto the next phase. And if that's the case, it is definitely worth it. It is going to be someone to the circle. And they get the nade once again. Man, every single player of Yala Esports got some top-tier grenade gameplay here as they eliminate the entirety of DRS, and now they have full control of that compound.
Absolutely love that from Yala. I'll kind of talk about that a little bit more, to be fair, because this game is starting to kick off massively. BTR, they have a player knocked down, but if they get that revive off, they still have a full squad up on the edge of the circle. This circle is extremely tricky because it's on a slope on this side, and it's out in the open with very little cover.
Xavier also in this one as a 4-man, and they are the ones that are going to be trying to be the thorn in the side of BTR. Look at the nade games. It's so good, and they just got such a good little overhang. They can overlook all of the current position of BTR. They know they're trying to move themselves out of that spot. They know it's scary to stay and remain in that position. You got very little cover to play with. So BTR, you need to try and move away, but it's way easier to say than actually execute. But they're able to get himself over to another stack of trees. So they're trying to get a little bit further out of the nade range of the Xavier as they continuously pushing downhill in their current vicinity.
As they push away from the Xavier, they're also getting closer to Yala to have the protection of the compound on their side. Nats are trying to find a way into the circle, but with DS up on high above them, Zeus gatekeeping on the edge of the circle down south, it's not easy for them, and I expect, unfortunately, them to get drowned out by the teams around them.
Gonna be a little bit drowned down. We'll see how things will roll out. NASA, though, a little bit scared at some point when we had that push coming out from Valdes right into apartment and school. Still able to make it as a 3-man, so that's big. Could we see this team actually get himself a strong performance to start off the day? That'll be great. A few knocks coming out on Xavier. They're having clearly one of the hardest rotations with DS Gaming. They still need to push downhill. Other teams already into the circle or downhill will have a little bit of an advantage coming their way. So BTR, if they get rid of Xavier, they got almost full control of the north, shared away, of course, with Yala Esports. So this would be a big team for BTR to actually take down. Because
they don't have any vehicles, they can't push that right. If they had the vehicles, I'd recommend that they just push on the BTR's space, but because it's by foot out in the open, they can only just thread with caution.
Okay, Grows in the hands of Missile. That is going to be a scary prospect to deal with. Hopefully teams will be fully prepared. M249 and also for Lamborghini. Did not play one game yesterday, unfortunately. We'll see if he can try and get himself some good frags coming his way. Circle about to go into phase 7 now. Teams are starting to settle for some positions. Not really those that they wanted in the first place, but Missile getting slowly but surely creeped upon by Xavier. Missile inside the car, I believe, there. He was, he jumped out, made a little bit of audio. Gave that audio cue over. It gets out, goes for the spray with the Groza, man. The Groza is such a scary weapon to deal with, but the backstab is currently happening. Needs to prone down instantly, and he just got saved, actually. Zeus got eliminated. If they stayed alive a bit longer, that was it for the South Korean team, but the Missile will stay up and ready to go, as now only GE is alive, and we said it. His stats maybe not too surprising, but he is doing a lot for the team. Maybe this is his time where he actually ramps it up in terms of kills and actually catches up to the rest of the team.
Next circle centers off BTR is still in play. Yalla have to move out of the safety of their compound, and Powerful is going to be the first player to do that for his side. Smokes around the buggy. It's in cover, and there's a little bit of a crate there around them. But what I like about that is because they don't really have the full information, they're not sending the full squad there. They still have a bit of time until that blue zone starts closing in, so they can use Powerful as the anchor point, as a front line to try and get more info.
It's getting spotted away. GE also taken down. Now there you go. Out of nowhere, we were up at 4, and now we're down to only 2 teams. It's Yalla Esport versus a 4-man crew here of Bigatron Medallions. 2 teams in Pyram, by the way, that have got 0 chicken dinners throughout the entirety of this World Invitational East. This is going to be a first time at 100% assured. Which one is it going to be? Is it going to be Yalla Esport from Saudi Arabia, or is it going to be Bigatron from Indonesia? Only time will tell.
So happy it's both of these teams. They do deserve it, especially Yalla with how they performed despite a poor day yesterday. They're coming into the final day with purpose as it wraps around.
See if the Comeback Kings can live up to their title that they made for themselves in the PMGC finals in Dubai. What's it out? Ida, right behind that car. Believe he popped the wheels, making sure he can't get hit underneath the car itself. Oh, gets up for a second, tries to go for the spray. Nice damage onto Liquid, but Liquid's going to be taking some blue zone take damage just to move in. But they're just getting clustered around by that blue zone and between themselves and the players of Yalla Esports. BTR, they're not even smoked up right now. This is so hard for them. That looks like a really good nade onto Powerful. Unfortunately, not far enough. The idea's there. But Ida, still information is coming the way of Yalla because of Ida's current position being so high up. And that's something that BTR really can't deal with. Liquid's popped down. Nice headshot from Powerful on the DP28. Only 3 players up for BTR.
Oh, no.
So 3 currently, but they lose another one. That's Loka, gonna bite the dust. As Powerful still got that great rock to play from, and it is going to be in circle, but now BTR got a little bit more free real estate to play with. They got more breathing space, they're taking more control. Zuxy's got himself a tree, the nade is so close. Powerful, 1 blue zone tick damage and you're out. You need to crawl in, and there's nothing you can do as Bigatron from Indonesia finally gave himself their very first winner chicken dinner for the World Invitational East.
Hashtag Indo Pride, they were coming
Let's get
back
it.
Yesterday, right? That last game, having the full squad up in the late stages of the game in the top 3, I said it was a joy to behold. The play style change seems to be flowing through for the side, and at the end of the day, they survived the Xavier. They survived the brunt on the sidelines, and they were a little bit lucky, but at the end of the day, they controlled their end result, and credit to Yalla, because I got what they were trying to pull off with that spread. But here's the thing, there's no point in creating a spread if you don't do anything with it, and they just didn't. They got picked off one by one and left with a 1v3. That was never gonna work out, unfortunately for Yalla, but at the end of the day, BTR, their first chicken dinner.
I'm still so impressed by how BTR play that. They have literally no cover. They were not smoked up. They had no cover to play from. All they had were prone and the lack of information going the way of Yalla. And because of that, they went for a little bit of a wider spread. I believe Zuxy was playing behind a tree itself at some point, which was a huge position for him to play from. And then they just had information on every single position of all the players of Yalla that were remaining. And the moment they would, the one player of Yalla would go for the spray, find a knock, well, the 3 of the players of BTR would spray him down, and because they spray at the exact same time, the synergy is on point, they just get the knock instantly. And there's nothing Yalla could do because the team play of BTR was just so on point. This is the BTR that we know that is so scary.
But I have something that I kind of want to bring up. In a positive and a negative for Yalla. The positive is that when they were fighting against DRS, when Ida got knocked down, what I loved about how they played the fight is that they didn't instantly go for the revive. They were like, look, we're going to clean up DRS and then we'll get the revive. That was really healthy. Absolutely love that. But you've got to question all of the utility, all of the nades that they used on DRS. Did that affect them taking out BTR in the end? Because surely if they had to just use their guns, pushed in as a team, taken out AJ and had 3-4 grenades left, they could have turned that fight around in the open end.
Hey, who knows, maybe a little bit more utility would have helped out Yalla Esport in the long run, but that's going to be it for our first game of the day. We got 4 more to come, but now we got to send it over to the boys on the desk to break down this very first BTR win.
When the world has safe and effective COVID-19 vaccines, how can we make sure they reach the people that need them most? Today, there are many vaccines in development. Most will fail. For those that could succeed, governments are under pressure to secure supplies for their populations. If governments compete for vaccines, most countries could miss out. This is not only bad for countries that cannot secure their own supplies, it's bad for us all, as no one is safe until everyone is safe. The COVAX pillar aims to ensure that every country gets fair and equitable access to eventual COVID-19 vaccines. It does this by acting as an insurance policy, with the largest portfolio of vaccine candidates in the world. Wealthier countries have a greater chance of gaining access to successful vaccines. And by pooling their buying power rather than competing against one another, they enable investment in factories. So more doses are available as soon as a vaccine becomes available. The COVAX pillar is founded on the principle of equitable access. This means any country, regardless of their ability to pay, has the same access to vaccines. By supporting the development and manufacturing of these vaccines, wealthy countries increase their chances of getting COVID-19 vaccines and ensure the rest of the world gets access too. Ending the pandemic as quickly as possible will take a global effort. We need as many doses as possible, as fast as possible, as soon as a safe and effective vaccine becomes available. 2 billion doses would be enough to vaccinate healthcare workers and other high-risk groups. If we start now, we can save hundreds of thousands of lives, not to mention trillions of dollars. It's not about one country versus another. It's about one world protected.
We've got the OnePlus 9 Pro, and it's absolutely gorgeous.
Oh my gosh, this display is just out of this world.
It's insane. It's got 65 watts of charging power.
The 9 series is next level.
PUBG Mobile World Invitational kicks off July 22nd to July 25th. We've prepared a special team cheer event for our players. First, let's take a deeper look at how this event works. Invite your friends to support your favorite team and get awesome rewards. In this event, we will use cheer points to rank the competing teams. Fans of the team with the most cheer points at the end of the event will have a chance to get a permanent item. The event period is split between the cheer period and the reward period. The cheer period is from July 15th to July 27th. During this period, players have 2 ways of obtaining cheer points. The first method is via daily missions. Log in every day and watch matches for 5 minutes at the Esports Center to get cheer points. The second method is by sharing an invitation code with friends. Inviting friends to participate will also earn cheer points. Every player is limited to linking 1 invite code per day. The more friends that link with you, the more cheer points you can get. Now that you understand cheer points, then it's time to pick out a team that you want to support. Lock in the team and support your team with cheer points during the cheer period to help them reach number 1. If you wish to keep up with the progress of your chosen team, then take a look at the real-time cheer leaderboard. The cheer leaderboard will be locked on the final day of the cheer period on 0 hour of July 27th. after which the rewards period will begin. The reward period is from July 27th to July 30th. All fans of the team that reached #1 on the cheer leaderboard should go back to the event page and draw 5 times for amazing rewards. Bring your friends and cheer for your favorite team. Experience the glory of the highest level of competition.
The PUBG Mobile World Invitational is powered by Gamers Without Borders and is brought to you by OnePlus, the official smartphone provider, Nemo TV, the official streaming platform, and STC, the official playout sponsor. Well, Bigatron, we've been talking about them every single day, and we've been just wondering and waiting, when the heck are they going to show up and get themselves a chicken dinner and show that hashtag BTR win? And finally here, at the start of our final day, they do show up. The question now becomes, can they continue to do so over the course of today and hopefully elevate themselves up this leaderboard and climb towards the top? Only one way to find out. We have to wait and stick around for all the other matches. But before we can get to there, we're going to start. Well, we do. We don't have the ability to fast forward today. I mean, this is all live, right? Let's break things down, though, with Blake and Bled as we take a look at their victory here. So, guys, what do you want to start off looking at?
I actually want to start off with Na'Vi, Blank. I don't know about you, because Na'Vi were very entertaining. They punished I-8 by dropping on their military island and military base, completely wiped them off wiped the floor with them. Headed all the way up towards a northwest, and the circle kind of screwed them over. Then they went on a circuitous road all the way up north towards the east. Then they wiped out the Japanese team. But then maybe they got a little too ahead of themselves and finally met their ends at the hands of, I think it was Nasser Yalla, I forget. But anyway, that was an exciting start to the game. But then Bigatron, man, like finally, it took a while, Blank, but they delivered.
Yeah, I mean, the Na'Vi definitely died pretty early. To be fair, forget Mad Max, more like Mad Matic, as they were like driving into Fnatic zombies. It's insane. But yeah, they're still on 7th place, which is absolutely fine. And Bigatron swapped place with them. 23 points for them, which is going to set them very nicely in the leaderboard, considering how volatile it currently is, with all those points being sucked up by Na'Vi as well as Valdez at the moment. But I'm really happy with this result. And honestly, I wonder if the tweet from Jangs yesterday of change of pace was a scheduled tweet that he got wrong. It was meant to release today because they were dropping farm all yesterday. Today they actually push up into the circle, push further towards Gatka, which I was really pleased to see. And it's made a world of difference because they were in a much more comfortable spot this time.
Yeah, and this is like the Bigatron we keep talking about, and the worst part is I feel terrible, and I don't know why that's the worst part. For me, it's the worst part.
You're evil.
I was literally just saying before this match began, asking you guys a question, at what point do we stop calling them the Titans of PUBG Mobile? Do we stop, counting the results they've had practically 2 years ago as them being the best team in the world? And finally they do. Well, I guess they were listening to the broadcast, so maybe it is live and not pre-recorded. And like, all right, Jason, hold on. Or James, whatever your name is, hold on. Let us show up here in this game and get ourselves 23 points. And I think that's the power of Bigatron that we've been talking about, right? They have the ability to show up like that on any given day. The weird thing is, though, dating back to PMPL South Asia in 2020, before we even got in, or Southeast Asia, I should say, before we even got into PMGC, they were not looking good throughout the entire event. Then on the last day of play, where they had Airwolf Limax in first, they come out with 3 chicken dinners, each with 16, 10, or 18 kills apiece, and a 3rd place finish with 3 kills. They just racked up so many points in that final day, and I'm wondering, are we having that happen yet again here?
I mean, it could happen. Like, we have seen it take place with Valdez in day 1, which was really unexpected. We saw Zeus pop off in day 2, a little bit more expected because we know how Zeus can perform. And then yesterday was Na'Vi just completely dominating everyone. So if Bigatron do pop off today, I really wouldn't be too surprised, Jason. But that being said, I feel like for them to claim maybe a top 2, top 3 spot might be a little bit too much to ask for, right? It's been a little bit of too much of a struggle city for them the past 3 days. So even if they do pop off today, I don't think it's going to work out. Looking at the second half of the table, though, Reject and I8 at the bottom, they were the victims of Na'Vi, which is so unfortunate for them. A1 Esports, kind of sucks to see it. Like they've been on this kind of gradual rise over the course of 3 days, but they kind of fall flat here in the first game of day 4.
Well, we're going to actually transition out of this and sort of throw some more numbers at you guys. We want to go into our overall standings because this is what it's about, right? At the end of the day, you have a chance to take home $250,000 for the charity of your choice. And there's a couple of teams that we were watching very specifically in this last match, and we're going to be watching quite a bit over these next 4 matches, is the likes of our top 4. You got Valdez in there, you got Na'Vi in there, we also have Zeus, and we have DXavier. these teams right now are in competition with each other. Not saying Bigatron can't be, because they've moved up into 5th place from 9th place, I believe. But for Xavier and Zeus to catch up here, Valdez and Na'Vi need to have a bad game. Now, we've had that happen in this last match. Well, at least for Valdez, only getting 2 points. But you really have to keep an eye on these 4 teams, because we could see their positions change quite quickly throughout this day.
I think for Na'Vi at the moment, it's getting a little bit difficult for them to think about taking this first position spot, because just looking at the numbers here, they are currently, I think it's 56 points behind, and realistically, they're going to need 13-point net average on top of whatever they get, on top of whatever Valdez get, to actually make sure they get towards the total. So already it's a big ask for them. Xavier, though, as well as Zeus Esports, they're snapping at the heels of Na'Vi. So realistically, Na'Vi can't slow down whatsoever. I think they're probably in the roughest spot at the moment, because Valdez still have like a clear lead and a nice buffer between them and Na'Vi, whereas Na'Vi, I love the way they played out this first game. Me and Blair were laughing our heads off, to be honest with you, and it was so aggressive. They did get some points on the board, but I don't think you can throw away games like that going forward. It was a beautiful rotation, but after that, it was like, what's happening? This feels like you're just throwing it to the wind.
Yeah, Blair, let me ask you this. We don't see hot drops often when it comes to PUBG Mobile. But Na'Vi, I feel like they almost want to be like first place or go home. Is there a chance you think we're going to see them dropping on Valdez all day long to try to get them out early and then have a chance to score a lot of points? As Blake mentioned, I mean, it's, I think, 51 points they need to catch up.
You know what? I would love to see that happen. And the fact that they did drop on IA today here makes me believe that could be a real possibility, right? Like, that is something I would love to see. I actually want to talk about Zeus Esports here, because when I was casting the PMPL South Asia Championship, they needed to, I think it was take down one of the other Mongolian teams, which is Apes Incorporated, and they dropped in on them because they knew they needed to wipe them out to jump into the second place, and that's exactly what they did. It was, of course, the final game of the entire tournament, but if Na'Vi do start targeting Valdez, that would be fantastic. I would love to see that. And Valdez have been very, I feel, I wouldn't say too predictable. They usually like dropping towards the Primorsk area, maybe towards Ruins. But if they mix things up, they could make things a little bit more interesting for Na'Vi. But if they don't do that, I don't think they're going to be able to claim the first place. I'll be very real. Because Valdez, they had a very quiet game here, right? But if you look over the course of the past 16 games we've seen so far, they consistently, every single time, get a top 5 position, apart from a couple of other games here. So yeah, I would love to see that happen. Is it going to happen? I'm not sure.
It's basically what you're saying, I think, is that people have to hot drop Valdez if they want to have a chance to catch up, because they just perform too well every day in every match, which is insane if you think about it. Yeah, we've had 15, not 16 matches, but for them to have the points per game average they're having right now is... It's kind of almost unheard of, I feel like, to be that consistent against the best teams in the world. But you guys at home who are watching, remember, we still have contests happening this entire event. You guys who are watching, as you saw in a little bit of a break, you can cheer for your country, cheer for your team. Maybe, you want to cheer for a different team because they're your favorites. It's completely up to you. And as long as you do that, there will be rewards given out, I believe, the 27th through 30th of July. So make sure you guys log into the game and check that out. And we're going to check out our commentators. They're ready to go here for a second match. So Blank and Blair, I'll see you two in our virtual green room in just a few. And Max Man and Imperium can come out of purgatory and join me back here on the studio as you bring us our second match of the day.
You said, Jason, you're going to check us out. I did not agree to this, okay? I'm a little bit uncomfortable, Jason. But no, our second game here, and it's going to be our fourth and final game of Sanhok. After this one, we are done with the Sanhok games. Yesterday was a game that went to Zeus, currently standing very close to the top 3. Zeus, this could be the map to put them in the top 3 at the end of this World Invitational, so we'll see if they can make it happen again.
They could, but I really want to just touch upon what Jason and Blair and the Des were talking about with regards to Na'Vi on Valdez. They have to, and I mean absolutely have to, hot drop on Valdez, in my opinion, because I'm always for, don't worry about what the other teams are doing, worry about your own game. But like Blank pointed out, Na'Vi are at a stage in the game where they're 50 plus points behind Valdez. They need 13 points per game average without Valdez scoring any points at all in these games. When was realistically the last time that happened? for Navi to come out on top. The only way that is in any way going to happen is they hot drop on Valdez and they take them out. Unfortunately, it hasn't happened on this Sandhawk game. Maybe it's because it's a Paradise Resort drop for Valdez and Navi aren't comfortable about fighting in that area. But I still think that is, once again, just Navi not doing enough to try and solidify that first place.
I think we've been pretty critical for Na'Vi. I know we've been talking about Na'Vi a lot, but because they're the ones that still have some room to change. I would say don't drop on Valdez. Like, you're already in second place. That is awesome. And I think that if you drop on Valdez, that's been doing great. Like, their team fighting capabilities are second to none, and they're very close in terms of skill level on those fights with, for example, Na'Vi. You take that fight, you die. Not only is that Valdez creating an even bigger lead, but then you're allowing teams below them like Zeus, like the Xavier to catch up. I would say Zarista is not necessary. If I was IGing full of team, I would be like, nope. If I was Kitsune, I'll just say, nope, we take it the normal way, we play it slow, we do not go for the fights, and if we can find kills, we'll go for it. But hot dropping, I think, is a risk. It's not worth it. And also, these are locations they don't have much experience with. Like, where's the last time you saw Na'Vi drop in Paradise?
Yeah.
Well, me personally, never. So I would say there's a few positives, but a lot of negatives that quickly add up. And for that alone, I would say it's just not worth it. Second place is already great with the best teams in the world in the East. So, hey, Na'Vi second place is still a huge achievement for them.
Yeah, I love that perspective you bring up. And that's the joy of having those different perspectives and understanding and appreciating both sides of what a team decides to do. Phase 1 popped up, and it's, once again, on the mainland, really healthy for these teams. And if anything, it's the best Sandhawk circle we've had for Phase 1 because it's quite heavily on the east, to the point a good 20% of the circle is on that is in well, probably about 10% is in the water. That's going to allow DRS it's allowing DRS now to play that coastline position that they did yesterday, in which they benefited against GeekFam. But because this circle is kind of so heavily on the mainland, GeekFam don't need to push so far up towards DRS. So I imagine that kind of clash won't happen this game.
This is a very early swim over from Fnatic Zombies. I mean, the earlier the better, Some teams are already and are still actually in their looting.
Fair.
Why not? BTR this time have not dropped onto Yala, so they understood, okay, no, we're not the kings of boot camp anymore. We're just going to leave it to the Saudi Arabian team of Yala, so not going to be worth contesting whatsoever. I'm scared because you can see Fnatic Zombies making that drop happen, and especially with the Philo compounds on the Northwestern Island, they are severely, and I mean severely, underlooted. We've seen a bunch of tier 1 helmets and vests. That means also they don't have a lot of ammo. The meds should not be all high. Like, for example, here, no first stage. He only got himself two heal-off items to go for. I'm a little bit skeptical, so I'm happy they're not taking the shots. Really good trigger discipline. They leave Yala move away as they try and just have a little bit of a more solid position on the mainland to the east.
That's a really good point about kind of the lack of loot that Fnatic Zombies have, but I think they realize that and they are respecting it. The fact that they know Yala dropped here is also an element of look, we need to thread with a little bit of caution. If we can find an opportunity to get a knock, happy days. But they also need to think, and I believe they are, the fact that they've been the first to move across the river in the mainland. What's to say that in a minute and a half time, Navi aren't going to do the same? But now as shots are being fired up, Yala have spotted their prey and they're taking shots on the coastline. It's a bit of a shame. If I was Fnatic Zombies, honestly, I would just jump into the water and avoid this. Go back over to the Northwest Island. It's not worth staying here.
You could go full swim if you want. You can go and wrap around closer to the North Bridge, but I think that this is something Fnatic Zombies are very aware of, is that is where Xavier typically drop. Do you really want to get ganked by another team? That is a scary prospect.
Stay there because of the really, really easterly Phase 1?
Normally they would. They haven't done it this time, but typically they would. This is the first game on Sanhok where they actually moved very, very early, and we did have a few negative points about that actually happening. This time they instantly rotate towards Paradise, so I think that here Fnatic Zombies are trying to be as careful as possible. They will push themselves into the more warehouse buildings up north of boot camp itself, which I think is great. They wanted to avoid detection of Yala, but unfortunately they did get spotted out, so now they need to try and hide themselves in a building and just remain there for as long as possible.
Just was a little bit worried with I8. being
Geek Fam.
punished by Geek Fam, and it's something they kind of should have been a bit more heavily aware of. Look at the spread that I8 have. Are they really in a position to fight? No, they're not, and that's why Ozum took a couple of shots. Actually, no, he was getting in the vehicle, but now he's going to move away, maybe looking for a bait across the board. Catch a QB, shots are being fired up. Good start for I8.
Great spray from user Dem. He's got himself a medkit, 20 bandage.
Nice.
Not gonna have time to use it. Tries to go for a nade, but can't even cook it up. So that's gonna have very little impact onto IA. And that's the thing, you have a big T2 spray currently from Geek Fam. So they're gonna have a hard time really getting some assistance from the rest of their squad. Snipe's gonna try and move away to the rest of his team, so I think that's definitely the play to go for. But the kill feed is lighting up with BTR and Blacklist International, and barely begun the game, and there's already one team out. See you later, Blacklist. It was good seeing you.
Magic Man, now you see me, now you don't. Desperado, man, BTR are on a mission today. This is what I love to see, right? And it's not that it's a return to old form from BTR, but I think it's just them finding their confidence, finding their cojones, realizing that they need to move through the map with purpose. Because unlike in the past where they would be given loads of room to breathe, it's not the same this time around. They cannot presume that it's all good in the hood. They have to take control, and that's what they've done against Blacklist. They got 4 kills straight through, and they still have a full squad up.
Just to clear something out too, we did see Rising get knocked down, but he actually got rezzed up. So this is BTR with 4 kills and also up as a 4-man. So that is big. That is the best out of both worlds you could have hoped for. Remain as a full team and also get 4 kills on top. So they're going to be having some good fun out of that right off the gate, and we're loving it. And it seemed like what Blank said was potentially true, you know, when the coach said change of pace, but scheduled it the wrong day on Twitter. So hopefully we'll get that right the next time around. For the storylines, it'll be better. But interested. Now Zeus, relatively central. We talked about it right at the start of the game. Zeus got himself the win yesterday on this map, and if they can continue with a similar kind of approach to the game, they could be top 3. They could even overtake. I'm thinking Na'Vi, but it's going to require a big day from Zeus. But no, it is not impossible. There's a world where that becomes reality. So Zeus has got a lot to live up to on this game of Sandhawk.
There's closer teams on the northern side of the circle, on a side note. The fight between I8 and Geek Fam is still going on, but unless there's any kind of connection issue from Johnny, why is he still in the Quai?
It's moving.
Like, but why? Why is he still there? No, but honestly, like, they have a body advantage. The other 3 players are looking to take the fight. Why not use the body advantage instead of leaving what is technically a 3v3 for the time being? I'm really wondering what the situation is on that decision making from I8, because it's just a bit weird to me. I like the fact that they are looking for the fight on the Geek Fam, because it's what I8 are known for. They're known to be in a very aggressive team, and they've shown elements of it so far in the PMWI. But make sure you're showing it as a full squad. Use what you have.
I think we're going to rename from Lakawi Far to Lakawai. I think that's going to be the good one for Johnny. Some rotations that are coming out that are relatively interesting. Even though we're talking about BTR quite a lot here, they're doing a very out-of-the-ordinary rotation. They actually went from Painan down southeast of Camp Charlie. They might go for a boat rotation from Cave itself. Not sure what the plan is for them, but they're definitely going for something out of the ordinary from what we initially expect from BTR. So I'm intrigued to see how that will actually pay off.
You know what they could be doing? They could be looking to pick off Myth, right? They picked off Blacklist, which have, as much as they've gotten good results, they have looked a generally weaker team when it comes to team fights. Myths are struggling themselves, so why not look to pick off the weaker team, so to speak, and then move into the next phase?
That's a piece of criticism we had a lot for Myth, right? Is they rotate way too late on Sandhawk, and it does cause them a lot of issues and troubles. That's something the BTR could try and capitalize on, potentially. Circle goes back up north. This circle's ended up around this area quite a lot. I think every single game we've had a normal eastern mainland island. No northwest, no southwest, unfortunately, even though they could be really fun to play with, but this is some of the easier circles you could hope to have on Sandhawk itself, so not putting these teams under too much pressure. As Reject are going to start to move in, but I still want to see from Reject, pushing a little bit closer to each another. They got too quickly surprised by Na'Vi that last game on Orango. Reject, I love the guys. Their macro game is absolutely on point, but when you talk about them actually trying to play together as a team, sometimes they do it, sometimes they don't, and that inconsistency is what hurts them a lot in the grand scheme of this event.
I totally agree with you. Let's see if they can look to switch things up, as Uzum wrapping around on the side. Johnny has joined up somewhat eventually. He's still in the back line, but he can allow it to get a flank angle and support Uzum. A lot of utility being used early on in this game from i8, and unless it's rewarded, it could go against him later on in the game. Uzum takes a good bit of damage. Great play by Snipes to go in the open. A bit of a risk. Might work out, but Trinidad gets a knock.
Look at Johnny, though. This could be the game-changing position from Johnny. If he actually gets himself over to that hilltop position, that could be clutch. Though Trinidad does bite the dust. And now they actually get himself an extra kill. That's going to be Sanes out of the game. Geek Fam down to 2. Damrude and Snipes MVP. Gonna have also got to keep in mind Reject are right on top, so that rotation of Jolly could be heavily shut down, but he's not going to go for the hilltop, which I find very surprising. I think that would have been the play, but it seemed like he wants to join up on his team, which understandably so now, Imperium. They have a 4v2 situation. They want to go full ham into this fight, use the 4v2 advantage. I think now is also a great call for them to do. Wait. Snipes trying to push himself over to the more western side of this compound. They're trying to avoid the fight, but unfortunately there is no escape from i8.
Look at
just going to try and surround you, suffocate you out. The utility is still going...
Bingo!
Everything to the wall. That's the nade. Nice knock from Blade. Now down to 1. Damrude, there's nothing you can do, and that's i8 picking himself up 4 kills. We were a little bit doubtful of the position early on, but at the end it all wraps up nicely, and that's 4 kills to i8 instantly in this game.
Man up, Sipayar Katahun. That is I Love You in Urdu for Pakistan. Thank you so much. Love to see i8 rocking it up in Sandhawk, showing that confidence. Well done, guys, but now continuing on. We're seeing this game continue, of course, as A1 trying to get a controlling stranglehold on DS. That's a little bit up north to them, but A1 do have to be aware that their open position is at risk of the likes of Valdez to the northwest of them. Zeus to the southwest of them. They're making a bit of noise. Got to make that count.
So how many languages do you speak now with PUBG Mobile? I hear you make references in other languages. I'm like, I don't know what you said, but it's cool. How many now?
About 4 or 5. I know bits and bobs here and there. I'm still learning English, though. That's my weakest language.
Okay, all I know is Pat's a headshot bolt and I'll scream it again one day for sure. Nice snake coming out, and that's the end for NASA. They get pushed upon by DRS. A really good play from the Nepali team. Gyalzin will have to get rezzed up, but that shouldn't be too much of an issue for them at the end of the day. While Navi are pulling off their rotation away from the northwestern island. We'll have a little bit of back and forth clash with Fnatic Zombies. As you can see in the kill feed, Hamco Fire did get knocked on out, so only one might just come out of that from that fight. And what we've seen so far from Navi, if they see a team, they're going to try and take them down. It seemed like there is no escaping that engage.
Oh, yes, doing everything they can. That was a fear I had with Zombies. It was initially more on the coastal line, but because they got put under pressure by Yala, they went into the warehouses, which I was okay with. But why did they stay there for so long, right? It's one thing to wait there, but it was a whole phase that they've waited, and that Navi have punished them for. That phase 3 pops up. It centralizes a bit, but still most predominantly to the east. That line of teams that are in the middle for the time being, the Xavier in the outside of the circle, followed by Valdez, DS, A1, Zeus, DRS, Reject, and i8 with BTR. Now getting close by to the Pakistan team down on the southeastern edge of the circle.
There's quite a bit of a state actually over to the east and to the west. So if you're a little bit struggling to find a position, there are some opportunities, but this is not something you can read off the back of the plane path. This is something you got to scout and get intel from directly. So if you're a little bit skeptical of how you want to enter, especially I'm looking at Deep Xavier currently, they got Valdez onto their side, same with A1 and DS Gaming. This is not easy for them, so they're going to have to put a big emphasis around scouting and making sure they get that intel to find the path of least resistance into the circle, and hopefully that will happen in due time. Though, I'm happy Kalaris is not here because he would see this ban potential finish and he would be raging, but Kalaris is fine. The circle could still shift away, but if it does end up on top, this is going to be horrible for all the teams involved.
I thought James is here. Oh, no, wait, that's Jason. Sorry, my apologies. Oh, wow. We're so... That's going to come back to bite us in the butt.
No, it's real. His name is not. I mean, maybe it is. Ooh.
Yala on the western edge of the circle have lots of space in front of them, but it's not really the best position for them to be in. At least in terms of if they go closer towards the center. So it's really important that they look to control that edge and maybe make a bit more of a spread. But you can see Bandar's got knocked, and that's instantly going to slow them down and allow both Fnatic Zombies and Navi to kind of get closer either side of them. So a bit of a missed opportunity for Yala. Let's see if they can recover from it.
I think I'll be fine. This is a knock that Na'Vi got where you're not going to confirm it and you know it. That is going to be a res. Bandar gets back on his GC thanks to Loka, so they are fine. But they're just trying to use some resources away from Yala Esport, right? You're going to be using some meds, you're going to be hurting his helmet and also his vest, even though I don't think they feel pain. So maybe not hurting is the word, but they're going to damage it, that's for sure. Everyone's going to be wrapping it. There's so many compounds, buildings, shacks, little hilltops and ridges to play from. I think every single team in this lobby can very clearly find a position, especially now we're down to 13 instead of 16. So this phase is not the big tipping point, but when we enter phase 4, phase 5, especially with a circle around ban, that's where we're going to see, I would say, a lot of teams start to take some very severe damage and casualties.
Gotta say as well, these have been probably the best and most entertaining and enjoyable Sandhawk games to cast in quite a while. And that is because of these mainland circles that we've had across the 4 days. It's such a breath of fresh air, and it really allowed these teams to kind of flex their ability to control positions in the circle despite the faster paced game. As phase 4, you were saying it's going to be the stranglehold. They yeet up to the northeast with the Hill of Ban in play, a compound on the edge, and A1 have been gifted.
Oh no, Na'Vi getting right into the open arms of Valdis. That's one down instantly. Not much can really do to escape that one. But I mean, Na'Vi, they lost one player and instantly they're like, okay, we're going back, retreat, leave this position instantly. They're going to go back to the compound next to the crossroads section, which I think works out fine for Na'Vi, but they're still going to have a little bit of a hard encounter because Yala's coming their way and they might have a little bit of back and forth onto that compound relatively soon. As Zeus also got to think of how they want to rotate into the circle. But A1 and DS Gaming, they're the two only teams currently into the circle right now. Digzavi could try and contest it, but there's not a lot of compounds now, which means that we're going to have potentially half of the team dying out very soon.
Oh, be careful, IA. Uzum takes a bit of damage. They know that it's BTR, to be fair. Return fire down the hill as Zuxi wraps around. Blade is in a good position, but out in the open. Mafia Ninja.
Oh, no.
Third partying that from inside the circle. That's what you got to be aware of coming into phase 4.
Yeah, when you're playing on a plateau like that, you know there's always going to be an It's right behind you. The play for the bush. Blade is doing so much work. Biluxi's got himself the M249 and he's going to mow down the competition. IA is struggling, but you know what? The shots on down below. Trinder doing God's work at the end, but there's still one more play of IA. Where are you currently? It's Johnny late to the party, but maybe able to redeem this fight in the eyes of his team and the eyes of the fans of I8. He gets the intel, goes for the spray, gets so much damage, and that's it for BTR as they get out in 13th, and 8 kills go to the way of I8.
Here's Johnny. Let's go, IA. Looking good. They may only be left with 1, but that's 2 squad wipes that's worked out in their favor. Will Johnny go for the heal strat? I think that's the best thing he can look to do. Loot up his opponents, get as many meds on board, play close to the edge of the circle, but mainly go for a heal strat. Man, it's going to be tricky for him to get a result out of this.
Yeah, it's going to be a hard one. You know what? It's Sandhawk. You can snake it. You can just send to the bush, and we saw it many times happen with Panda happen. It was also Destiny and other teams. It could happen as fortunately for Bandar gets completely jumped on, and Na'Vi, that's going to be an extra kill to their name.
Oh, no.
Struggling so much, and Valdis are going to be joining the party. Ida's going to be the next one to go down. Loka trying to get powerful back on his 2 feet, but is at the end, not much can do. You're in the blue, and the tick damage of phase 4 just does way too much against you. I think we're looking at the end of the Saudi Arabian team here.
Shame, because I want to know, like, how did they let Yala get ahead of them? Right, Yala disengaged away from Valdis and they were heading into the path of Yala, but they were behind Yala at that point. And for some reason, they ended up ahead and Yala got punished. Slow rotations from Yala, and Sandhawk has been their kryptonite in this one.
Seeming like it's time to smite for Zeus. But Alex Zombie's trying to cross over. The Blue Zone's doing a lot of work. Mexico will, at the end, be an extra casualty. Bood and Salam gonna get spotted out. It's just a question of time. Unfortunately, as you said, there's not a lot of strong position to play from, so the Blue Zone is going to be a big amount of trouble for some of these teams, as Abilene spotted out too, and that's it. Fnatic Zombies out in 12th. A little bit of a hard rotate, and we said it right. The more you delay it, the more teams already into the circle are going to have an easy time taking you down, so that's going to be a lot of kills in the way of Zeus. Now there's only A1 that's in there with Zeus 2, and there's literally nowhere to play from in this circle. All you have to play is going to be a little bit of terrain, some trees, some rocks. Other than that, you have nothing to play from.
One thing being in the circle, it's another one controlling it. Let's see if A1 can pull that off. They do have DS on one side of them. They have Valdez on the other. One of the A1 players was knocked down earlier, but he got revived up. That will at least alert them a little bit. To Xavier on the western side, they've been so out of Camp Alpha, but they're going to make it work. Reject have 2 left and DRS. Man, they're going to be just coming into the circle now.
Yeah, that's it for Na'Vi out in 11th. Great shots from A1 all around. They got the only strong position to play from, but the circle, there's a big chance it's not going to come their way until, unless I see one of the biggest shifts I've ever seen. But Valdez know they want to try and take that fight. Xavier and also DRS are going to be pushing from the eastern side. That's not going to be an easy one to pull off. And there you go, the circle comes up, and it is horrible. It is horrendous for all of these teams. Everyone has to move in. Everyone has to fight to even just barely move from their respective position. This is a hard game on Sandhawk.
Also, last player, Myths, just went down. He was going for a heal shot. Johnny is doing exactly what I suggested as well. Has barely moved. He's healing up in the blue. So out of the 9 teams that are left, only 8 are realistically close to the circle. And that is a painful one indeed, as you noted. Zeus, the closest team to it. Valis going up against the might of A1 with a cheeky third-party shot from a distance of Zeus will slow them down a bit. But in that fight, they have gotten the body advantage onto A1 with 2 A1 players knocked for the time being.
Zeus got to go downhill too. They got actually quite a few rocks on their way down, so that would be huge for Zeus to play from. Just go in, scout, get the information, shoot, go from rock to rock, and that's going to be the game-winning opportunity for Zeus to get himself in a strong spot. Though, Valdez continuously trying to go for the assault onto A1, but they're struggling so hard to get the intel. Well, look, Yala Esports still alive, trying to go for a little bit.
It's true.
To get a lot of meds earlier. I might just sneak his way into the circle, but he took so much damage from the blue. 1 bullet from Icy, that's all he needs. Tries to go for the pre-fire, and that is going to be the shot connecting. That's it for Yala Esport, but unfortunately, Icy will be traded his life away at 6 down below. We'll get a little bit of a sneaky backdoor opportunity. Sinister from A1 also trying to sneak in, but the blue zone, we said it, is going to be the downfall for most of the teams in this lobby. Only 4 teams currently remain is Valdez, Zeus, and Reject, and also the side of DRS from the POW trying to eke their way forward, but any one player from Reject stand is going to be Divine in a one-on-one versus Mafia Ninja.
Really not surprised DRS is still in this game. They are the highest
the circle
scoring team inside these Sandhawk games, but it shifts towards Valdez down the hill. Are they going to be able to deal with the might of Mongolia as they look on up above? 3 by the rock, but they have Valdez in their sights.
I told you, we've got to rebrand it. Is Valdez the circle? That's how we're going to go from now on. They get it at the end of the game quite a lot, but you know what? Can they play it properly? Because Zeus has got quite a lot of utility remaining, and I think that might be the downfall of Valdez if they play that utility correctly. Divine spotted away, and was able to actually get Duello back on his 2 feet, so that's huge for the Japanese team.
Mafia.
Mafia Ninja into the blues. He's got 9 first aid. If I win, I would heal off. I would not push away from that tree. That would be really scared to do so. Great nades from down below. Also, that's going to be Icy knocked away, and Martin actually will get the knock with that M4. Can they get the res in time? Duello will bite the dust, eliminated in 4th position for Reject. Still great position, and Sandhawk is not really one of their best maps. That's just a question of time, and we know this is going to be all between Zeus and Valdez, which will be the team to stand on top at the end.
Yeah, see, here's the thing. If you haven't been keeping an eye on the kill feed, Zeus, they could think it's a 4-man Valdez.
Could be the case. Mongolia versus Thailand. I think that Zeus has used so much utility, there mustn't be a lot remaining. Icy trying to go for the wide spray. Will get himself some nice damage onto 6. I think Ninja's still healing off. He must be down to 50% of his remaining first aid stack. He's hoping for the fight to break out, but I think, yeah, he's starting to walk forward. He knows that this is not going to be enough to really snatch away a 2nd place. I guess sneaky kill Huppen there, trying to jump on over. I think Ziola got the information above the rock, and he actually makes it in. Got to get a little bit closer inside, and Mafia Ninja does get taken down actually by the blue zone, so kill denied away from Zeus. And now this is confirmed, minimum 2nd place for Valdez and Zeus. But man, Valdez have been just so consistent hitting these top 3s. It's just so impressive, but can it turn it into another win? That's going to be the first knock coming out. Martin gets the head onto Aberley, blown right off. 3v2 currently happening while Zeus have to push down here. It is so hard, and the pre-fires are just so easy to connect for Valdez. Now it's down to 1 onto Zyol, and they get it done. 6, what a play, what a man. As that's another game going away of the Thailand team of Valdez Esports. This team is unstoppable. They had like a 60-70 point lead in Imperium, and they're increasing it once again.
Valdez to circle, Valdez to winner, chicken dinner, Valdez to champions, Valdez to consistent. Call them what you like. They are just consistently there. They are dominating this lobby, and I believe the point has been proven. Navi, the only way, and I might think it's a little too late with 3 games left to go, the only way they were ever gonna come out on top is by dropping and taking out Valdez at the start. You give Valdez an inch and they take a mile. They took that mile and they grabbed and got a chicken dinner with it. Such a good performance. Despite the circles going towards them, they took out A1. That was their closest kind of team towards the end. Before that, they dealt damage onto Navi. They dealt damage onto Yala. It is just creating that control pressure around them. In the end, they kept their composure and got the win.
That's the thing that I really liked of Valdez in this game too, is we would see them a lot of the time, you know, they drop Paradise Resort. Yeah. And we criticized it a few times where, okay, they rotate a little bit late. That could hurt them quite a lot. But now they started rotating a lot quicker away from Paradise. And because of that, they got prime opportunity to take any position in the circle they really want. And I think that is what has been allowing them to be just so strong and consistently get himself towards those top 5 placings in Sanhok. Really happy with what we've been able to see from Valdez in this game, and this is the last Sanhok, so we're not going to be seeing any more of this map, but they've been able to be so strong on this one that I think this is, next time we see Valdez in an international tournament, we're going to be like, you know what, Sanhok, they do really well. This is a scary team to deal with on the map.
Look, every single map Valdez have proven themselves. If you're looking for Valdez's stats coming into today, in terms of maps, 15.1 in Erangel, 17.3 in Miramar, 15.3 in Sanhok. Yeah. You know, like for a tournament where Erangel is kind of the main priority, for them to still have that level of consistency between the other 2 maps is kind of it's speechless how good it is, and it's quite obvious that coming into the PMG, so presuming that they're going to be there, they're going to be the team to back down. They're going to be the team to come out on top. I just can't speak any more highly of them. It was a good game as well from I8. It was a strong game from Zeus, let's be fair. It was a good game from Sinister at DRS as well. But man, Valdez, they just take the cake. They just take the cake.
Yeah, it's so impressive that we were looking at the start of the day. There is a chance where Valdez could be overtaken by, you know, your Navis or even teams a little bit further down. I think this is the game that seals the deal, that sets themselves apart from the rest, and just now this is a competition for second place very, very clearly. There's a lot of things to break down on this Sanhok game and the last Sanhok game here for the World Invitational East, so we're going to send it to a short break, and after that, we'll be back on the desk to break down this final Sanhok game.
I've got a difficult mission for you. Who's in? Close to 1 billion people from 92 of the world's poorest countries need to be vaccinated. You'll need to work closely with governments and health authorities, and it will take millions of volunteers. And it has to be cheap. This is a mission only a few organizations can handle. It is the world's biggest and fastest distribution of a vaccine ever. Equipment such as needles, canisters, visors, protective suits, and sanitizer need to be in place first. All of this has to be transported to the most inaccessible corners of the world. The vaccine has to be kept cold constantly. If not, it's all for nothing. And when the vaccine gets close, a population without mobile phones or internet needs to get the message. Thousands of health workers have to be trained to perform vital work. No one is safe until everyone is vaccinated, so we can't stop until that's a reality. But even though we're doing this because lives are on the line, this is real life and not a game. You don't get a new life if you fall, or if you drown trying to save lives. We have no lives to lose, but we're willing to risk a lot to vaccinate the whole world. As long as the virus exists, the whole world is in danger.
Before we were anywhere near the extent we're at now, Alicia and her team were working tremendously hard to address perceived future drug shortages.
The idea with the ICU kit at the beginning was trying to think of a way that we could help these patients that are critical in ICU settings. In this case, it was kind of the next layer of protection for this response. In the kit, we have a few different types of medications, antibiotics for secondary bacterial infections, as well as blood pressure support, so vasopressors. Things like albuterol inhalers, we were learning, were highly requested in hospitals. Medications that are used for intubation and sedation that help with that process. Each one of these kits is designed to have about 100 courses of antibiotics and supportive medications. The first 2 are headed up to Northern California in the Bay Area, which is especially hard hit, and the next 11 are going to hospitals across New Jersey, and we'll have about 80 of them going to New York City. In the end, we're just feeling really fortunate that we're able to support our partners with these medications that they need so desperately.
The wisdom, the expertise that I think this team has demonstrated in being able to help us as a community partner, but also hospitals and healthcare systems around the country struggle with drug shortages, which are now a reality, I think just speaks volumes to the impact DR has.
We've got the OnePlus 9 Pro, and it's absolutely gorgeous.
Oh my gosh, this display is just out of this world.
Insane. It's got 65 watts of charging power.
The 9 series is next level.
PUBG Mobile World Invitational is powered by Gamers Without Borders and is brought to you by OnePlus, the official smartphone provider, Nemo TV, the official streaming platform, and STC, the official playout sponsor. And that Sandhawk, well, you know, there's a couple of guaranteed things in life. Death and taxes, and Valdes doing really well when it comes to a map like Sandhawk. Somehow, this team from Thailand just seems to always do such a phenomenal job, rack up even more points, and put themselves even further ahead of the rest of the teams out there currently gunning for that #1 position. Still Jason Kaplan, still Blank, still Bled joining me here to help break things down. And Valdes, they're looking unstoppable. I mean, this is looking like a team that could take PMGC and the $6 million prize pool.
I'm not gonna say that yet. I still
said
think
it.
we have a few months remaining. You can say it, Jason. That's fine. That's why you're the host and we're the analysts. You know, we got the brains. But I feel like I hope I didn't hurt his feelings.
I got the looks. It's fine.
You got the looks, though.
And the
you got
height.
the looks, you got the height. Yep,
do.
there we go. But yeah, all jokes aside, Valdes have... I just cannot comprehend how consistent a team can be. And this isn't just a regional competition. This isn't just, you know, a South Asia or Southeast Asia only tournament. And the fact that they're able to deliver time and time again, sure, they get a chicken dinner here, but when they don't, it's a second place, it's third, it's fourth, it's fifth. Apart from, you know, a couple of anomalies where they might get in the bottom 4, bottom 5, you never get to see that. And despite the effort of Zeus Esports there, Valdes, once they got that circle going their way, Blank, it felt like it was a done deal.
I mean, like, the guys on the cast highlighted it well as well. It's like Valdes, the circle really here. And yes, they're sure they got pretty lucky with those circles, but they did have to fight for their position quite a bit. They fought off A1 from Bangladesh, obviously then fighting off Navi 2, making sure that they were in an uncomfortable position, which ended up with them getting taken down by a different team. Valdes are just very good on Sandhawk, and I think about a lot of it is like very deliberate movements around the map and very deliberate moments during fights. And I think that one of my favorite things about them is that they know when to disengage, when to fight, when to leave a team to die in the blue or to a different team and just opt for a better position. Even that last moment, Zeus had a really good spot at the top of the hill, and we were saying they need to move right, they need to do something there, but Zeus had already exhausted so much their utility, they weren't getting down there anyway. Just something really quick to highlight before we go to the overall rankings later on is that currently Valdes Esports, they have 149 placement points compared to Navi's 81 in second place. They're 70 placement points ahead, which is absolutely nutty.
And also, just to notice, Bigatron, 7 kills, 0 placement points. Unfortunately, they did fall at the very end, but we got to see they're ready to frag out the rest of the day. But one team we didn't see on the front page that we were talking about so much when it came to our first matches, well, it's Navi. They have a lot of points. They have to stay ahead of Valdes every single time. They got a 7-point lead in the last game, I think we should say, as at least 7 points to catch up to them. But now they fall extremely far behind here with only placing 9th, Blah.
Yeah, like we were kind of narrating the story of Na'Vi potentially be able to catch up with Valdes Esports before the end of the day here and maybe being crowned champion, right? And that relied on Na'Vi being very, very consistent and having these high fragging games like we saw from them earlier in the first game and yesterday as well. But then when you have a game like this with like 2 or 3 points, and Valdes again getting another chicken dinner, I hate to be that guy, I hate to be the naysayer, but I feel like Valdes have kind of... They might have potentially run away with this. There is still a chance. It isn't impossible, but it is looking improbable for Na'Vi.
I'll tell you, viewers at home, Bliss says he hates to be that guy, but I'll tell you what, he loves to be that guy. Well, let's take a look, though, at Valdes' map stats. Again, one of the best performing team we've seen throughout this entire event. Even if you look at the West Conference as well, they have the most points by far, and we can see how strong and how good on average they are across every single map. Averaging 6 kills a match is insane. That's ridiculous.
It is ridiculous. And I think for me personally, just looking at Valdes, you know, first day they got a 3rd place. On the second day they got another 3rd place. On the 3rd day they got a 2nd place. Like, honestly, Sandhawk just seems to be their playground, really. They love this match. And I'm going to go out on a whim here and 100% say that Valdes is probably the best team I have ever seen play Sandhawk. There are so many variables on this map and how to control it, and it feels like Valdes figured out the secret sauce of when to take fights, when not to take fights, and there's a very specific mentality to this match because you can see it is very different to their Miramar, to their Erangel, where these guys are much higher performance there. On Sandhawk, they opt to like kind of roll it back, wait it out, determine which of the best fights to take afterwards. Playing a lot of times from Paradise Resort, and I really like that because Paradise Resort affords you this position where you can isolate angles round the actual compound itself. So you can play on the north side, isolate the north side, go down towards the south, play around the rocks. It's very smart what they do on this map, and because no one wants to challenge them there for fear of dying to Valdes early, they have free reign. It is just phenomenal.
I mean, like, even their average survival time, 20 minutes plus on every single battleground. That's, like, I think that really shows, like, there's a couple different teams, the ways you can look at how teams play, where they look for kills early on, and then they try to carry that momentum over into the later stage of the game. We look at other teams who play strictly for placements and just try to survive as long as possible. And then you have this team who plays a style of, okay, we're going to get those placement points, but they're also going to get a ton of kills while we're getting those placement points towards those final zones, setting themselves up nicely, as Blink did mention before, to allow them to get as many kills as possible. It's ridiculous stuff, as we're now going to take a look at our overall settings and talk about what you mentioned before, Blev. Valdes just might be too far out of reach for the other teams, and we'll see how many points they are ahead at the moment. And of course, the battle of Zeus trying to climb up the rankings, with them getting themselves a 2nd place finish in the last match. They're up to 3rd place here, and are definitely closing in on Na'Vi.
Oh yeah, definitely are closing in. But yeah, like just to highlight what you just mentioned there, Jason, look at the lead they have right now. It's ridiculous, isn't it? Like 60 plus 12. That's the math's right here. That's 72 plus 73. There we go. Boom. Quick math, Jason.
No, they've
73-point lead.
They've got 149 placement points, as we mentioned before, and the only other they have more points in placements alone than they have 5th place team in total. That's what the hell? What's going on here?
What the hell?
Yeah, it is what the hell. I think what the hell is a very good description of what we're witnessing here. Although, I gotta say one thing. Now, while Valdes might have kind of run away with this potentially, at 2nd place, even the Na'Vi are 188 points, still very good. But Zeus Esports, if they have a couple of good games, if the Xavier performed the level they are alongside Frankie hard carrying, it's up for grabs. 2nd place could go to any other team. And bear in mind, again, that's still a lot of money on the line, even if you do come in 2nd.
I think for Na'Vi as well, like, they rely a lot on momentum. This team is a team that once they get going, they really do get going, and those blades get whirring. But coming off our angle, we saw such a confident play where they rotated from military base all the way up around to the east side of the map. It was very strong. They were flying into Fnatic zombies looking to take that fight. And I think if that fight went their way, we could have had a really good angle on our hands, and they would have had that confidence come into Sandhawk. Unfortunately, Valdes have had that confidence throughout the entire time. They know this is a map where they can win, and it's a crucial win for them too. So very well done. But like you said, Blair, that 2nd place is really up for grabs, and the team that I would love to take that from Na'Vi, as much as I am a big fan of Na'Vi, would be the Xavier. I think that Frankie definitely would deserve a high placing during this tournament just alone, and he's one of these guys that I'd love to see get picked up by a big team, potentially even just seeing him even more in the future, because he's such a cool talent, really, just watching him play.
And I did want to touch on, 9 through 13 plays. It's only a 15-point difference, so anyone could go big and definitely shoot themselves up the rankings. You guys at home, we still have more things for you to win. We're looking for those milestones. We're looking to hit those numbers to make sure to get you guys some extra rewards on your side. So tell your friends, tell your family, get everyone involved here watching the stream as we're going to get our commentators back involved for our next match of the day. Going into match 3 yet again with Maxman and Imperium.
Thank you very much, Jason. Indeed, match 3 is now going to be underway. And man, Barky the Dog, that takes me down memory lane a little bit, not going to lie. But we are going to get ready for this one onto Erangel once again. And yeah, I think they hit the nail on the head right now. This is a competition for second place. You got Na'Vi, you got Zeus, you got D. Xavier. Which is going to be the one to stand on the silver throne? We'll have to see, but it's really close. So every single one of those few teams at the top need to get good result after good result now.
And BTR do it, Max. They are about 54 points behind Na'Vi. They started this day with a chicken dinner. It wasn't the strongest standout game, but we're heading back over to Erangel. Do you think it can be done?
What do you think? I feel like a teacher right now.
I love the way you flip it back on me. Look, anything is possible. I always say it's not over until Fat Lady sings, and I certainly have not started singing, Max. Mathematically, it's still possible, but I could argue that with how strongly the likes of the Xavier and Na'Vi have performed, them two specifically, never mind Zeus, I think that mountain is just a little bit too hard to climb. But this phase 1 isn't too hard for these teams as a playing path complements it quite nicely. Obviously, it's going to leave it a little bit longer for the likes of Na'Vi to drop in Novo. i8 being able to breathe a sigh of relief. They didn't even try and go for military base because they were a little bit fearful that Na'Vi might look to try and head in that direction as well. So they've dropped down on a compound by the field close by to reject.
I mean, really, they should be aware that the only time Na'Vi are going to be dropping a military base is when the playing path is full south. Doesn't happen, so i8 could be a little bit safer this time around. They're going to be close to where typically Reject do drop, so that is something to keep in mind. But i8, they like to play a little bit more stacked on top of each other, so I don't think any team, especially Reject, are so spread as a team that they always play so spread. That is something that i8 shouldn't have really too much of an issue dealing with in the early stage. But we did see phase 1 pop. Over to the eastern side, we had a lot, and I mean a lot of circles over there, so we are definitely not in uncharted territory. So I'm hoping to see a relatively chill early game, as usual, and I want to see how these top teams that we mentioned, right, how they're going to be trying to deal with this one. Is there's going to be any change of pacing, especially for the teams at the top, or even the teams at the bottom? We haven't seen too many big changes at the start of the day, a few little here and there, but nothing of significance, I would say. So I think we might start get to the point where teams are just like, you know what? We're going to let all hell break loose. Again, we're going to full send it, and I think that we're slowly getting to that point now.
For sure. Look, all of this money, all of this fight, it's for charity, and at the end of the day, and this is absolutely amazing to see. And the chase for second is on for 3 to 4 teams, but to extend a little bit on what Jason said before he passed over to us, it's 22 points only dividing Yala in 6th and i8 in 13th. That's all. So one good game from the likes of DS, Geek, DRS, A1, Reject, and Blacklist, who are in between the two teams I mentioned, could catapult any one of those teams up into top 6 to grab even more money for the charity of their choice.
Yeah, of course. That's the great thing that you got to keep in mind, right? Is that this tournament is fully for charity, and you also got these mini tournaments happening on the day-per-day basis. Who could be number 1 at the end of the day to get an extra $80,000 for your charity? We don't know yet. I mean, we already had some good showcases from, for example, Na'Vi. You also go yourself out as to go himself the last game. So we don't know. Could also see BTR be the one on top of there. Though BTR, I'm not gonna lie, got themselves 69 kills. Very nice. If they get one more kill, I'm gonna be severely disappointed. Stick at 69. I think that is the way to go for them.
My favorite number. I love to see it. Now, the Xavier dropping Pachinki. They're still in Pachinki, which is on the edge of the circle. Kind of worries me a little bit. I was hoping they would have rotated away from there a little bit earlier. Zeus are heading past them. They'll probably go into Potato Hill for the time being. But Geek Fam tend to rotate a little bit earlier from there. Gatka drop as well. So I just worry a little bit that the Xavier might get under a little bit of pressure early on in this game. I'm also hoping that Valdez, who dropped in Rosshawk, might rotate a little bit earlier, because again, there's a lot of potential in this phase 1 circle on the east, because not too many teams drop around the shelter prison area, so there's a lot of space available to grab and call your own in this phase 1.
Yeah, so things very normal from what we expect on the Wrangle games. I want to take this time, while not too much is currently happening, to praise a few of the teams that are not in the race for the top 5, but are still doing great, and I think there's some big improvements, and one of those is the team from Bangladesh of A1. I want to sing their praises for a second here, because when we think back at the PMGC, right, they barely qualified into the finals. They got himself in 16th place, and then into the finals itself, they got himself in 15th. So they were definitely not a dominating team. They still had a big impression, I would say, on a lot of people that were watching the PMGC finals or league stage altogether. And now you're looking at this with teams of maybe not as a similar skill level, but at least very close to it. And now they're middle of the table. I think that's a great improvement. So I think that A1 is a team that needs time to grow, spread their wings. And
I agree.
They're not the only one in this one, but it's just the example I'm taking. The A1 has impressed me. Every single event I've been able to follow them, they got better and better. And if you're able to always take criticism and improve over time, that is one of the best skills you could ever hope to have as a pro team. So A1, you never know. Maybe not world champion this year, but hey, you never know. 2022, 2023, they might just be in the reach of it.
And I think something that needs to be kind of credited a little bit more as well. And I know good for you, the top teams having in play, despite the very odd changes, that they're the same roster from PMGC, right? They're the same team from last year. So that kind of base of synergy, and sometimes it can be kind of hard to evolve as a team when you're sticking with the same roster, because you know, you're in your comfort zone. You maybe, I'm not gonna say trust each other too much, but that level of like comfort is there. But they have all continued to evolve together, and sticking with the same roster also gives them the strength that they know each other. There's the stability there, and they're building upon it layer after layer after layer. So you are dead right, and I'm glad you credited them for it. DRS in Yasnaya only starting to move away now. Maybe it could have been a little bit earlier. We're only halfway through phase 1. but Zeus went for a very deep rotation, which I love to see. I was expecting Potato Hill from them, but they've gone for a lovely 2-2 split in the dead center of this phase 1, hoping that works out for them, because I really think because they were one of the first teams to rotate center, you know, it does give them that stranglehold to get more information and control the teams around them.
They are a central team, right? That's just their go-to strat. They're going to be playing central. It's not always been the case, but as of recent times, it is definitely a play style to suited them, and they're just leading into that even more as time goes on. So I'm okay with it. They play it relatively well, and that's exactly what helped them out last game, right? Snatch away a second place away from most of the teams in the lobby, so they're definitely living up to a lot of expectations that people had for them. But otherwise, you're going to have your typical late rotations from some of the teams. Go your Blacklist Internationals, Na'Vi, Myth, Reject. I8 taking a little bit of their merry time down there in Southern Africa Military Island. Same for also Fnatic Zombies, which they started rotating a lot earlier last Angle, which I was really happy with. But this one they're taking it a little bit slower, and I think that is heavily due to the circle. There's a big chunk of land still available in Phase 1 circle on Southern Africa Island, so they're just delaying it a decent bit. As Hassan, what are you doing over there? There's always one player for NASA that's really far and just gets knocked down quickly.
It seems like Nasser just don't seem to be able to find their feet as a team in these games. They don't seem to be able to find their groove for whatever reasons, and I gotta be a little bit harsh. I would put that down to a lack of evolution from the IGL, and I don't know if that's exclusively it. Maybe the players aren't listening to the IGL, but you know, there has to be something that maybe call it just pure lack of experience. But I just don't think we've seen an improvement across the 4 days for Nasser compared to other teams. So just to, you know, as much as I'm still proud of them, just to put that little bit of criticism out there for them, they really need to kind of improve more coming into future tournaments.
Not much is going to happen with the circle. Most of the teams already inside of it. Just Yala really have to move up a little bit. But that's the thing. I want to cut them a little bit of slack to NASA, though. There have been some changes, maybe not the most obvious ones to spot out, and I think it's down to how they rotate and also how they take fights. I think the synergy has improved a decent bit. But you mentioned, and you hit the nail on the head, Sen, is lack of experience. And I think this is a first attempt on a big international stage with teams of this caliber. It is not easy, right? Not every team is going to be the new class DA from PMGC, right? It takes a lot of time to become one of the best teams in the world. So, you know what? Maybe not this time. you know what? There's a lot of opportunities down the line. You know, PUBG Mobile Esports is here to stay, so I'm sure we'll see a lot more of NASA if it's in this team, if it's just on an individual level, if the players do move away from each another at some point. But this is experience that's going to be helping them a lifetime. And not only them, all the other teams in this lobby, like Myth, like Fnatic Zombies, so I'm hyped to see how that's going to go. As talking about where it's going to go, we have a fight going on currently towards Shelter. Zeus and DS, but DS not a fan of early game fights, so they're going to avoid it as much as possible.
They got the kill onto one of the Zeus players. Caught off
don't
guard,
like committing,
don't get me wrong. Yeah, don't get me wrong, it's caught off guard, but poor from Zeus. Again, I talked about them, you know, that central position being rewarded for that, but if you allow teams to get close to you, if you're not in a strong central position, like it seems they weren't, they're going to get punished for it. Great play by DS to just put a bit of underlining pressure forward, and that's going to send Zeus closer to another team as well. I believe it's the Xavier, if I'm not mistaken. A1 are close by as well, so Zeus in the thick of action, only 10 minutes into this game number 3 of the day. Teams on the outskirts of the circle, you have still I8 and Fnatic Zombies in Military Island, and it's very interesting to know that I8 did rotate back into Military Island to kind of stick to what would be a normalized pathline off the back of dropping in that mainland. I don't know what you think about that. I like it, but I also think maybe it was wasting time in the game. What's your thoughts?
I think it's fine personally. Like, it is phase 1 going into phase 2. It's okay for you to rotate a little bit late, but you got to start ramping the speed up a little bit, and I think we saw quite a few teams try and adapt that playstyle, so I'm okay with it as long as you are putting a big emphasis around scouting, because if you rotate late without information, that hurts you. If you rotate late but you prepare accordingly, then you could be completely fine. I'm looking at the teams and how they're rotating. BTR actually not playing Edge this time. They centered up pretty nicely, right next to Reject, A1, DSK, Zeus. I like that. We know BTR in the longest time have been an Edge team. Now they're going to try and take a little bit more real estate under their control. Hippity hoppity, that compound is now their property. I like it. It's a strong spot.
It's good.
I have literally no problem with that. But now can they play it accordingly? That's what we're going to have to wait and see.
Myth are in a really good compound. It's a small little building that's down the Potato Hill area. So, of course, the trickiness is that the hill above is open. But they do get a lot of information around that area. And it does give them a lot of exit potential on this next phase popping up. It's a little bit similar with DRS. They still have 2 on the edge of Yasnaya, 2 in the fields inside that compound. So they get a lot of information. Navi, I believe, have a lovely 4-man spread as phase 3 centralizes up, where most of the teams are already there, and Yala's maybe slower rotation from Milton Power could hurt them in this phase, because there's a lot of real estate, a lot of core areas that are already taken. Maybe onto Shelter could work out because DS are there, and that is a spot that can be occupied by multiple teams.
Yeah, especially when you're gonna have Yala just higging forward right behind them, and they're gonna be squashed between a few teams actually. So DS Gaming, if they can try and make sure they're prepared for a team coming from behind them, they should be okay. But Yala actually gonna go for a little bit of a wider spread. They're going for a 2-2 split currently around the east, so I'm not a fan of that one from Yala, because if they do have a team mid-rotation dropping on their position, it was exactly what's happening with Ida currently. He's just way too far out there away from his team. That could go against him. So Yala's got to be sure that when you pull a 2-2 split rotation, you actually find some good positions. Here they were going somewhere in the unknown. That could have hurt them, but luckily enough, no casualties, for now at least, have been spotted for Yala.
Yeah, for sure. I was a little bit worried about that myself. Reject, just a little bit to the west of BTR, and that kind of roadside hill that can often be a bit tricky to hold on to. But unlike other games, I got to give credit to Reject. They are together as kind of a nice solid 2-2. So I believe it gives them a really solid controlling part of this circle. I8 are realistically actually outside the blacklist. They're the only team that to still be outside of the circle. Valdez has Concept a bit further into the west, where the rest of the team are still in apartments. Not too shabby, but with Geek Fam a bit to the northeast. You have Myth on that kind of hillside, and even Nasser in that kind of compound that's by the side of the road. That's a big part of this circle. It could get a bit scary for Valdez coming into the next phase.
Your burst coming out from Salam on the D28, not going to result in really too much being done. Just saying, hey, BTI, no, don't peek too much. We will fight you if needed, so just be careful. BTI's got big spread also. They're going to be sharing that build, that kind of hilltop plateau with Reject. It seemed like IA also want to join and want a piece of that pie, so going to try and get a little bit more involved and take more free real estate for themselves. Otherwise, yeah, these are very typical rotations for a lot of these teams. I'm enjoying it, but they say Blacklist getting a little bit blind here, right into the open arms of DRS. But yeah, Ganzen struggling to hit those shots. Hits a few bullets for a second, but seemed like the little bit of a card play actually worked out. Get the surprise factor. Claire does get the knock onto Galzin, and that is going to be also resulting in Na'Vi going for a sneaky, cheeky third party. You know that if they see kills, they'll try and take as many as possible because they are greedy guys after all.
Yeah, but why did Galzin take shots when the rest of his team aren't really close by, right? You gotta know that when a team is rotating past, as blind of a rotation as that is, your information is blind and you're not together to really feed that information. So that was a mistake from Galzin. Yes, the rest of the team kind of returned up, but Mafia Ninja's now knocked down and leaves 2 players left up. Bit poor decision making from DRS as they're not even inside the circle as well.
Yeah, they are going to have to make sure they can get out of that fight with Blacklist International Na'Vi. There's even going to be Yala and Fnatic Zombies down south, but this is not an easy escape for them.
Yeah.
Killfeed Zeus versus BTR, that's an interesting fight. We'll get to eventually. You can see into the picture currently as all of Zeus, they're in a dip. Nades are so easy to connect, and it's so easy. In fact, the Liquid is just taking them down one by one solo so far. You've got to be careful. You've got a team right behind you. And as I say that's it for Liquid. That's it for BTR. Eliminating the 16th position. It's up and down for them today, man. He got himself a win at the start, and now a 16th position game. Yeah, they need to work on that consistency.
And that fight for third might be over as well. That battle, that mountain to climb, especially being taken out by Zeus, kind of add kills to them and really takes the opportunity away from BTR. It is what it is. Zeus will keep on rocking in the free world that is this game. Na'Vi with a 1-1-2 spread nearly.
An attempt at 2-2.
It is... I don't know if you could call that a 2-2 because I don't think Meku and Tixi are together enough. They might be able to support each other, but are they really close enough to call that a 2-2?
Yeah, that's what I call it. It's an attempt at a 2-2, but a little bit too far away to actually call it a 2-2. It's an unofficial 2-2. There we go. We'll go with that kind of pronunciation. But Valdes trying to push their way between Geek Fam and Na'Vi. Not an easy rotation. Now that's going to cause them a lot of trouble, a lot of issues as 2 players instantly.
I8.
Concept on Martin's still good, but I8 Imperium. They're looking for the fight again onto Myth. They get himself a knock onto Faruqi. Hostem's down below. I believe got spotted out. Yeah, that nade is coming out. Userdem has 100% the intel to where Hostem currently is. That looks like a good nade. Could be strong. Doesn't get any damage.
I like that. I like that.
Yeah, send one to the left, send one to the right to make sure that Hostem has no fire, no chance of fighting back. And that's it. That's the end for Team Myth, eliminated in 14th. That has been struggling a really big amount in this event.
And also, I recognize in a really good way that I8 were at a point where the circles were kind of going away from them and they realistically had to start to take a fight. Meku's knocked down. Nice play by Tyre.
Yeah, that knock on Meku was actually huge. DRS got Mafia Ninja down below. Do you go for the heal or do you try and pop him down? You got to be careful how you peek there, Tixi, because you still have Tira. You got third party happening so far. Na'Vi trying to be a little bit too greedy on those kills apparently, and that's going to cause their demise at the end. Mafia Ninja is just leaving these 2 teams fight literally above of this current location. He's happy. If Na'Vi goes down, they might just forget about him.
And Kitsune is kind of giving over the spot that he had on the northwestern edge of the circle to try and get close to his teammates to get that revive off. Reject going for the crash on the A1. Now, A1 haven't been the best at breaching teams on crashes, but are they going to be successful defending a crash by the Japanese representatives?
I'll see. What we saw what happened the other day where A1 crashed this exact compound. It did not quite go their way. I'll see if they can try and learn and work on that strong basis they had. Reject trying to move on out. They're trying to push their way into the building. They've still got a lot of utility to deal and spare. While Divine remaining a little bit further behind there, maybe trying to be more of a backbone support, but you want every single player you can in this fight. Utilities coming out, a lot of tick damage dealt the way of A1, especially for Sinister. The smokes are going to slowly but surely start showing the top of their head. And Reject, they're going to be trying to push it in. Sinister trying to push himself out of the building while 6ix9ine is just in a little bit of a small room over to the right. And I think the Reject are just unaware. They're hearing all the footsteps. They know that a lot of players of A1 left, but do they know 6ix9ine is in that location? I don't think they do.
And with the circle shifting up north, both these teams have to start to make a move, but I also think that allows A1 to play on the roadside and utilize the wall to maybe get a little bit of a flank position on Lapis. I'm not saying it's 100% certain, but it could be there. Since gets in the buggy, are they going to look to disengage? 6ix9ine is still on the outside of the building. It could be a bit of a bait, but Reject looking to do the same.
Well, 6ix9ine committing to the blue a bit more. Gonna get the intel to Divine. Divine gets prone, and that's it for 6ix9ine, and he gets picked away.
Yeah.
Out A1. Oh man, they took too long onto that fight. Reject having a hard time. It's a Hail Mary push, trying to push their way out, but there's so many teams they're gonna be pushing into. A1 make it over to the side of the road, but that's gonna be a huge encounter with I8 right now, and there's only Dante. Dante trying to take all of the kills for himself, but without your team to back you up, that is not gonna be an easy feat.
Oh no!
They're gonna try and roll him over. Dante, can they make it happen? And see you later, Dante. It was good seeing you. Back to the lobby you go, and back to the lobby all of A1 go, actually. But Reject are not done. They've put himself towards another fight with I8. You guys gotta calm down, Reject. You're out of your goddamn mind.
Come on, Johnny.
Johnny's there once again.
Come on, Johnny.
This guy's surviving all the time. How does he do it? I have no idea.
Well, he did it against BTR and Sanok. Let's see if he can do it again. It looks like he's going for the revive, but I think that's a bad idea because Lapis is able to reposition, although he's not going for the...
But he doesn't know.
What is he doing?
What am I doing? I don't know. He's having some fun, I can tell you that much. But that's going to be great. Johnny able to make it out alive. He's going to leave his teammate go down. Unfortunately, we had no option. The blue then was pushing against him. Now it's game of survival. Let's see how long he can stay up and go and how long can his health bar remain healthy in this game on their angle. Harry's right behind. One player that's been doing a lot for the team despite not being a huge fragger, but the setups are big from this player. But Johnny's full sending it. Johnny's pushing closer and closer inside the circle. He's not there just yet, but he's right above. And literally right above a few other players, and that's Zeus already out and might able to pick a few kills onto DS Gaming.
Don't mind me, guys. Don't mind me. I'm a nobody. Ignore me. Ignore me. The Xavier pushing in onto Yala.
There we go, that's another fight, man. Everything's going downhill real fast on this game. Yala Esports losing every single one of their players, eliminated in 9th. 8 teams still remain, but the circle's about to shift Imperium. Navi's got a huge spread, and they got such an easy entry point to the circle, but Valdatar just barely onto the western side. They can also make it in right after pulling off the res on the teammate that is going to be Martin. Concept and Martin, that is the deadly duo you do not want to cross path with.
I'm with Blank. I want to see the Xavier take on that 3rd place overall in the standings. I am behind them all the way. Man, so close.
Yeah, I thought he was going to jump it into the window, but it seemed like he knew that players potentially pushed out. And he got spotted away by DA Xavier. There's no escape from that one. Frankie, we'll see if he can get the super play coming his way. Be great from this team once again. Back-to-back wins yesterday in the city finishes, something that is so hard to be consistent about. And yet Xavier makes the impossible possible. Can they keep their dreams alive of being top 3, even snatching away top 2? I think top 2 might be a little bit hard, but top 3 is definitely possible. As he's already out of this game. The one really threatening that top 3 so far for them. Navi spotted away. Xavier under the pressure, under the wrath of Navi. That spread of Navi is making sure that no matter where you try and move into, Navi will have the information. There is no escape.
Oh my
God.
God.
The Russian team. Lamborghini first to go down. Meku, great angle.
Oh my God.
They got literally nothing. They're just lining up into a Congo line. Meku, this is fishing simulator right now. He's picking them up one by one. As Valdes get taken out of this game, no more threat to Navi. They are taking the control, and it looks almost impossible to push them out.
Man, it's like that cutscene at the end of Snake. It's like, Snake! Snake! It's like, the Xavier, survive! You could do it! But this leaves the circle control in the favor of Navi. You're not quite in there, but when you're talking about the spread, full squad up, all the other teams are on the outside. Kitsune's gonna push forward. The revive hasn't been played off. No! He's being knocked down. No way!
Oh, he switches weapon and the car just barely explodes into his face. That's also going to be taking down GE too, so that's not going to be helping out any of these two teams. While NASA Esports from a distance getting involved with all the eternity they have remaining. And I thought Navi had the control. I thought they had the game in the bag, but it seemed like I talked a little bit too soon. The Maximum Curse might be into action. Navi though, Tixie once again get another kill, up to 7 so far. Navi want to solidify their position into 2nd place. It's Blacklist International also out in 5th place. Great showcase still from Blacklist International. And now down to the top 4. It's Lamborghini. Can he clutch it out like yesterday? Matic, he's going to full send it also. and that's going to be the fight, and completely taken down, smashed his head in by Matic himself. Xavi eliminated in fourth, still a huge amount of points coming their way, but now it's just clean-up time for Na'Vi, still up as a 4-man. They're going to try and get Kitsune back on his 2 feet. As NASA, can you take down Na'Vi? Well, hoping to see that come soon.
Gonna require a miracle at this stage. Revive's being played off onto Nasser to keep them up as a 3-man team, but that's only allowing the whole Na'Vi to drive on through.
Hamza is going to be taken down by the nade. The utility is too good, it's too strong for Na'Vi. Dixie this by getting knocked away, doesn't really matter. They know this is going to be a 3v1. Great sprint to the smoke. No way movement, they have no intel. Takes a little bit of damage there, down to 50%. Gonna have to reload that DB28, but movement is going to be wrapped around by Kitsune, and Na'Vi make it happen once again. As the team from Russia looks absolutely unstoppable. They're trying to catch up to Valdez. But man, Na'Vi, these last 2 days have been insane for this team.
It may be too little, too late to climb above Valdez, but at least in the final day, they're solidifying their second place, and they're low-key saying to Valdez, look, anything you can do, we can do better. You get a chicken dinner, well, we're coming back into the mix. Beautifully controlled game, and it was a game where, let's be fair, they had a massive spread, and I would argue on a lot of other games in Erangel that might hit them a lot harder, but as it happens, between the trend of the circle shifts, there's a little bit more real estate down on the south side, and because of that, their north side position, as much as in the open, there's less teams there, so it allowed them to control that position a little bit more effectively, and they use it to their advantage. It was the fact that they were just so kind of aggressive on that, they recognized they needed to make that work.
Yeah, they really did make it work out fine too, because they had a wide spread, and I was a little bit skeptical for some time because they were taking control of the north and it was just low ground, and everything that was down south, and especially down southeast, was going to be high ground. So all the teams coming in from that position, I'm thinking Xavi, I'm thinking NASA, we're going to have a, by default, huge advantage, right? But Na'Vi, what they did is go for spread, but hug also their little cliffside, a little ridge, and just play from there. They knew if they went down, they were going to be instantly given the advantage to the teams around them. So they took control, they knew how to end off that game, and it worked out amazingly well for them. Their ability to remain as a 4-man crew was an insane amount of kills their way too. Yeah, I think that this might not even be a fight for second place anymore. This might just turn into a fight for third place now.
And look, I kind of get why Xavier kind of sent their 3 players into circle like that, but when it's so out in the open, I feel like you're just better off playing on the very edge of the circle when you know you don't have control. Just hover with the blue. I respect it, but it just wasn't really the right call to make overall. And even in the end, you know, when Lamborghini was the last player up, instead of going for the revive, I don't know if he had a first aid, but he probably should have pulled that first aid off to at least try and have gotten 1 kill onto the Navi players.
The thing is, Meku had the perfect angle. There was no escape. They tried to send it to. The car did explode inside of G's face too, but it's so good because we said it, right? Best team in the EMEA is definitely by far Na'Vi. The next thing they want to conquer is going to be the world stage, and it seemed like they are on that path. They were so close back in the PMGC finals in Dubai, and they are once again close on an international level tournament. PMGC at the end of this year, we saw it, $6 million US. This might be the event where Na'Vi actually comes out on top and become the king of PUBG Mobile.
It could definitely happen. They're setting themselves up for that. They're sending a message. But real quick before we go for a break, I8, Johnny, Soul Survivor, he got his team into 3rd place, and off the back of 14 points in Sandhawk, Pakistani side, they're making a good name for themselves in the final day.
How does he do it? I don't know, Imperium, but you know what? With that said, we're going to head on over to a break, and maybe the desk has a little bit of an answer as to why Johnny's always able to survive so long, so we'll check that out with them right after the break.
With COVID-19, no one is safe until everyone is safe. Why do we say this? Our world is more interconnected than ever. Our economies and societies rely on international trade and travel. Just as this brought wealth and opportunity, it has made it easier for viruses to spread rapidly. Today, COVID-19 cases have been reported in almost every country in the world. This makes it vitally important that when safe, effective vaccines for COVID-19 become available, they become available for everyone at the same time. COVAX is a partnership aimed at making this happen. Launched by Gavi, CEPI, and WHO, COVAX offers countries access to the largest portfolio of potential vaccine candidates. By participating in COVAX, countries are not only reducing their risk, but they are contributing to a global solution by helping fund vaccines for countries that cannot afford to do so. By making their population safe, governments can help to make everyone safe. One world, protected.
We've got the OnePlus 9 Pro, and it's absolutely gorgeous.
Oh my gosh, this display is just out of this world.
Insane. It's got 65 watts of charging power.
The 9 series is next level.
PUBG Mobile World Invitational is powered by Gamers Without Borders and brought to you by OnePlus, the official smartphone provider, Nemo TV, the official streaming platform, and STC, the official playout sponsor. And I can't believe it, guys. And by guys, I mean blank and blah. We're past the halfway point here of our final day of action at the PMWI, and we're very close to find out who's going to be taking home the $250,000 for the charity of their choice. But we still have teams like Na'Vi fighting to take the #1 position away, and other teams out there trying to ramp themselves up in the rankings and hopefully rank themselves up in the prize earnings as well for their own charities. So Jason Kaplan and Blank to start things off. Na'Vi, they were on a mission in that last match, in match number 3 on Erangel. They were looking for every kill they could possibly pick up, and they were doing it with style.
They were looking really, really good indeed. And I just got to point out as well, like Na'Vi, I don't know, Blank. Like, I know you said they were a team to watch out for in day one. They kind of failed to deliver, but the way they've really turned things around is fantastic overall, right? But then again, even when that happens, you have Valdes always still there, still alive somehow, trying to make, trying to get maybe a top 5 or a top 6 spot. As you can probably take a look at the match rankings so you can see how it kind of played out. Shout out to I8 though. Despite what has been a kind of a quiet tournament from the Pakistani side, they did deliver quite a bit, getting 8 kills as well. And Nasser Esports, they were, I won't lie, I was very critical of them the first couple of days, but the past 2 days they've really stepped it up, not just in getting some pretty good placement points, but getting a number of kills as well. And the Xavier, they're perennially always seemingly in the top 4, top 5 position.
Yeah, I think Xavier really deserves like a lot of support right now on the Vietnamese side, because they're doing very well and consistently up there now, like you say, in that 3rd, 4th position. I think that throughout today, they actually performed, I think, just a little worse than Na'Vi, despite Na'Vi getting these big chunky wins through. I do think that the first game could have gone very differently and much more akin to this one if they hadn't have just ran it down on Fnatic Zombies. I felt like they had the actual manpower to take that fight, but just a little bit of overconfidence after that last day that we've had where they just absolutely franked out. Na'Vi now, though, need like a ridiculous couple of games ahead of them and Valdes to go out very early, and you aptly put it there, Blair, is that Valdes just don't.
Yeah, they just don't. So the problem now comes into, will we see Na'Vi drop on top of them to have that chance? The thing is, not only do they have to drop on top of them, they have to also kill them, ideally with losing no one on their team, and then still winning the chicken dinner to actually be able to catch up. Like, that is a tough ask, but you know what? Go for it. Think of how big of a legendary team, how this would go down in esports history if you're able to pull off something like that. Let's now look at our second page here. And, you know, we start the day off with Bigatron taking home a chicken dinner. They unfortunately come back into match 3 with 0 points. We see the likes of Zeus in there as well, 5 points. If they were looking to ladder up or maintain their number 3 position, well, Xavier might be catching up to them now. Who else do we have in there? A1. We talked about the start of the day. Unfortunately, not having a great time so far. But gentlemen, I mean, again, considering how close the points are in some of the positions we do have in our overall leaderboard, it is very likely that, you know, 1-2 points here could get you up the rankings for an extra $5,000, $10,000 for your charity.
I'm going to be very disappointed, I won't lie, if Zeus Esports not able to contest with Na'Vi by the end of the day, by the end of the event over here, right? Like, they're a team I had my eye on coming to this event. They look fantastic in the PMPL South Asia Championship. They look fantastic at the beginning of the year as well in the Global Championship. And for a team like that, I feel like I don't know, it feels like they've been kind of cowed a little bit, Blank. You know, watching the way Valus are playing, the way Na'Vi are playing. They're not usually playing with the same flair. We see them, you know, go out for hunts, go for fights, looking for fights. Go back to the Angle map we saw earlier today, where Na'Vi were just on the hunt looking to take down anyone on their path. That is Zeus I remember watching earlier, like a couple of months back. And I wouldn't say they've been timid, but they have been kind of quiet so far.
I mean, they do have that vigor, but they play it from game to game, right? It's like one game terrible, next game, wow, what the hell?
Yeah, wow. What the hell indeed. Well, speaking of that, one game terrible, one game wow, what the hell. Let's take a look at Na'Vi and Valdez in the maps they didn't do so well on today so far. We had Valdez take a chicken dinner on match 2, but then match 3, they go in and get themselves 5 points. And when you compare that last game up against Na'Vi's performance on the Sandhawk, where they unfortunately didn't have a strong start. Now, the funny thing is to me, is you look at their stats, Na'Vi have the better stats, right? However, Na'Vi only scored 3 points on Sandhawk, whereas Valdez scored 25. And Valdez scored 5 on the last match, which was on Erangel, that Na'Vi won with 27 points. So at the end of those 2 matches, Na'Vi's not even 1 point closer to Valdez right now.
We're on even Stevens between both these teams, and it is pretty sad to see that Na'Vi is just not able to close the gap here. And really, Valdez Esports, they're currently just in cruise control at the moment, and why not really when you're so far ahead? It is the point where, you know, Valdez is sat back just dangling the chicken dinner or the win of the PMWI in front of Na'Vi, and Na'Vi's just desperately trying to chase at the moment. They're doing a really good job. They are a fearsome team, to say the least. But Valdez, it's just very hard to displace them now.
I mean, Blood, the thing is, this isn't a 2-day tournament. If this was only done over 2 days and it was done off day 3 and day 4, Na'Vi would be in the lead, 100%. They would be the team to catch up to. But when you have a 4-day long event, you have to play well on every day. And as we talked about before, with Na'Vi taking some time to ramp up, that can work against you, as we're clearly seeing here.
Yeah, it can, right? And it's just unfortunate because for Valdez, one thing they've done really right is something I alluded to yesterday as well. When they got that day 1 lead, the massive lead they had, they didn't just, you know, sit on the laurels and just like rather rest on the laurels and just be like, all right, we're just going to take it slow right now. Just play for placements. No, they still continue to push. They still continue to go for those chicken dinners and have those placements. And yes, they were never able to come close to hitting the peak from day 1. But as long as they keep getting these top 5 placements, and I do believe, just taking a look at the stats I managed to drag up, and I think they had like 11 top 5 placings. Sorry, top 3 placings out of the 18 games we've had so far. That is ludicrous, right? So even if Na'Vi, even if maybe a Zeus had popped off and had a huge day, the fact that they had a couple of quiet days would have always ensured that Valdez would still consistently maintain that lead.
Speaking of the lead, let's take a look at our overalls so you get an idea of the lead they do currently have. And it is 51 points, 266 across 18 matches. I mean, again, like they have 153 placement points. They're still ahead of the 5th place team when they have their kills and placement points combined, like Valdez. And I know, you know, I know I mentioned earlier, but I feel like this is easily contender for PMGC if they maintain this kind of form throughout the second half of the year. That's $6 million on the line.
It is, and it's a huge amount of money. You know, James Yang was talking about how, like, you know, in our last year, that prize pool is bigger than the majority of the tournaments we actually played throughout. So it is a ridiculous amount of money that is up for grabs. And with Valdez looking so strong right now, and probably getting a huge confidence booster after all this, because we've seen the interviews with Six where they're saying, you know, we've been training so much for this, we're looking for a top 5. I don't think they were at all expecting for themselves to come out so far ahead. And this is going to be one of those moments where they go, actually, wait a minute. we're
This is
very,
easy.
very strong. Exactly. And then coming into PMGs, you're going to have a great time. Xavier, though, just very quickly, again, huge props to the Vietnam team from them. They're a new team for me, and seeing them third place, I do think they are justified to be here. Zeus Esports, although they're a great team, I think in fourth place is probably where they belong at the moment. Xavier has just been having some much more consistent games, which over a longer period will most likely favor them.
I mean, I love this entire event because when we had PMGC happen last year, we didn't know who Zeus Esports were. We had no clue. They were a team from Mongolia. That was about it. But then they put themselves on the map once they finished off in PMGC overall with a third place finish. Now you look at Xavier, and this team coming in from Vietnam, like we could see them be the team to break out from the region and put them on the map. I really, truly love having these global events because it really allows us to see these teams we normally don't see, and it gets me hyped up for when they meet yet again.
Oh yeah, for sure. And I just want to point out one more thing as well, Jason. It's like, I know there's a caveat that this is still a charity tournament. You know, all the proceeds are going to be going to a very good cause and everything. So that could be something where some naysayers will be like, oh no, they're not taking it seriously. I doubt that. I feel each and every one of these teams are trying their very best to get the win because, like you pointed out earlier on, they don't really get a chance to play against other regions that often, right? So you can see Na'Vi really trying hard, some of these more unknown teams. So definitely, I don't think the fact that this charity event is going to be a caveat at all whatsoever in this event. Everyone's giving their best. And for me, seeing this, some of the newer regions really pop up has been just a fantastic experience, just watching from the sidelines.
Yeah, I mean, all the teams want to get that W. They want to get the win here in the event. And you at home can get your own form of a win as well. It might not be a chicken dinner, but the win is in the form of player cards going on within the game. They're not up just yet, but make sure you guys stay tuned for more information coming in the following days of how you can snatch up every single one you possibly can, as we're going to snatch up our fourth match now. It's our second to last one of the day. You don't want to miss out on this action. It's all going to be brought to you by Maxman and Imperium.
And we're definitely not going to be missing out, Jason. Thank you very much once again. But Imperium, I really enjoyed the points that they brought up on the desk, you know, back on PMGC about Zeus. You know, nobody knew too much about Zeus on the international stage, and then they become this huge star-level team in PUBG Mobile Esports. And hey, Xavier living up to the expectations, and they might be the next team to follow in the footsteps of Zeus.
They're exceeding expectations, let's be fair. And that is the joy and the beauty of the evolution of PUBG Mobile Esports. Because let's be fair, PUBG Mobile Esports is still only in its infancy, right? It's only 2 to 3 years old, and we're seeing a consistent evolution, growth, exposure to so many teams around the world, and for their stories to be told, the grind that they've done to get to the point in their career. And when you're heading into an upcoming PMGC with a $6 million prize pool, by God, all of these teams and many more are going to be fighting for the spotlight, for the money, for the limelight. So I'm so looking forward to seeing the Xavier in the future.
I'm disappointed, Imperium, that you didn't put your pinky to your mouth and said $6 million.
Who's to say I didn't?
Did you? Nah, I don't believe that.
No, I did not.
Nah, you won't get me like that, Imperium. There's no intonation behind it. You need to back it up.
Can I go again?
Nah, you lost a chance. You'll do it another time. Nah, too late. Yeah, but I want to say, so we got our event now where we got ourselves Valdez, Na'Vi. They're so solid up to the top.
Yeah.
Where does your attention drift to now? Are there other teams that are like, hey, never know, they can maybe breach top 5 in the last minute, and maybe overtake the likes of BTR that are currently in that 5th spot? Are there teams that you're like, at the end, hey, they could just cross the finish line at the very end?
Yeah, 110%, because at least when you're looking from 6th to 13th, there's only 15 points dividing those teams. And then when you add BTR into the mix in 5th, that's an extra 3 points. So that's 18 points dividing so many teams. So yes, as much as I'm focusing to see if the Xavier can hold on to 3rd, if Zeus can breach, if maybe one of them can overtake Na'Vi, the fight for the top 5 for that 5th place is there for the taking.
Oh no, that's the start of things going downhill for Myth. 2 players down for Roki and Flex. As they're just getting... Okay, well,
wow.
That's something that happened. Blacklist International, 4 kills already. Aeon's getting knocked down, but that's going to be a very, very easy rest to go for. And now they got all the loot of Chuma set up for themselves. So an amazing start for Blacklist International. And now we've got to wait and see what that leads them to.
And I hope that gives Blacklist confidence going into not only the rest of this game, but the rest of the final game, because they're a team not known to be either looking for fights or necessarily the strongest in their fights, unless they are in the absolute late stages of the game in a controlling position. So this early fight for a team that are currently in 9th place, only 11 points behind DS in 6th. Come on, you know, build it up. Being so proud of what this team has been able to show us in the game so far across these 4 days. But when you're looking to end on a big note, Blacklist, and show us what you got, because taking that fight against Myth, as much as Myth has struggled, does show that Blacklist can win team fights confidently.
I mean, at this level, it very rarely happens where you would start off a game of Miramar with 4 players still remaining and you got 4 kills, eliminating a team instantly. That doesn't happen often. Exactly. So it is one of the best ways for them to start it for Blacklist International. So big heads up. You said Blacklist International, one team you're interested by. I'm especially impressed with DS Gaming. I remember back in PMGC, the only South Korean representative we had were Archer, and I remember me on the desk with Jason and D-Man, especially me and D-Man. We were going after them quite a bit. We were like, okay, this team is too stubborn.
Oh, fluff.
I'm hoping not. I'm hoping all the teams in South Korea play like that, because it wouldn't make a lot of sense. But it goes to show that it seems like the South Korean meta has changed quite a bit, and I think also DS Gaming has also taken home a lot of this experience and knowledge that they gathered from this event back in their own home region. I think South Korea could be a big surprise hitting the PMGC if we have one of the teams actually going up there, because hey, they're impressing me. They're literally just 3 points behind BTR in 5th place. They could snatch away a 5th place at the very, very end, just above BTR if they perform well. So yeah, DS Gaming is the team personally that I'm going to try and look forward to seeing if they can perform well in these last 2 games.
Getting back into this game, the Phase 1 circle is quite heavily on the east now. Look, I don't want to kind of jinx it too early, but it could be an island finish. I've done it. I don't care. I'm sticking to it. It could be an island finish, but as far as teams now rotating as the blue zone is starting to close in, Navi actually went for a Campo Militar drop. Either that or they dropped in the copy and made their way through, but I don't think that's the case. They dropped in Campo Militar, so they're kind of quite a little bit away from the circle. They've Yal in front of them, Zeusser and El Azahar. They have a really solid entry point into a really strong high ground position just to the south of them, outside Junkyard. Fnatic Zombies are in a really good spot, but they are still, I believe, too close inside Impala, despite the circle on Phase 1 being quite heavily on the east. I8, although they dropped in Los Leones with A1 and I believe the Xavier, they've all kind of respected each other and moved away on their respective areas, so that's good to see, and they're trying to set themselves up for a much better Phase 2 ongoing.
We can't currently see it. Hopefully the map feed will pop up eventually soon. Reject, I just want to point this out. They're once again going for a very big spread. I believe it's a 2-1-1. In fact, yeah, it's a 2-1-1. Sarah and Divine going to be away from the 2 other players of the team.
Is it too big?
It's too big. And that's one issue that I've had with Reject so often is being spread during a rotation is fine. Don't get me wrong. I do it myself when I'm playing my own games and I'm playing with teammates in voice chat. It's okay because you've got one player scouting, the rest of the team falling behind. And if you've got multiple cars, you're making sure that if one player goes down, the team can still moving forward. But Reject do it in such a way that literally, because they're so far away from each other, sometimes you'll see a team just pop in the middle of the spread, and then, well, they're so far away from each other, if one player gets knocked, then you can't assist each other, and you just lost one player for almost no reason, and there's no way of bringing him back into the game unless you win the fight. That's one issue I have. The spreads of Reject make sense, but they just push it to such an extreme that teams just are like in the middle, like, well, wait, what's this? Are these 2 teams or is this one team? And they just win the fight after.
I think they've also kind of proven, or they haven't proven that it's gonna work for them, as Miracle does take down one, switches over to the Gumball toward the sidelines. 6ix9ine Boy is there for the taking, and he's gonna grab that kill.
Well, M16, unfortunately, is no weapon that does miracles for you, Miracle. Well, feels bad, man. That is not a clutch weapon. And should have stayed a little bit more scoped in, I would say. Maybe would have had a better chance to get the double, but doesn't quite go his way. That's going to be Miracle out for NASA. NASA did get a strong game last time. They got himself a 2nd place.
Yeah.
But they took it really slow, and we like it. That's what we like to see, because NASA, main issue we had, them being a little bit too spread. like Reject, but they started working on that a little bit more, and it has worked out pretty well for the last few games now. So I want to see more of NAS actually trying to play as a team, because when you have one player far away like that, like Miracle, well, there's can't do much because you're playing with some of the best teams in the world. You're solo. The chance of you taking a 1v4, unless you're called Martin, well, it's not going to happen.
I love this from Zuxi. Just a little thing like blowing up a couple of tires from vehicle that's in a compound down below. It slows down your opponents. It's A1. It's really positive. It's going to give BTR a little bit more freedom. What do you mean you hate it?
It happens to me all the time. I'm in game, I'm chilling, and I'm going to take a car. All the 4 wheels are popped. I'm like, come on. Gotta ruin my games.
Oh, Max. Do you want a hug?
Actually, that would be really nice, but from Jason, not from you. Sorry.
Wow.
There you go.
Wow. Okay, fair enough.
Hey, sorry, tough up. Tsundere over here, man. That's how we're doing it.
No, that's fair. That's fair.
Navi's got to be a little bit careful. Yalla Esport could put some stick in their wheels later on, so Navi's got to think how they want to enter that wall. And Geek Fam slowing their rotation down a fair bit. Circle does go down. A little bit of water still in play. Not going to be too hard. Los Leones, though. I'm looking at the position up north of Los Leones is amazing. A1 typically like to play that position, but they moved a little bit further away. Blacklist International are rotating late from that position, so I think Blacklist, if they scout and approach this position properly, they could have one of the best oversight positions of this entire game to actually get that intel that they desperately need.
I8 had I believe, a little bit of a 2-2 split. Upon this circle popping up, they're joining up as a full squad, so great reaction coming out from them. Yes, A1 did go a little bit further than an optimal position that you quite correctly pointed out, but they are still in the center of this phase 2. We're seeing a massive cluster of teams inside the circle already, with teams still rotating, so we could see a few players being picked off. Maybe not full squads wiped out, but a few players picked off just like that, as DS look to get closer to that 5th place and knock on the Zyal. Satan rocks it up.
That right there is where you pop the wheels of your vehicle to make sure you can't get shot underneath it. I see.
Oh, wow.
Big headshot. Woo! Okay, A1 are out for blood right now. They want to pick everything out. And Zeus can't really afford to die now, right? Like, if they do, that's Zeus maybe giving their spot away to BTR.
And I loved what they said about Zeus on the desk as well. They are not playing with any flair in this final day, right? Or even throughout this whole tournament. I'm not saying they've played with fear, but they haven't played with the level of flair we've seen from them in PMPL and possibly PMGC as well. That kind of dominating, somewhat bullying playstyle. I know, you're not really going to get away with, so to speak, a bullying playstyle in this kind of lobby, but compared to the likes of Navi, they're in no way trying to make these games their own. It's like they're going, please, can we have a position in the circle, please? We come in peace.
And it goes to Valdez.
And it goes to Valdez, or they get punished on their rotation in. And they really need to rethink coming into future tournaments, because it's not going to get any easier.
Yeah, got to try and make sure you take a little bit more control. You're proactive on your approach to these games and to these circles. So hoping to see some evolution on that side. Na'Vi going for sneaky wraparound. They saw Yala, they got the intel, so that's great. And now they are aware of the situation around them. It seemed like Yala are trying to chase it down a little bit. It seemed like both Loka and Bandar have a game plan in mind. But Na'Vi are just going so wide. They're also on the main road because the terrain's not really easy to maneuver around. So that's going to take a little bit more time for Yala to get in a prime position. So that's making that position of Na'Vi actually relatively easy to pull off. So I'm okay with Na'Vi and how they're making that work. But Yala's got to be careful because Geek Fam is slowly but surely closing that gap. And they could get right behind Yala inside the circle.
And that's where I start to kind of get a little bit worried about Yala's consistency upon how they try to have these big 2-2 splits. Even if it's just rotating into the circle on phase 1 or phase 2, they tend to try and pull it off one too many times. And it's a kind of rotation or split that isn't jack of all trades. It is, for the most part, pretty situational. When it works out, by God, it works out really well for Yala. But when it doesn't work out, they get punished for it. Phase 3 pops up and it centralizes beautifully. But this kind of circle shift, on one hand, it's great because it eliminates pretty much like 90% of Los Leones. But on the other hand, it does allow very, very, very open field areas in towards the central part of the circle. So it does eliminate some tough areas for teams to, good areas for teams to kind of position themselves if they're not already there.
There are two very polar opposites kind of terrains you're dealing with here. You got the field finish you just mentioned, Imperium up north, and then you got your big hilltops down south. They're right up north of Los Leones. Good oversight, but now you've got to question yourself. What do we want to commit to? Do we commit to the high ground, or do we start going into the field, look for compounds, or make some makeshift compounds? That could work out fine, but it's not going to work out for Loco because he had nothing to play with there. Straight up, he's going to be one of the early casualties in the fields as Na'Vi play it for themselves. As Meg is going down, but you should be aware that was a knock. There could be another player around. He just crashes his way forward. Luckily, he does not lose his life in the process, and he gets joined up by Matic too, man. Meku and Matic is the deadly duo. I love seeing him play together.
But I love the fact that my point is proven, because even though Na'Vi had a bit of a split, that split is enough that they're able to join up and support each other. Yeah, they lose another player correctly off a team that you mentioned, Geek Fam, and now they're left with one. Ironically enough, it's Ida. Normally he's the first to go down, but he's last player standing. But with Kitsune throwing out the nades, boom, job done. Yala are out in first. I saw it. The writing was on the wall with how they were rotating into these circles.
Well, look how the turntables seemed like Yala thought they were in control, but no, it was Geek Fam all along. They were the sneaky anime main guy that just actually was shown to be nice at the first episode, but
okay.
At the end, he's the big plot twist, and he actually ends up being evil. Well, that was Geek Fam right there. And Na'Vi just like, well, now we know Geek Fam's there because they just took care of the last few players of Yala, and they just boom, instantly wrap around the eastern side, and we're trying to find an entry point through there. I love Geek Fam. They're just so proactive. They see the opportunity. They try and set themselves up beforehand too, which is why I love this team so much on how they play around their macro mechanics. So a really good setup from them. Picked up a few kills, but Alex Zombie's got to be careful. You're taking a little bit of time as Na'Vi could set up a little bit of a gatekeeper later on. Oh, he makes it over. Get out of the car right now. Gets out in time. Takes a little bit of drop damage there, but the rest of the team could easily pick him up.
I tell you whose rotation I love is DS, because with La Bandita being on the northwestern edge of the circle, it does open up for that crater to be occupied by a team, because you can peek up and down the ridge side, and it has a much higher elevated position onto the likes of Nasser down below, Valdez a little bit to the south of them. You can see it right now, and they're not even committing fully to it, which I even appreciate even more, because they're setting up for potential circle shift in a different direction, ready to react. But as it happens, it does center up once again with Nasser and A1 having two of the really only core compounds in play, with Valdez's just on the edge. Mafia Ninja, they lose. He gets taken down.
Oh, DRS, they tried to full Senators Fanatic Zombies, but get nothing for that except a big fat L on their forehead. BTR, I love their oversight position too, and Valdez, you mentioned, it was on the edge. I think that if they play their cards correctly, they could transition and transfer that into a lot of kills, so that's big. Nice nades onto AJ. Second nade might just be the hole-in-one they need. Right behind AJ, and it's an absolute banger from Mexico. Well, Hanko Fire still in the distance, trying to get as much intel as possible. Going to try and confirm that kill. They don't know, is it just AJ? Is there another player?
Oh my
Better off just making sure we confirm that kill. So that's AJ out of the game, and DRS, got a little bit too close to the flame, and unfortunately burnt themselves severely.
Yeah, it's just Nima that's standing. He moved away, but he's going into the open, loving arms of Blacklist, so out of the fire pit and into the fire. DS can still hold on to that crater field area, but it's not as within the strength as the previous phase. But with the blue zone hitting the floor, Nima is going to take a chunk of damage. Blacklist are avoiding it. Nima gets caught out. Another kill for Blacklist. There are 5 already, but they do have to enter this circle, and they're going to go up against the Pakistani team that have definitely proven their might when it comes to team fights.
Yeah, but the fact that they lost absolutely no players in these fights and these skirmishes makes it so much easier for them to have a chance and an opportunity and a shot to get into the circle. So I think that's a great opportunity for them. IA got himself in a also. I like this spot, but unfortunately the fact that they have to cross over the road makes this go so hard for them. But Na'Vi, there you go. That's going to be the clash going back and forth. Reject also going for a spread. They're wrapping around this fight. They could try and suffocate both Na'Vi and Fnatic Zombies, so they got to be both aware. Third party is just above the horizon. Mexico had some banger nades early versus DRS. Can he get some banger nades versus Na'Vi? Nice. That's apparently a yes as an answer. They're going to get it done. There's Reject on the other side too. They're going to be taking care of the 2-2 spread of Na'Vi. This is hard. I don't think the Russian team has an easy way out of this fight as Tixi gets knocked down once more. Meku and Kitsune, the two remaining players. Kitsune, do you really want to join the fight? I would leave if I were him and try and find a little bit of a hole to hide into and hope to get some extra positioning points. Divine trying to cross over. Get some intel with that third-person perspective, but cannot get the exact pinpoint location of Meku.
Nice on Duello.
Fnatic Zombies, yeah, they're just going to be leaving. Ooh.
Yeah, but I really like this from Reject, getting into the thick of the action, using the dip that they have by the side of the road to their advantage. Salam and Mexico looks to reposition across the way. It's a Boot is going to be with them as well. Navi are taking out Miramar. Has not been their fortitude inside these 4 days, right? They came in to today with an average of roughly about 7 points per Miramar game, and going out in 13th place with just a pocket of kills just kind of proved that they struggled in this map in the PMWI.
You see, this is what triggers me. Look at Reject. They're playing together and they're playing it so well. The control from that red line is so on point. It's literally 10 out of 10 execution. They're making sure they're taking care of Fnatic Zombies. They're also taking a fight versus IA, I believe, for some time. Oh, no, Blacklist International it was.
Yeah.
And even got rid of Na'Vi. This is what I want to see from the Japanese team of Reject, as now Fnatic Zombies trying to force Sende. He's going to have a fight versus Divine. Divine actually gets it. He was down to 50%. Nice. He was not supposed to win that. He gets it done. They're still up as a 4-man squad and already 5 kills to their name, and they got a few more available on the remaining players of Fnatic Zombies. This is the Reject I want to see all day, every day.
Yeah, but now they're going to have a bigger mountain to climb as the circle has shifted to the west. And guess what? It's all open. Just a couple of hay bales in form. BTR have the only kind of compound in play towards the high ground, overlooking everybody in the fields. A1 will have to move away from their fortitude. DS are going to wrap around on towards the northwestern side, which they'll come across Valdez. So definitely with 10 teams left, 32 players alive, Geek Fam are eliminated and the Xavier are doing their best to keep themselves up as a 3-man team.
Yeah, Geek Fam bite the bullet.
Those shots from Zuxi.
Yeah, Zuxi, I think he had a Mini 14 I saw earlier, and yeah, he's going to have himself the Mini 14, so he's going to be able to take himself some really good engages.
Okay.
Yeah, Fnatic Zombies, they're out. There's some extra kills to Reject. Man, 9 kills already, but 3 knocked. Lapis, you're not going to get everyone back up. You have to leave, man. I'm sorry, mate. That's going to be the end for your teammates. Blacklist International. So it seemed like the focus was so heavily onto Fnatic Zombies. Blacklist International were just able to ruin a lot of their chances. The play zone is going to be claiming them one by one. What's the plan? He's going to try and heal. He's got 3 first stage. He can't stay here for too long, man. It's phase 5. That one tickles a little bit more too much than you would initially expect.
Get in the bike and run away, but Blacklist are moving away themselves, so he is able to pull off a first aid. I like the fact that A1 sent Sinister into the circle as some kind of anchor point with 6ix9ine boy knocked down. It is slowing down their push as the rest of the full squad. One of the Blacklist players gets knocked down by Darth Dante. The Xavier GE just can't do anything about the Mini 14 shots being laid down by BTR, the gatekeepers of this circle, as phase 5 blue zone closes in.
Yeah, Tiro is one of the top players for a few days, actually, in this World Invitational event, so trying to live up to the expectations. With that luscious hair, we'll see if I'll be able to take down A1 Esports. But it's a 1-3. Not going to be too easy to pull off. Though, the west side, that's the big threat for a lot of these teams, right? The overside, the overhang is so strong for DS Gaming, Valdez, and even Valdez actually going for a relatively big spread, a 2-2 spread right now, trying to put focus on both DS Gaming and also BTR.
That makes sense.
I think it's okay, but it's depending on how you execute it, because if you try and take those fights, that 2-2 spread is going to go actually heavily against you.
I think it's just not putting all your eggs in one basket, right?
That's fair, yeah, that's okay.
Yeah, you're just trying to spread out to find any kind of position, even if you're left with only 2 players up, and it makes sense. As A1 still trying to hold on, Sinister is inside the circle. BTR have the high ground. The circle does shift in A1's favor as the Xavier are taken out. So are Reject.
I think the Xavier died just after. Yeah, they died just after. That's going to be I think it was a 7th place for the Xavier and a 8th place actually going away of Reject. So that's going to be actually a little bit of a point difference coming out in positioning points. Though Valdez, there you go, going for the fight. I didn't think they were going to push it. No, they had actually a relatively wide spread, but it seemed like Valdez are trying to regroup. They want to fully commit their way towards BTR. Liquid going a little bit further back to make sure he can actually pull off that first aid. Seeing some big nades happening between both DS Gaming and NASA Esports. Utility.
Don't go for the revive. Don't go for the revive, Martin. Allow yourself to try and take that fight. It is being pulled off.
It's fine.
BTR aren't really pushing it.
I think this is fine. Reason why they did a lot of damage onto Liquid, they know that this is they're trying to now move back, and I think they heard the footsteps of them trying to leave. So I think that res is actually completely okay for them to do. But what's going to be the game plan after? That's what we're going to check out. Hamza, what was that? Absolutely destroys the South Korean team of DS Gaming. That's a top 4 minimum for NASA. Man, this is consistent for them. Last game is top 2, a top 4 also on this Miramar game. This is NASA Esport that's truly turned a new leaf, it seems.
Jordanian team showing up on the final day. Found their confidence, found their feet. But can they claim this chicken dinner? It would be their very first one as Valdez are disengaging away. They're like, no, we've wasted too much time. We're having none of it. But is it going to be too little, too late? A1 now going to have to defend their fortitude.
I'll see if the anime comeback story will work out for Hamzy, but no, he's just getting destroyed by 6 on top of that buggy. Not much could really do. 4th place for NASA Esports as Valdez. They're wrecking havoc over here on Miramar. BTR, A1, and Valdez. Top tier teams in PUBG Mobile Esports. We're trying to take that fight. And who will be the one to take the win? Man, BTR, if they take himself a double win today, they're not called the Comeback Kings for nothing.
Nice.
It's a nice nade and nice headshot connects. Everything is currently hitting the mark.
Oh, no.
The thing is, you're in that building right there under that shed. You're just so easy to nade up. You're prone to taking damage from BTRs. Now they're closing that gap. And A1 are just pinned down. There's not anything you can really do. Jax is just pinned down. The nade, the mollies, everything connects. And that's it for A1 as they get eliminated in 3rd. And now only 2 teams remain. Is Valdez versus BTR once again.
So good by BTR. Unfortunately for A1, Valdez couldn't be there to in any way initiate a third party, so the focus was there for the Indonesian side. But the leaders of the PMWI, they just don't stop stopping. How do they do it? Full squad up, another game on board. The consistency is just running wild, wilder than Hulkamania in the 90s. But that nade
disgusting
will slow them down.
Absolutely disgusting. What a nade from Liquid. Now they need to try and get himself a little bit more concept over to the side. Not too sure if they're aware of his current position, but the circle does go in BTR's favor. So Valdez really, they're going to have to push out. And there's already been so much utility used by Valdez. There's literally no escape. Another nade. What are these nades connected for BTR? That's a kill confirmed onto Martin. No more information being given by that player. You're seeing sneaky Liquid and Luxy as they're trying to get more intel, get some extra loot. Never know, could find a few more nades and mollies.
Nice.
Makes it a one-on-one trade. Luxy taking a severe beating too. Then you got 2 more players. Concept trying to push on top of that heal. Does get prone in time, but that's going to be the follow-up from Liquid. Actually, that's going to be helping tremendously. Only Gooey, the old path triple A will try and get that fight, but it's BTR. This is their game. This is their day. This is their day for here for the World Invitational East as they get themselves their 2nd win in the event. They are truly stepping things up in this event, Imperium. And the kills too, how they took control is absolutely top tier.
Like, credit to both Valdez and BTR, because let's be fair, at one point they were fighting against each other and it seems like they both had the same idea at the same time of, look, we're not really winning if we both continue to fight. Let's both go for the circle, and indeed they did. Unfortunately, A1 were the victims in that moment, and when it came down to it in the end, those grenades from BTR were so good. First Martin, then onto Concept, and then it was just between an M249, UMP. It just didn't matter. The weapons in the hands of BTR came on in and claimed that chicken dinner. So good.
I'm still so surprised and impressed by the pinpoint accuracy of those nades and those mollies. They were so clean. And the circle, of course, going a little bit towards BTR's way. It just forced Valdez into a corner. And BTR did not wait for the fight to come their way. They were like, okay, we're getting knocked. We've got the nades dart connecting. We're going to push it to the next level. We are going to be trying to assault you and push you down. This is the BTR that we expect to see. No, the BTR that takes it pretty slow early game. But the moment they start getting to the late game, that's where they get more and more scary. And I think it's what a lot of people were expecting from them at the start of this event, but they slowly got themselves into a good spot. They ramped things up, and now this is the BTR that people were hoping to see. So they're back on the board. Sure, it's a little bit late for top position, but they need to hold on strong to that top 5.
Look, you know, at the end of the day, you can't change what's happened in the past. You can only focus on what's in the present and look to build towards the future. And also, it's not necessarily about how you start, it's about how you finish. And BTR, if they can finish on this high note, like they kind of already have in this final day, but even in the final game, you know, they're still then in such a valuable position as a name, as an org, as a team to, you know, put themselves in a dangerous position for the upcoming PMGC. So for them, I'm really happy to see that victory come through and for them to continue the big name that BTR has within PUBG Mobile.
Yeah, it's great to see. And Zeus also dying a little bit early in this game. They're able to close that gap a bit more. Maybe snatching away top 4 is an eventuality for Bigatron Rodalians, and also creating that gap away from DS Gaming to make sure they, in fact, do remain top 5. This is amazing from Bigatron Rodalians, and truly, once again, keeping that title of the Comeback Kings. But it's got only one more game remaining, Imperium. We are just about to reach the finish line this time around before we do crown our champions here for the PUBG Mobile World Invitational East. It's been great, but only one more game is going to be making a difference, and we're going to have very small amount of changes, but you never know. The dream is still alive for a few other teams.
Yeah, and look, A1 got a solid return to form, to be fair, so it's nice to see the Bangladesh representatives at least come into this final day on a high note. And just real quick, Ami Tumak, Valaboshe, it's I love you in like Ali, so a lot of love out there for the Bangladesh fans.
I think you should be a teacher. You know, you can teach a lot of people some language, because I have no idea what is happening a lot of the time. But you know what? I'm sure he's saying really good stuff, so good for you guys. But that's going to be it for our 4th game of the day. And as I said, there's only one more game remaining. You definitely don't want to miss it, so we'll be back right after this break.
We've got the OnePlus 9 Pro, and it's absolutely gorgeous.
Oh my gosh, this display is just out of this world.
Insane. It's got 65 watts of charging power.
The 9 series is next level.
PUBG Mobile World Invitational is powered by Gamers Without Borders and is brought to you by OnePlus, the official smartphone provider, Nemo TV, the official streaming platform, and STC, the official playout sponsor. Bigatron are just playing out their opponents here with their second chicken dinner of the day. It just leads me to wonder, where have they been the rest of the event? Bigatron, I believe, currently in 5th place. Could have been much higher if they had a better performance over the first 3 days of action, but at least they're showing us they're still a Titan to be dealt with as they pick up, like I said, their second of the day and their second of the event. To be fair, I'm Jason Kaplan, still joined by Blank and Blah to break things down in this last match. And there's honestly a lot of things we could unpack. Na'Vi going down early, Valdez still surviving to the very end. I don't know where you guys want to start with, so I'll throw it over to you, Blank. Where do you want to go?
I'm just sad for Na'Vi. Fnatic Zombies 2 days in a row now where, well, 2 games in a row where they've just ruined their chances. And it should be so easy as well. I think Na'Vi is just struggling with this team. And I think I know what's going on, which is a case of like Na'Vi is being very, very aggressive and they want to take position. And perhaps these fights, they're overcommitting at times. It is upsetting to see. But honestly, all props to Na'Vi regardless. I think they've had a fantastic run here. I think the major thing for me at the moment is Zeus Esports and Xavier. Who's going to hold on to that 3rd spot? Because currently, Zeus is only 5 points behind. They've not had a great game. So they're actually in store for a great game on Erangel coming up.
But speaking about like this particular game though, like yeah, it was a bit of a disappointment for Na'Vi, but Bigatron, like you said, Jason, I don't know where this Bigatron was the first couple of days, but it looks like they're not going to be going out without a fight, right? They're going to be making as much noise as possible and being very, very impactful as well. I love the way they had that final fight against Valdez. Valdez again, Valdez the Murder, Valdez the Circle, Valdez the Survivors, whatever name you want to add on to theirs. They're just so very good, just staying alive at till the very last circle. But Bigatron, some of those nades coming out blank, those were just pristine from the Indonesians.
Yeah, well, I mean, Indonesia, as well as Bigatron and Red Aliens in particular, have always been known for these nades. Zuxi and Luxi kind of really invented the game when it came to nade play in Southeast Asia. I mean, we saw China like really reinventing the actual wheel when it came to utility, but I think before that, it was definitely all on Bigatron. There's been some insane nades right in tournaments, and I think that this is more of the Bigatron that I'm used to. I mean, pushing A1 as well in that final fight where they saw that they've got a few knocks onto Valdez tonight. Okay, fine. Now we're going to take your position. Those hay bales are surprisingly easy to nade from that position the Bigatron was in. For Valdez, it's a lot more difficult. So Bigatron set themselves up for massive success in this game, and sure they deserve this. Now they're really contending for that 5th spot, that 3rd spot. If they can maybe get there with another chicken dinner, I'm gonna say it because it's not that unlikely considering we've had a Valdez day, we've had a Na'Vi day. Perhaps today is Bigatron's.
Perhaps. I mean, obviously we still have the last game to go, and Bigatron are looking to still try to move themselves up in the rankings. Let's take a look at our last teams though in this match and see how they did, because there's a couple of names lacking, as we mentioned. Na'Vi not going to be there. Zeus, unfortunately, not there either, with only the 4 points. And Geek Fam, you know, maybe this team we could talk about really quickly. This team I thought would do much better than they're currently doing at the moment. After day 1, they looked pretty promising, I think finishing 2nd overall. But as we talked about with Flash in the Pans, I feel like this team might have been just that, unfortunately.
I feel like Geek Fam, the first couple of days, like they didn't really have some insane days like some of the aforementioned names, right? Like Zeus or Na'Vi for that matter. But I feel like they were very good at being consistent in the top 5 position, getting a decent number of kills, a good balance between placement points and kills as well. But it feels like they kind of ran out of steam at the very last couple of days, right? It's been kind of like a slow downhill journey for them, and that's kind of unfortunate. I felt like they were looking very, very good, but I guess when it comes down to it, when you really need to step it up and you need to like really go for certain fights, they seem to be lacking in that particular department.
I never understood that phrase, the downward kind of thing, because I feel like you pick up momentum if you're going down a hill, and it's actually tougher to go up a hill, right? But
it could be a rocky downhill, you know, with a lot of rocks and trees.
Yeah. It depends if you're playing Takeshi's Castle. I mean, we've all seen that muddy slope where you need to get to the top. You know, Jason, I'm just bringing in my own obscure references now to
I know that one.
Your own. Oh, you do know that one?
Yeah,
okay, there we go.
It was rebranded to MXC in the US, and it was
there you go.
A comedy show.
Exactly, so they're slipping down this muddy slope at the moment, unfortunately not getting towards the top to get towards that final little battleground there. And for Geek Fam, yeah, I would 100% agree with players. Like, it feels like the steam has run out and they're just not able to take the fights like they used to be able to. Again, though, I think for the top of the leaderboard, Dear Xavier deserves a huge shout out. And I think more than anything, Na'Vi can be really prideful with the result that they're going to get, which I'm almost 100% sure is going to be 2nd place now after that game, because they didn't start out very strong, and yet they've brought it back. And if anything, that's probably one of the hardest things to do in a tournament, which is having a really weak day 1 and then being able to scrape back from that defeat that you've had.
Well, I mean, speaking about bringing it back, why don't we take a closer look at Bigatron, as we talked about earlier on, and compare their stats today up against their stats from the first 3 days of play. Because turning it around is something Bigatron have done. They've done it in the past, and they're doing it yet again here. The unfortunate part is it might just be a little bit too late for them to get higher than they currently are in the rankings, but we're going to find out. And what we can see, massive amount of damage increase, kills increase, points increase, everything is on the up and up for this team.
That point increase is absolutely insane. Yeah,
almost double of everything. But yeah, just the fact they're able to get quite a few number of kills as well, really helping them out. And it's just kind of unfortunate, isn't it, that it just has to happen on the very final day. And that's what happens when you have such a short format for an event. You need to deliver on each and every one of the days.
I think one thing in particular that I'm going to stand out here for me is definitely Luxi. This guy is so good on the off angle, and in the previous games, he's just been dying on that off angle, which is not what you want him to do if he's your special in that case. This time, he's so much more confident today, and he's actually getting those knocks.
Yeah, I mean, confidence has always played a key factor, I'd say, into this team. I mean, we even saw during PMGC, like, how down Lux and Zuxi were onto themselves and their team of feeling like they let everyone down in their team, in their country as well. And obviously, when they get that confidence, we see what they can do as they've been able to pick up 2 chicken dinners today. But I'm curious, can they maintain that confidence going forward into the last match? You want to end on a high note? Obviously, we still have half a year to go in PUBG Mobile Esports. We got the $6 million on the line at PMGC this year. More money in that one event alone than the entirety of last year. But we'll see as we're about to head into our final match. I think we might go into our overalls really quickly to set the scene for how close some of these teams are from ranking up here and potentially getting more money when it comes to our prize pool to donate to the charity of their choices. And yeah, it looks like basically a done deal here. It looks like Valdez will be able to close out as first place. But there still is maybe, I think even Na'Vi pretty comfortable in second place, as you're saying, Blink. Maybe DXavier or Zeus, or maybe Bigatron with another chicken dinner here could actually ladder up a rank.
Yeah, I think that this 3rd, 4th, and 5th placing is where really all that movement can happen. Valdez and Na'Vi, they're pretty secure in their spot at the moment, unless we see some insane game from DXavier and, you know, Na'Vi go out really early in this game, which is not out of the ordinary, to be honest with you. This is something that could happen. But yeah, DXavier needs to hold on to this spot. They've not had the most amazing games of the past 2. But yeah, Zeus are in for a good game right now, especially having the bad game now. Feast of famine, boys.
Also got to give a shout out to A1 Esports. I feel like this particular event has been a bit of a disappointment for all the South Asian teams. Like you're talking about the teams from Nepal, from Bangladesh, from Pakistan as well. But A1 Esports, considering a very slow start to the on the first day, they were very quiet alongside I8, and they slowly started to have a bit of a resurgence. And the fact that they've managed to crack the top 8, of course, like they could still slip on down further if they don't perform the final game. But I feel like when it comes to the South Asian representatives, A1 have done a pretty good job representing the country.
Yeah, for sure. And like you're saying before, we're getting to see a little bit of life out of South Korea and Japan, you know, regions we don't normally get to cover too much when it comes to English, and also haven't been able to perform too well outside of Bluebees that we saw at PMGC. But it's nice to see there's some other teams that can pick up that flame, that torch, and hopefully carry themselves through into PMGC in the main event. Let's take a look, though, at our other teams. Other 8 teams, our last teams at the moment, before we do head into this final match. And there's still a couple of names in there that we're unfortunately missing as we've been taking a look. Fnatic Zombies have had an okay day so far. Blacklist International, kind of feel for them here. Didn't they start off the entire event with a chicken dinner? They were looking phenomenal on day 1.
They're the only team with 2 chicken dinners on this page. I think that they really tried to get towards the end, but now these teams are feeling much more solidified in their position at the moment, not making as much mistakes. I think Blacklist has kind of capitalized on a lot of that, Blur.
Yeah, for sure. And I feel like they're a team who rely purely a lot on the placement points, which is kind of evident as well, right? They have 74 placement points, which is 22 more than the kills they have. And if you look at the kills, it's only like 2 or 3 teams which are below them, which are NASA, Myth, and Fnatic Zombies, who are way at the bottom of the table. So yeah, I feel like the fact that they were a little too over-reliant on not taking fights might have come and bit them in the butt later on.
Well, you know what? It is a learning experience for them. It's a learning experience for a lot of teams out here, getting that true international competition. And hopefully for them, they take this back to their own regions. They, you know, think about what to do better, how to improve themselves, and then coming into the next event, they can blow us all away and really put out a standout performance. I mean, still, any experience you can get from this event is fantastic. Of course, it's for a great cause as well. All the money going over to charity to help vaccinate the world and leave no one behind. And we're not going to leave our commentators behind either. The game is about to kick off here, our final match of the PMWI. But before we get to that, once again, going to remind you, the milestones. This is your last chance to get everyone in here to the stream to hopefully hit every single one to get you guys all more rewards at home. Don't say we didn't do anything for you guys. We're trying to help you out, so help yourselves out by getting more people here on the stream. Let's bring our commentators in now. It's the final match of the entire shebang of 4 days of action of $3 million on the line. It's the final day here of the Gamers Without Borders in total. And what a better way to end it off with these 2 fine gentlemen here.
Thank you very much, Jason. Man, it's already been 20 games. Last game on the menu this time around, and after that we'll be crowned now champion. But in the words of Blank, and he said it right, now we're really and heavily going to be focused on that 4th, 5th, 6th place position. See if the teams in the last moment, in the final stretch, can actually make a difference on the overall rankings.
Anyway, we counted BTR out, to be fair, after
that's always the mistake.
2 and 3. We counted it out, but that 4th game, they just put themselves back up there. 25 points. Well, 26 is going to realistically be required, and that is a chicken dinner plus 10 kills, so by no means is it easy, but that mountain is climbable. They have all the gear on, and they're ready to put up a fight. But just gotta say, like, 16 countries being represented in the PMWI East, 32 across the East and West completely. $3 million, all for charity. It's a pleasure. It's been an honor. It's been absolutely insane to be covering this with you. And into our final game, just want to say thank you to all the countries, all the fans, all the supporters, all the players, and everybody behind the scenes for putting it all together. You are absolutely amazing.
Same for the boys on the desk doing a fantastic job for this
yes, sir.
whole event for the World Invitational, especially Jason. He's been doing East and West. This guy's mental. He's out of his goddamn mind. But you know what? We're going to be out of our minds at the end of this game, Imperium, because we are going to be dropping on the battlegrounds for the very last time for this World Invitational East. And we'll see who's going to be able to close it off with an absolute bang. Who will find great closure to their World Invitational event and adventure. We'll have to see, but man, can't wait to see how things are going to come out. Are we going to see something out of the ordinary to find closure to this one? We'll see, but so far it just seems pretty standard with a more southern eastern plane path coming on through. So teams like Na'Vi, George Paul, not going to be there. So I8, you be careful now, okay? Because you could get hot dropped on.
You be careful now. No, run along, stay safe, be careful out there. And, you know, with the Xavier, they haven't really had the best of days, but either of Na'Vi, you know, they haven't really had the best of days. It is possible for the Xavier to overtake second. Now, it would require a massive result and possibly a bit of a risk-taking from the Xavier, and if they take that risk and it kind of bites them, they could also lose that third place. So I think I know what your answer is gonna be, but I gotta ask anyway, do you think it's worth them taking a risk?
I'm always for a risk at the end. I think it's great content in general. And you know, content, that's what we're here for. We want to see some fights. We want to see some teams going at each other's throats. But it depends where you are. If you're in a strong position and you have a risk of, if you have something to lose, then do not go for it. If you're Valdez and you're so comfortable, you can go ruin chances of teams down below and do whatever the hell you want. So I would say mostly it's what position you're in.
Yeah, for sure. Not only do we have a hot drop between Na'Vi and I8, but we also have a hot drop between Fnatic Zombies and Myths. Now, Myths, I haven't seen them drop in Novo at all. Is it just because it's the last game of the day and they want to have a bit of fun? But they're dropping on Zombies. They want to have the fight in Nova. Till we move on over to that one, gotta have a look, obviously, at the positioning of Na'Vi. They have a bit of a 2-2 split, so I8, they seem to at least recovered from the first game of the day where they maybe got caught out by Na'Vi. Although Johnny, he's taking a bit of damage. Unfortunately, Meku hits the window sill and can't connect all those shots.
Hey, look, not gonna lie, we have two tournaments happening right now. Tournament currently at the top for first, and we also have the tournament at the bottom. See, it's going to be 16th, and that's between Fnatic, Zombies, and Myth. So we'll see how that goes.
True.
They're going to be peeking through
that
corridor, but there's not much Meku could really do. UZM going to be chasing it down with that shotgun and back. That's the kill confirmed. See you later, Alligator. It was good seeing you. Back to the lobby you go for the very last time as Na'Vi down to 3. I mean, hey, at least it does seem like I8 learned, right? And then okay, they're going to drop on us because of the plane path. We're going to drop on top of each other to actually be prepared to get the man advantage in these fights. They got the first one. Now they're going to be putting the focus potentially onto Kitsune.
Well, it is important that they take that body advantage and they look to push with. Of course, they don't want to overstep their mark and they want to make sure they have relevant information. But the important thing is that they look to stick together and cover each other's back. Make sure that if one knock comes through, you're able to counter that instantly. Up the stairs, the nade comes through, nearly connects on in through the smoke. Does tickle Kitsune down to about half health, but he's able to breathe a little sigh of relief. Tixie, he's in the back line by that long tower. He could get a bit of a backstab and create an opening for the rest of his Na'Vi teammates.
That's the thing, they got such a good wraparound. One player to the east, one player center, one player to the west, and I think that is a good way to play it out. Kitsune, luckily enough, though, no one's going to be trying to push him on top of the roof. And he's just waiting. This is so smart from Na'Vi. I'm loving it because he knows that if he plays on the roof, the only areas you can really push this location from are from the staircase over to the east and the one to the west, which are covered by both Tixie and Matic. So there's literally 0% chance you're able to push it if you do not get rid of those two players beforehand. So I'm loving how this setup works out for Na'Vi. Despite not having the man advantage, the setup is just 10 out of 10.
What is Uzum doing? I'm sorry, but he's prone down in the building, and I gotta wonder, he's on his own, that's one thing, but why isn't he looking to have a look on the back line? I understand he's in a position where he can't join up with his teammates, but he has to start being proactive, creating a bit of a distraction, because he can be the reason, although he might be a sacrificial lamb, he can be the starting point for IA grabbing a much stronger hold of this team fight and potentially wiping out Na'Vi, but until then, he in this moment and situation, he's a bit of a dead weight. And I know that sounds harsh.
It can hurt a little bit. I fully respect that. Coming out from that fight. So, NASA, when will you learn? When will you learn that your actions have consequences? Being spread, trying to peek it out. Valdez, I mean, they're dropping Rozhok / Sunken City split. You should not try and peek that position. There's always going to be something coming against you. Yeah, there you go. NASA always losing one player early, but it seemed like they like to start. They want to make it easy for the teams around them. We're going to give ourselves a handicap. Then we'll be down to 3, and we'll truly have a challenge, even though, well, they're not top 3, so I don't know. No, maybe.
I don't know.
It's a weird challenge.
By the way, zombies and myths, they actually avoided each other, and they're both disengaging separately. So maybe it was one of those things where myths didn't think zombies were going to drop in Novo, and they thought it was going to be free. So that's something to kind of think about. Another knock, by the way, Valdez onto a member Nasser with a bolt action sniper, so it's nice to see that being pulled through. Other teams inside the circle, which does hover towards Military Island. We could see our very first and only Military Island finish in the PMWI, but Geek Fam are still on that kind of split area around Gaka, which I think is okay considering where that phase 1 is. A1 had that coastline mainland position to drop close by. They didn't have to move forward, and they're able to get a lot of information by that western bridge. Zeus rotating early. I've actually gone ahead of the Xavier on that kind of south east Pachinki hill, but they even have a 2-player split on the direct hill down south of Pachinki. So as much as I like from Zeus, in other games they haven't really proven to protect the central circle area, so it does worry me a little bit.
Yeah. I just want to mention this about Valdez. There's one thing that I love about this team that I don't see in a lot of other teams, because I think it depends on your mentality and how you approach the game. Yeah. When you see teams that are in the first place and they're very heavily set themselves apart from the rest. We're going to have a little bit of a replay as Martin. That's how he got that shot. I mean, he gets into the car. That was going to be a pretty nice one with the M24. But when you look at some teams who are in first place by a huge, huge margin, which is exactly the case now for Valdez Esports, there are some that definitely put their foot off the pedal and they just, okay, we can relax now.
That's true.
I love teams when they fully commit, like, we don't care if we're in first. We're going to make a statement that we can just obliterate the rest of their teams. I saw so many tournaments where the teams in first, like, yeah, we won't do anything. But Valdez are always continuously doing as much as they possibly can. And I just love that from a team. So for that, big golden star for Valdez. I love it.
You're dead right. And a bit of an example of that is back in the EMEA Championship, because as much as Navi got a really strong start in the first couple of days, they did. I'm not going to say they backed off a little bit, but they did allow other teams to get somewhat close to them in the standings where we thought, could this first place be lost? So you're dead right about that one. The metal to the pedal. Valdez don't stop stopping as the Xavier, allowing Zeus to get onto the hills above them.
Hey, only Jason's allowed to make fun of me for that, okay? Only Jason and Kalash.
I wasn't making fun. I was honoring you. Thank you very much.
You're quoting me. Fair enough.
Yes.
You're quoting me. Though I'm going to be having to quote, I don't know I was going to go with that one, but I'm going to quote I8. I'm dead. Yeah, I don't know. I was trying to make it a little cool and everything, but I8, they're done. Losing a lot of their players. I think they're down to 1 currently, so it seemed like the setup that came out from Na'Vi actually paid dividends. Oh, it has a great angle. Godless. G hits the final bullet. Thought he couldn't get it at the end. Can he get the double onto Frankie? Frankie a little bit too good on this spray. And he's going to try and get that kill confirm onto Zeus. Godless with that nade of his own. But the rest of the team of Zeus is actually going to be trying to join up. The focus is, do you try and hold the front line, or do you allow one of your players to also go for the res onto GE? It would be really important for them to get it. As do you see the circle shifts, and now Pachinki Hill is even more important for the information gathering potential. So whichever team wins this one, the information game is going to be top tier coming their way.
And it's also kind of tricky because you've low-key got to kind of flank around on the side of the hill, but the hill to the left is probably the easiest option, but it's also out in the open, which puts you in a position of possibly getting third party, whereas the hill closest to Pachinki isn't really the best. I8 go down, Navi end up getting the better of them. It's a harsh lesson in the final game of the day, but honestly, I can say that I8 should hold their head high with how they performed in this PMWI, and they've made Pakistan proud.
That's the thing with IA, is I saw a lot of fans that were very supportive, which is great. You guys keep it up. You're one of the most active fans I've seen in a long time, so big thumbs up to that. It doesn't happen for every single team. It's great to have such a big fan base right off the bat. But you know, this is the first... Okay, don't scare me like that.
Did you?
I thought Borky was done there for a second. But a lot of people set really high expectations for this team. This is the first time they're playing at this level.
Yeah, I know.
This is the very first time. And as I agree with what you said, they can hold their head very high up, but it seemed like apparently Kitsune puts his high a little bit too far out the side as it gets picked up by Broly. But you know what? It's only a first time. I'm sure we'll see IA in the future doing absolutely fantastic strides for the team and for their region. As now Tixi taking a one-on-one versus Broly. Broly, I'd love to see this player, but it seemed like unfortunately you're going up against an absolute beast in the name of Tixi. As only Foroki will actually be remaining in his current position here. He got spotted away for a second by Matic. Gonna try and make sure they trying to slow down and diminish the amount of mobility Na'Vi can really have. Now they're down to one. It's going to be Matic. Trying to go for the nades, but doesn't quite connect. Yeah, and this is Myth's fight to win, really, very clearly.
Yeah, great opportunistic play by Myth, because I don't think they were necessarily expecting the team to be here, but when they heard the end of this fight between Na'Vi and i8, they sniffed an opportunity to strike, and they are indeed striking.
And he turned this one into a 1v3 Matic. A little bit of time, though. The res will come out to Broly. The nade idea is good. I get the premise. It's a little bit hard to play for Myth, though. But Matic, the more time you take, you know that those knocks are going to be coming back. Smoke it up, too. There you go. That was a smoke, trying to make sure he can. The thing, he took so long to actually go for the res onto Tixi, and I think that now Myth heard those footsteps. They must be alert that he is trying to get a teammate back on his 2 feet. He's going to try and jump behind.
Full squad has been put back up by Myth, and if you notice, one of the Myth players is on the roof. That's to try and distract audio cues for the other 2 remaining players in Na'Vi. Really good play.
Only that, also to stop them from jumping out the windows. That is definitely the play they're going for, to make sure they can regulate the movement that Na'Vi's actually allowed to go for. Flashbang comes out. Not sure if it actually connected onto Tixi, but Myth are going for 2-2, trying to wrap around from different angles. The blue zone's going to be doing a lot of work on these teams too. A lot of resources. That's another flashbang coming out. Now they've got 2 angles. Na'Vi losing one instantly. It's down to Tixi. Can the clutch man make it happen? Versus Myth. Gives himself another knock. He's solo switch over, but he's only got 10 bullets into the sky. He's got to reload ASAP, and he got 2 bullets. He's got no meds. He's got nothing. He might be able to close off. He gets the kill confirmed. Hey, man, he just got what he could. He got what he could, and I fully respect that.
Desperate times, desperate measures. Last chance saloon. He cleans up the kill. It leaves Myth down to 2, but the win comes through. Man, Na'Vi, I think that just kind of sums up the fight that Na'Vi have put up in this PMWI. Let's be fair, they started off so poorly. But that day 3 performance, the highest single day performance, beating Valdez's 5 games in day 1, 109, just put them so heavily back up in the standings, and man, they deserve a lot of respect for it. Their last game ends early, and Myth, the Algerian side, they'll carry on as a duo.
This is a very scary Zuxi. He's got an Orm in his hand. Luxy, oh, how did you dodge that? Jeez, Toro! But no more Toro anymore. He's going to be absolutely mowed down by the M249 of Sporter, of DS Gaming. The South Korean team just cruising by, but unfortunately going to have to go for a stop. One-stop shop in the field versus BTR and also Zeus, as these 2 teams are going to go now a little bit back and forth. Friend with the Orm has got a silencer too, making it a little bit hard to really pin down his location. They're in the edge of the circle, so I'm looking at teams that are in a good spot. That's going to be Geek Fam. I love their positions high ground, and they're once again set up for success in the early stage.
Also Reject, but as typical, Reject spread is a little bit wide, and that might come to hit them. As DS take down Nasser Esports, they've had a great day. Jordanian representatives, I feel, have really proven themselves a lot more compared to at the start of the PMWI, but their last day ends up early, and I did notice that Orm knock, by the way, from BTR.
Zux has been just disgusting with that Orm. Headshot after headshot, though, going to be able to get spotted away. Gets a little bit too close to Icy. Won't get frozen up just a tad. Liquid's further behind too. Not an easy way to deal with it. That nade's looking pretty good. Pinpoint accuracy once again. Wins out. Betrays the nade too. The old Godless, what's the game plan here? Because you can cross over pretty easily, but Liquid in the background too is giving a little bit of an oversight, and Ryzen, I love the nades on BTR. Like, Blank touched upon it perfectly, right? BTR and also the Indonesian region, the nades, they created grenades. They're the ones who make them, they build them. It's insane.
Yep. It's insane. Absolutely fantastic. Good turnaround from BTR, Zeus are kind of recognizing that, and they're just going to disengage away from that, knowing that they picked up a couple of kills, but they are also still up as a 3-man team, and I respect that from Zeus. I do think they could have pushed that to take down BTR, but when you're talking about playing for the late stages of the game and trying to protect their not only 4th place, but overtake the Xavier in 3rd, it's important that they get to the final few teams.
That's what they're going to be trying to aim for. A1's got a pretty nice spot, but not when it comes to the late game. They need to start looking to gather more intel. I want to send a few players forward, especially Sinister and 6ix9ine. I think if they start putting their information and they're scouting towards the northern side, that is where it should be. Field finish to close it off. Not fun. Not fun, Imperial, but there are some teams already in a good position. I like where Yala currently stand. Valdez 2, they got himself into the compound right west of Chopsticks, and Xavier 2. Man, a lot of the teams that we should pay attention to here could have a really good game. Xavier especially, if they stand strong, they could be putting himself in a completely advantageous position in the rankings, and they could do amazing, but this is going to have a lot of attention coming their way. Let's see if it's going to be good enough for them.
It's a big ask, but could they still overtake Navi? They're out, although Navi did get a few kills on board. I wonder if it's possible. It's going to have to start by taking out Zeus at least, but push them back. Zeus are going to go for a deep rotation in center of circle. I think it's way too early to try and pull that off, Zeus. You're going into the unknown. I can't see that working out for Godless, to be fair.
Just answer your question again. Xavier, they want to overtake Na'Vi. Minimum, they're going to need a win, and they're going to need an insane amount of kills. Not sure exactly how many it is they're going to need, because Na'Vi's picked up a few kills themselves, as you said. But they're going to need an insane amount. So we'll see if they can push it that far, but at least, no, they're fighting for that 3rd place, and they want to make sure that Zeus do not overtake them. Because Zeus, talking about them, very close by, it will be very interesting and a really fun run of events if these two teams actually clash against each another.
Man, and that's the thing, like, this is the thing with Reject. I highlighted their solid position in the previous phase, but because they were so heavily separated, they allowed A1 to get ahead of them, and now A1 have an overall better position. Now, can RC turn this around? Yes, they can, because they've gotten a couple of shots and a kill on the Reject.
Max spotted away, car explodes, boom. Boom goes the dynamite, boom goes A1, eliminated. See you later, Bangladesh team. Was good having you guys. Still, we have to say for A1, it's been a big ramp up for the last few days. They started slow and they've been ramping up really strong, and we talked about it last game, right? How A1, I think, could be very clearly one of the top teams in the next PMGC if they make it there. So hopefully that'll be the case. I'm sure we'll see a lot, especially of Darth Dante. That's the man that he's going to be memeing up next time we're meeting the land. He's going to be making a lot of jokes at our expenses. Fnatic Zombies, getting 2 players instantly knocked on down into submission up against BTR's 2 players of Ryzen and Liquid. 2 players that have definitely been stepping up heavily in this event. Liquid 2. Everyone's just pushing their way forward, and Fnatic Zombies are just cruising by, avoiding all of the fights.
Yeah, we're out of here, boys. We're just going to push deep into the center circle. I also got to say, that push by Zeus, I don't know how they didn't get punished for, but by God, it worked out. They're in the open, they're in the field, they're by a hay bale with a couple of vehicles either side. They've just got to pray that the next circle stays in their favor. Yala, I love the separation, and normally I'm kind of critical of their 2-2 split, but I think in this kind of situation, they're setting themselves up really nicely for the next circle, which in this kind of circle is kind of important, but when this next phase pops up, they really will have to join up as a full squad.
That's going to be the name of the game for them. Get back as a full squad. You might just have a chance to make things work out in your favor. Fnatic Zombie's going to lose another player. That's going to be Salam. Hamco Fi still up and hoping to just snake his way forward. But DRS, a lot of information. Same for Reject. We'll see if they can make the most out of it, depending on where the circle goes. It should normally center up into the fields. It could go to the compound down south for Geek Fan, but really the odds are definitely not looking in the favor of those positions actually being taken into account in the next circle. And it actually,
there you go.
Really big shift up northwest. A few buildings taken into account for, especially DRS/Blacklist International, but a lot of teams got to push in now.
The Palisade being a little bit downtrodden, but this final game, they have a chance to put themselves in a good finish and end on a high note. Blacklists are avoiding them and they send a couple of players into the circle, but leaving one player behind. Alas, I don't know where he's going, but he's made it in, getting close to the last Fnatic Zombies players, and Ryzen getting the revive onto Liquid to try and keep them up as a duo in the edge of the circle. That's important.
It'll be very important for them to keep that in mind. Xavier just going to be cruising by, avoiding Zeus altogether, but Zeus, they they seem in like a lot of trouble. This is going to be super hard for them to move away from that position.
It is.
Geek Fam going to be able to spot one. Lamborghini bites the dust. The rest of Team Xavier just continue by. I'm sorry, mate. They just can't go and save you out. This is not going to be a saving soul to Lamborghini. They just can't afford to do that this time around.
Oh my
They're going
god.
to try and just huddle up into a position to the circle itself while keeping information, while Reject is just right above them. A few nades and that's done for Team Xavier.
I don't know what Divine's doing. Cero's knocked down, which looked fair enough because there's a whole cluster of teams and players around this area and the southern edge of the circle out in the open, just trying to use your buggies, your vehicle smokes, give you a level of protection. But DRS down up on the hills above, just throwing the grenades forward, trying to pick apart the players of Xavier one by one.
I thought Reject would be the one to pop those nades, but seemed like DRS were the one to take a little bit more control, trying to take a little bit more kills up in the final moments. But everyone is so spread right now. This is a very hectic way to close off this World Invitational. ZZP just cruising around. Hamco Fire trying to peek out of the smoke, trying to get the fight, but ZZP's going to be dropping on down. He's going to M249, go for the spray. There's no chance. No chance. Nothing you can do, Hamco Fire. That's it for Fnatic. Zombies eliminated in 11th. But man, the nade game again from Geek Fam gets it done onto ZZP. How is the rest of the team going to deal with that for DS Gaming from South Korea? As they're just going to get picked up one by one. The moment the smokes are gone, it is time for DRS to pick up the kills.
BTR, the last two players, it was very tricky. They were on the eastern edge of the circle, but Valdez joined in the mix. So did Zeus, and guess who's come out on top of both teams so far? It's the leaders of the pack, baby. Valdez still up as a full squad. Zeus has one player left standing. That's all. All the while, Yala did join up as a full squad. They have all the northern area to their control.
No one wants to commit to the fields. It is horrible. You got so little areas to really fight from. You want to avoid it at all costs. And most of the cars are heavily damaged. It's not easy to rotate with them. Zeus, they're out of the game. That is actually huge. You got to keep in mind the Zeus were looking so good in the standings. They were in 4th place. And Xavier also just went out. I'm not sure. It is extremely close between these two teams. Who's on top? I do not know. We'll have to see later on with the boys on the desk. They're going to have to give the answers to those questions. Everyone's getting mowed down. Same for Valdez Esports. Not going to find closure with a win, but still we know that they are going to be first at the end. So what a great performance in this World Invitational East for Valdez Esports. But now still got a few teams that are trying to find glory in the finishing moments as Geek Fam pushing himself forward to the hay bale.
Really good play. Duello comes in, gets a knock into one of the Geek Fam players. Japan, South Korea, those two teams are still in the mix of this final game. And when you're talking about kind of the middle of the pack, they're in both 6th and 8th respectively, looking to hold on to those positions. We could see Reject jump up ahead of A1 because A1 went out early.
DS Gaming going to say... Okay, 4 more seconds for to roll that one over. This seemed like it was snatched away by Loco of Yala Esport. Sanes will also get confirmed away, but this time by Bandar. So they're really good. I think it was 8 kills I saw for Yala. So trying to find good closure. This is a team that has been looking so strong as of recently without a win. Sportugish getting absolutely battered, and that's it for the South Korean team, eliminated in 5th. And now only 4 teams remain. You got DRS, Yala Esports, Reject still in the game.
Okay,
what's happening currently? Aeon's getting pushed upon by Ida. And this one gets himself the kill with a barrel, and he's going to swiftly confirm that one.
Style points indeed, but unfortunately the living points don't work. Bandar is going to rock up Eon towards the edge of the blue zone. Eons is able to use that buggy that was Ida played in to his advantage, but in the end, Bandar comes out on top.
You know what? Not gonna lie, that's still a pretty good way to close off your adventure. Started off with a win, ended up with a good game, but yeah, indeed, as you say, Imperium, only 2 teams. Yala Esports still in the game, and the team from the power of DRS. Can they finally get themselves a dub? That will be great to see coming out from this team. I think they've been trying their best to get themselves some wins throughout this event. There's been a little bit of a hard time for DRS. We'll see if they can try and find some great closure. Get himself 1 win. I believe it was on that Sunhog game. A second one would be a good way to end the adventure here for the World Invitational East.
Indeed, DRS looking for their second, but down the hill they go, and powerful. It was his birthday yesterday. Happy belated birthday. Can you get a chicken dinner for the greatest birthday surprise?
See if that's going to come to fruition. AJ being knocked on down. If the smoke dissipates and still has a good position, the information from AJ could have been strong, but now Bandar's got that tippity top of the mountain under control. They're everywhere. There is no escaping Yala from their current location from which they're fighting.
My God!
Matthew Ninja had absolutely no clue of what was coming his way. And now that's it. It's going to be 2 players of Yala Esport, Powerful and Bandar. Bandar did have a first aid, going to pop that one up. Oh, DRS got AJ back on his 2 feet. It's a 3v2. DRS from the POW the Saudi Arabian team of Yalla Esport, who will be the one to find closure here for the World Invitational East. Things are slowing down just a tad, but the circle going heavily away the rest of DRS. Powerful has the game-winning position right now.
He does, but he's on his own. And Bandar needs to try and really work together with Powerful to coordinate a beautifully played attack.
I wonder if Mafia Ninja's still giving information on where Powerful stands. If they get rid of Powerful, that's great. Oh, they get it. That's huge. That's immense. Bandar trying to move away from that position. It's 3 pillars of DRS just throwing everything they have on top of Bandar. He gets to the crate just in a nick of time. But DRS, are we going to close it off with a Nepali win? That'll be huge. As Bandar gets the first day once again, up to 75% health, trying to go for the sprint to the open.
Oh,
gets them solo onto Galton. But now they're trying to wrap around Nemo's. Just solo has to switch weapon too. He's getting pushed upon, and there's not much he can really make happen as we close it off with a DRS win on game 20 for the World Invitational East. But at the end, Imperium, it doesn't matter because we know who the champion really is. It is going to be none other than Valdes Esports from the side of Thailand. What a great showcase from this team. Valdes has been absolutely on point from start to finish, and they truly deserve the trophy. This might just be the next world champion at the very end.
Man, Valdes Esports may have dropped the murder, but they certainly added that to the battlefield. Controlled, dominated, damaged, brutalized, you name it, whatever word you want to use. It was their tournament to win. Right from the offset, 105 points in day 1. It speaks for itself. And then day 2, day 3, even today in the final day, they were always up there. Consistency personified. They didn't let up, and they fully deserve to be crowned your PMWI East champions.
Okay, that's going to be it. We're going to send it back to the boys on the desk to break it down to see exactly how the top teams position himself at the very end. Boys, take it away.
Well, that was well-deserved out of the team from Thailand, taking home the $250,000 for the charity of their choice. And honestly, I think it couldn't have gone to any other team but them. Blank and Bled, this team has played so consistent the entire time. They have shown to be such a dominating and unstoppable force when it comes to PUBG Mobile. And I have high hopes for them now going on to the events later on this year.
Looking at day 1, I mean, I guess many people could be forgiven for thinking that Valdes, all right, they're just having one of those days where nothing seems to go wrong. There's no way they're going to be able to sustain this level of performance. And they weren't able to maintain the level of performance. However, even their normal level, their average level is just so very good, Jason. I mean, look, they played 20 games. 11 of them were top 3 finishes. 15 of them out of 20 were top 6 finishes. I mean, Blank, we talk about consistency, but this is something else altogether.
It really is. And I mean, look, coming from the Germanic origins of the name Valdes, powerful. And why haven't they been powerful this entire tournament? Every single game has been ridiculous. And although, yes, powerful maybe sums them up in some ways, but also survivors. And Blair, I think you've been saying this throughout the entire tournament, that these guys survived to the very end of whatever map they're on. Sandhawk has been the most wild ride for me ever, watching a team like Valdes actually get pretty much top 3 positions every single Sandhawk map. It's kind of unheard of, and it's something that I don't think I'll ever see in a tournament again, that kind of consistency on such a volatile map.
Absolutely. I mean, we talk about Sandhawk, and I like calling it the great equalizer, where it can sometimes be so random, right? Like, you have some really good teams who fall off early on, but like Blank said, the fact they're able to get such consistent high placings on even a map like Sandhawk, I mean, I think we're running out of adjectives to describe how bloody good this team is.
I mean, we did get to see a couple of great teams at the very end make a solid push. We're going to take a look at our overalls to see where all the other teams did place. So you did hear Xavier and Zeus looking like they solidified their position as number 3 and number 4. But we'll take a quick little look just to make sure no one else has shifted around when it comes to the top 5, because I believe BTR should be in there at 5th place. And we can see how BTR have made a massive climb in the last day, moving up 4 rankings from 9th to 5th, able to get themselves up to 5th. And I think more importantly, showing us out there that they still are a team to be reckoned with. And I'm just curious to see for a lot of these teams how they progress throughout the rest of the year.
I mean, this is something I was mentioning on day 1, which is that, you know, Bigatron might have had a bad day, but I'm always sort of hesitant to be like, count them down and out, because they always seem to spring back right in the nick of time. And getting a 5th place here is going to be a very nice spot here for the Indonesians from Bigatron Red Aliens. Like, they have not been down on their luck, so to speak. It's been a case where, you know, they've brought it back and they can still be very prideful into this getting a top 5 position. DS Gaming, though, from South Korea, we talked about these guys quite a fair few times, but South Korea being in the top 6 is very important for this country, especially for DS Gaming, because this is not something we see before. And we already know that all the teams towards here in the top 6 side are incredibly powerful. South Korea in here is probably a huge wild card for a lot of people they didn't expect. But we got to talk about these top 3, Blair, because they all deserve to be there.
I'm kind of happy that our picks of like, you picked Na'Vi the beginning of the day, right? And I picked Zeus Esports. We're like, yeah, these are the 2 teams we're going to be keeping an eye out for. And both of them had a bit of a slow start, but they're able to get a 2nd and 4th position. Yeah, we had faith at the end of the day. And yeah, like class does shine through the end of the day. But Valdez, they were far and away the best team. The Xavier, like you pointed out, this Vietnamese team, they really impressed me. They fell a bit short of where we expected them to reach on the final day, but still a great showing. And as I've already said, Bigatron, at the end, they do manage to go out with a roar. But a bit of a shout out to Yalla Gaming and DRS Gaming. You know, it's easy to get overshadowed when you have teams like Valdez and Na'Vi just popping off like that. But Yalla were always, without a single chicken dinner, they're always in the competition, always looking to take fights and win those fights as well. And DRS Gaming, even though it was kind of a quiet tournament, at the end of the day, Jason, they get the final chicken dinner, they get the last laugh, and they crack the top 8.
Yeah, they do, and obviously get some more money for charity of their choice. And I love how you brought up the fact that Yalla, 0 chicken dinners, able to get into our top 8. I mean, you take away 30 points from DRS, and where do they drop to? Probably outside the top 10, if not a little bit further than that. We'll take a look at our second page now and potentially see they're at 144 points. If they lost out 30, they'd be at 114. And yeah, they would actually be in 14th place. So that's pretty insane stuff. But again, Reject, we talk about teams that impressed you. The team coming in from Japan, showing what they can do. A lot of money in the scene there and a lot of great teams. They able to get a 9th place. I think that's very respectable considering the caliber of teams we had.
I think that for Reject, like considering how far they've come throughout the entirety of the PUBG Mobile journey, the esport itself, like it's very nice to see them here in 9th place. They constantly come back, and I think that they're a team of sheer will and determination. And I think that the more we see them, the more they improve, the better they look. And I think that, yes, before in other tournaments, I've thought to myself, you know, Reject's kind of like that throwaway team that I don't really have to focus on. But every single other tournament that I have casted or analyzed or been on, it has been a case where I think to myself, wow, Reject is just getting better. Unfortunately for A1 there, dropping down to 4th place, but I don't think this is the last time we will see Bangladesh. A1 really showed us throughout those 3 days what kind of performance, what kind of improvements they can make. So I'm excited to see them in the future too.
Well, we did have our money, our $250,000 for Valdez going to charity, but we still had one more amount of money to crown to someone, and it's our MVP of the entire event. Before we see it, hopefully, I would like to get some predictions from you two of potentially who it would be. I think we're all going to agree that it's going to be the same person, and we're just going to see.
Why don't we just say on 3, 2, 1? Why don't you say 3, 2, 1? Go, Jason. Get the count. Oh no, he's already there.
Yeah, it's already.
We all knew. We all knew, didn't we?
It was going to be Martin. It was going to be Martin. I mean, 400 points of damage, 399, fine. I'm just going to run out to 400. Every single game is quite ludicrous.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. It really is ridiculous. And 21 minutes average survival time. You know, if you had this man just a solo, he was getting these kind of numbers, you know, you'd have a team of one man who would be breaking around about 120 points margin, which is kind of nutty in of itself. But yeah, Martin has just been a standout player throughout the entirety of this tournament. I think he's kind of fallen off towards the end there, but that really didn't matter so much to me because it felt like the rest of his team was stepping up. And I think that's one of the worries we had was the case of, oh, it's just Martin, and then Concept came online, and then Six came online, and you have all these fantastic players all over Valdez Esports who really are making this team shine as a whole.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like there was quite a few different players we can talk about individually, but obviously Martin taking home the MVP. Talk about Frankie as well. I mean, the amount of kills, the amount of damage he had more than any other player in his team was phenomenal. But hey, Martin playing all around. I mean, 2 average kills per match. There was 20 matches. That's 40 points alone he's putting up for him and his team. That is a ton of points considering how little matches we've had played, and it's really hard to kind of match up against that. And as you mentioned, obviously survival time is huge. But guys, we obviously had our prize pool when it came to our finals, but we also had a prize pool coming into our daily winners, to the teams that scored the most points within that day. We'll take a quick look in and check in on who won $80,000 for the chair of their choice every single day. And we're going to have Valdez taking things on the very first day, Zeus taking day 2, Na'Vi taking day 3, and BTR at the very end there taking day 4. So Valdez going to be donating their money over to the International Medical Corps. We have Zeus and Na'Vi donating over to UNICEF, and BTR donating over to Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance. So every charity getting a little bit of money, and obviously a lot of other teams have donated to charities as well. They have to. That's the whole point of the event, right? But we're not going to go through the list of who they donated to, but it is still great to have the $3 million in total from this event going over to them to help vaccinate the world.
100%, Jason. I think that, we have so many really good charities here with us today, and Gamers Without Borders, set up by Saudi Esports, we're just so pleased to be here. Or at least I'm very pleased to be here, supporting a very charitable cause in what is probably one of our greatest times of need in the 21st century.
Oh yeah, for sure. Not just the level of competition we've seen so far, but the fact that, already it's great for me to be working an event like this. First time I'm working with you as well, Blank, and I'm obviously excited to be a part of this event here. Jason, I'm just going to ignore Jason right now. But the fact that we're doing this for such an important cause, like I said, it's an unprecedented time in modern human history, and the fact that video games can do so much of good, just to be a part of this is just magnificent.
Well, luckily for us, Jason is not here. It's James, remember. But no, you're very, very right. Obviously, with all the people working from home and spending more time at home, video games is such a great escape for people, and to see video games be able to do such good in the world is phenomenal. But I think that's going to round it out. I want to give you two a quick little chance, though, to say, a nice little goodbye if you want to, before we do close things out, and then get things ready for the West Conference coming up next. Blank, let's start with you.
Well, it's been lovely being here. Honestly, I couldn't be happier to support a cause like this from Gamers Without Borders. My first one, and it's my first time with Blair as well. And honestly, Blair, it's been an absolute pleasure, man. And Jason, I don't think you get enough credit for the work you do. And thank you, everyone at home. Stay safe and stay protected, and we'll catch you very soon.
Yeah, I think you pretty much took the words out of my mouth as well there, Blank. Absolute pleasure to work here. Jason, jokes aside, you do a lot of work. The fact that you're working both the East and West back to back is quite insane. I don't think I'd be able to do it. I don't think I would survive. But jokes aside, I think it's, again, I did another event earlier for Gamers Without Borders, and the fact that I'm coming back for a different game altogether, for me, I'm very honored to be a part of this event. I'm of course very happy as well with the work that Gamers Without Borders are doing. And also shout out to all the players as well, looking to be a part of this event, so that they know, this prize money is going to a very good cause, right? So the fact that they're willing to not just play just for the heck of it, but put in so much of effort, play for pride, and also play to help out a lot of people around the world, I think it's fantastic. So yeah, thank you for having me, and Blank, it was great working with for the very first time.
Yeah, I love it, guys. I love the brotherly love we got going on in the show. And obviously, got to give a big shout out to Max Red and Imperium as well for being on the show to bring you all the action when it came to the actual matches kicking off. But once again, big shout out to ESL here in Poland as well. They've been working 6 weeks straight, no days off, trying to make sure to bring you the best action they possibly can. They deserve all the kudos in the world. And obviously, last but not least, all you viewers as well have been tuning in, but you cannot stop tuning in just yet. We still have the West Conference to come up. Right after this, we're going to crown another $250,000 for our #1 team out of the West to go to charity, and that'll be kicking off in a few minutes.
It is truly an honour to have joining me on Gamers Without Borders His Royal Highness Prince Faisal bin Bandar bin Sultan Al Saud. Thank you so much for joining me. Firstly, I would love to ask how you and your family have been this past year during the pandemic.
Well, thank you very much. It's a pleasure being here with you. It's been a long year or two. We've had just as much cabin fever as I guess most people have. We've had to take an extra step with precautions because my daughter was born in February. So, the time leading up to that, my wife pregnant and then with a newborn in the house, we had to be extra careful. But we are very thankful and very lucky that we had the opportunity to be a part of the vaccine rollout and get vaccinated. We are excited about getting to the end of the pandemic. And we want to make sure that we are doing, everything we can to help the world get past this. And as they say in the videos that you see throughout this tournament, is no one is safe until everyone is safe. So we're happy to be a part of that. We're really thankful and very lucky.
Well, it's the second time that you've spoken here at Gamers Without Borders. Last time was during the first edition. What has been your favourite outcome as a result of the initiative last year?
The two things that I think have been, don't get me wrong, I love the gaming, I love esports, I love watching the competitions, but really seeing everyone come together under the banner, taking this from what was a thought process, an idea, to really a global impact, a global event that no one, all of us, all the gamers have real ownership of this. And it's been great to see how many different people from different backgrounds, different areas of the world. I mean, we've had, last year we had 14 million viewers, 460,000 different individuals from, I think it was something in the range of 80 countries that took part. And seeing all of that come together to do good, I think has been amazing. And really showcasing that, gaming is not something just to be looked past. It really is a platform that people can use to do good and not just do well.
It's huge, and like you've already mentioned, it's on a global scale, but also you already said no one left behind, and you decided to return this year with that slogan, that ethos, and that's the goal for 2021's Gamers Without Borders. So what does that slogan mean to you personally, and what would you like to achieve this year?
It's important to me because, as we said, or as I've said, here and in many countries, we're very lucky to be a part of a quick and efficient vaccine rollout. But to make sure that, as you said, no one is left behind. The risk will always be there until you have a way to bring all the world. And it's important right now with COVID and Corona, but it's in general with vaccines and vaccine rollouts. Making sure that everyone has that equality, the ability to be safe and healthy. I think that is something that people take for granted sometimes. And I'm so excited about the number of athletes that come out and said, during these podcasts, during these interviews with you, do your part, get the vaccine, let's keep the world safe and let's get through this.
I would love to talk to you also about the Saudi Esports Federation, because year after year your ambitions have grown with huge initiatives like Gamers Without Borders. So what are some of the other projects that you're currently working on?
Well, we've had a few launches in the last year or two, which has been interesting during a pandemic, to say the least. We've launched our local leagues. We're launching a regional league. We've launched a university league. And the idea there is we want to move past just events. Previous to the last 2 years, we've been doing a lot of events. We do an event here and an event there. We want really to give our athletes and our community a chance to be a part of something on a regular basis, be a part of a pathway to international participation. We just had the launch or the announcement of the Global Esports Games that is going to be hosted here in 2023 with the Global Esports Federation. So we're a part of many exciting things. There's a lot of things that are happening, a lot of growth that's happening. And there's a few exciting things coming in the next, few months, which I'm not prepared to announce yet. I don't like to announce something until it's, fully cooked and baked. But keep your eyes open. There's a few exciting things coming.
Oh, you've got me all excited now. I'm getting excited, nervous. I don't know what to expect. Well, I absolutely love your passion for gaming and esports, and I can only imagine how busy your schedule is every day. But I have to ask this question, okay? What is your current game of choice?
Well, again, with a lot of work recently, with a newborn baby, and then and a little bit older son. My son is 5. Trying to keep him busy while and not be jealous of the new baby. My gaming time has taken a big hit, and you add on to that, I generally tend to play story games and RPGs. But I am also a bit of a completionist, so I do tend to stick with games a little bit longer than I should. So there is a few things. I'm still got a few things going on Assassin's Creed Valhalla. I know there's been a lot of talk about missing fish, and I still have about 3 different fish that I'm trying to find. You can see I still have my list on my desk for easy access, my bream, and but and I do have a few games in the pipeline that I'm looking forward to playing. But right now it's a lot of playing with my son, so it's a lot of Nintendo, it's a lot of Super Mario, trying to get him excited and trying to get him in slowly, with as much as we can get approved by my wife.
An eclectic mix. I love to hear it. And I love to hear that you like to collect all the trophies. That's such a great piece of info. I love it. But Prince Faisal, as we approach what seems to be a world without social distancing and a safer environment globally, we're not entirely out of the woods yet. So what would you like to say to the viewers of Gamers Without Borders?
I'd really like to make sure that they understand that they and you are the reason why we have been able to do so much good, why we've been able to get so many of these charities involved. It's because of you, the gamers, the viewers, the athletes. Don't underestimate the impact of what you can do. Get vaccinated, stay safe, stay healthy, donate to the cause, and make sure, there are many around the world that really need your help right now. So, do your part. And if I may, I was thinking about this, as I was logging into the call. And I find, many people, a lot of our viewership, a lot of our athletes are young. And many people call the youth, the leaders of tomorrow. And I find that complete nonsense. You are the leaders of today. Don't wait for anyone else. Make your voices heard, make your actions felt, and lead this world out of this pandemic and into better days.
Well, thank you so much for joining me here on Gamers Without Borders. I know you have a very, very busy schedule, so I really do appreciate it. And best of luck with the remainder of 2021.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. It's been an absolute pleasure being with you. And thank you for all the work you're doing with us. Thank you very much.
Bye.